Dear neighbor, I know who you are. I know what you did. This is The Last House on Clover Lane, a mystery thriller about a woman who returns to the place she swore she would never see again, only to discover that some secrets do not stay buried in the past. After that summer, I promised myself I would never come back to Clover Lane, not to the quiet road with its white fences and perfect gardens. Not to the countryside, views that looked peaceful from a distance, and definitely not to the woods at the end of the lane, where my best friend vanished and my childhood ended. But when my aunt left us her house, I told myself it was a second chance. A safe home for my children. A fresh start for my daughter Morgan, who had finally begun to smile again. I wanted to believe we could belong here. At first, everyone made it easy. The neighbors brought flowers, cakes, and careful smiles. Curtains moved when we passed. But I told myself people were only curious. I unpacked boxes, made coffee dates, and kept Morgan away from the woods. Then the first letter arrived. No name, no return address. Just a message written by someone who knew too much. After that, Clover Lane changed. Every friendly face became a question. Every closed door hid a secret. Rumors began to spread, and the life I had built for my family started to crack. Someone on this street thinks they know what happened all those years ago. They are wrong. But when the last letter drops through my door, I realize the past has not come back for me. It has come for Morgan. Prologue. The moment I turn my key in the lock, I know something's wrong. As I open the door, I realize it's because there are no lights on. It's dusk outside, and I can't see much in here. I was hoping that my daughter would be in because I need to give her a big hug. I've missed her. Hello, I'm home, I say. Maybe she's in her room with her headphones on. She might not be able to hear me. I hurry upstairs to check, but she's not there. That's when I spot a note on her bedside table. My heart bangs hard as I creep towards it. Gone to hang out at Clover Lane Woods with a mate. Be back in a couple of hours. She's dated it at the top, like she always used to do in her school homework diary. That date is 2 days ago. My banging heart is trying to burst out of my chest. Clover Lane with a mate. I know the girl my daughter is referring to, and I expressed that I didn't want her to hang around with that so-called friend anymore. I grab the home phone and call the girl's house, but no one answers. She must be staying at their house. And, "Where's my husband?" He said I could trust him and that he'd stop drinking. But the emptiness of the house tells me that he's failed in his promise. He said he'd take care of her while I got myself better. I stroke my belly and feel a twinge of pain. After snatching my bag from the hallway, I start running towards the girl's house. I told my daughter she was never to go into those woods because a man died there in a wooden shack that everyone calls the den. The neighbors are outside. Some check their post boxes. Others are walking dogs. They can see I'm flustered. Can you help me? I go to speak to them, but they brush me off like I'm something disgusting that they don't want to touch. I only wanted to ask them if they'd seen her. I start jogging down the drive of her friend's house. The lights are on, which means when I called there must have been someone home. A sharp pain stabs at my stomach again. I reach down to support my belly, and in doing so, I trip on an uneven slab. I fall with a thud and hit my head on the porch step. I don't know how long I've been unconscious, but I prise my eyes open and there's a woman staring down at me. My daughter, is she with your daughter? I'm slurring, and my vision prickles. I place my hand over my stomach, knowing that landing like that has hurt me in more ways than one, but I swallow the lump in my throat, not wanting to believe anything bad has happened. She's going to tell me that my daughter is in her house, and all will be okay. You should go home. You're making a fool of yourself. My daughter. I want to see that she's okay, or if not, we need to call the police, but this woman is staring at me. I can't get my words out. It's like I'm choking on them. I know what kind of mother you are. Your daughter talks, you know. You need to go home and sort yourself out.
You're in a embarrassing
Mess. Tears slip down my face. Pain sears through my stomach, so I grip it and yell, "Call the police, please. And I need an ambulance." I don't know if all that came out right. My daughter, my baby. Where is she? "I'll call you an ambulance," she says coldly. I can't stop my sobbing. I tried my best. I tried to do better. As I slip into unconsciousness, I hear her voice again, but this time it sounds like I'm under water. I don't know if it's the woman speaking or someone else, or did I imagine it? It sends chills through me. I'm sinking. The world is going black again, and I can't stop it. I will never forget those words. It's all your fault. If you never see her again, it's because you are a bad mother. You bad, bad mother. 1. Gemma. Aunt Dorette is dead. It has been 6 months since her death. And now I'm with my family in our pickup on a dreary Sunday, heading to Clover House, a place I swore I'd never, ever return to. I shiver, and not because it's a chilly late January afternoon. Has someone just walked over your grave? Ethan glances over at me, then his gaze returns to the road. We can turn the heating up even more if you're cold. His wispy brown hair waves about as the warm air blowing from the vents catches it. It's so hot in here, I think I'm going to bake. Our trusty vehicle is lovely and toasty, despite it being freezing outside. I can't stop thinking about the accident and the fact we're going to be living in the same house she died in. From how the police described the scene, I picture my aunt lying dead on the path after falling through her rickety balcony. Then there's the woods. My palms start to sweat as panic builds inside of me. Ethan flashes me a sympathetic smile. I think of that rusty railing. It was a death hazard all those years ago, back when I used to stay with her as a child and then as a teen. She obviously never got it fixed. The police concluded that it was an accident. So here we are, driving up to Whitby, and we're going to live in the very house I never wanted to go back to. I try really hard not to resent Ethan. Our 18-month-old baby girl, Cora, makes a cute little sound. I worry that she'll wake or need a nappy change, but I live in hope that she won't, not yet at least. We take the A64 road to York. There's still miles and miles to go. Our 14-year-old daughter, Morgan, bops her head in time to a beat. It's no use saying anything to her while she has her earphones on. Sadness washes through me as I think about poor Aunt Dorette again. She would have loved to meet Cora and Morgan. My aunt wrote to me on many occasions, inviting us all up to Whitby to see her. But I'd reply with lies, telling her that we were too busy because going back was as out of the question. For me. I admired how she still wrote letters. In the age of email and messaging apps, my aunt shunned it all for this traditional method of keeping in touch. I loved my aunt, and I hope she knew that. She lived alone and was a recluse from what I know. Mom used to take me to stay with her through the summers, and she'd tell me that Aunt Dorette wasn't always well, that she was very sad. I now understand that my aunt was depressed, and it hurts to think that she could have been so lonely she might have taken her own life. I think back to some nicer memories. She used to wear long woolly cardies that dusted the floor. She had a door plaque that she made herself on a ceramics course, and it had a 4-leaf clover on it. For luck, she said. And now I see the irony. That house killed her, which makes it a bad luck house. And now? I'm returning to that death trap with all its ghosts, taking my darling children with me. I glance at my daughters again, and I know they can never be allowed to go into the woods. There's a sign for Whitby, Ethan says as he gives my knee a little squeeze. Yuck, gross, get a room. Morgan says as she turns to look out of the window. I smile and glance back at Cora, who has dribbled a little, so I reach over and use my finger to wipe her chin. She thrusts a hand out, but her eyes are still closed. She makes me melt with happiness. Even when she's tugging at my dark curly hair and it hurts, I still smile. Are you sure that the apartment is well secured from the rest of the house? He's told me it is several times, but I know that the house is a death trap. The apartment is totally safe. There's no way I'd bring you all here if it wasn't, would I? My husband has hidden things from me before. Big things. So I'm not sure if I fully trust him. He starts singing and taps out, a beat on the steering wheel, while I think back to August, when our problems started. We were at the solicitor's office, and Aunt Durette's will was being read out. I knew that Ethan wanted to immediately pop the cork on a bottle of champagne. We were about to come into some serious money, but it was all tied up in Clover House. As for me, I didn't want our life to change one bit. I loved our terraced Georgian house in the heart of Bristol. I loved my friends, and Morgan loved her school. As soon as the solicitor stepped out of the room, Ethan started badgering me. Honey, just think about it, Leth. No. Please, Ethan. We spoke about this, and I don't want to move. The kids are happy. It's not about us. It's about them. I go from calm to shaking in less than a few seconds, but Ethan still happily taps away on the steering wheel. It's all going to be okay, he says as we pass yet another sign to Whitby. It's not, I want to say. We have no choice but to do this. I wonder if we can come out of this in a strong position like he seems to think we can. I still love the free spirit in Ethan, but do I have confidence in him? I'm not so sure. The risk taker against the risk averse. That's me. My husband will drop everything in a second to pursue the next big idea. And, in all fairness, his ideas had once netted us a good life. I remember how hard he tried to convince me to return to Clover House, despite seeing how apprehensive I must have looked. This isn't just about you or us, it's about our future. Think of Cora and Morgan. This could set them up for life, and it's a house in the country. We could live there for a few weeks while we strip the place out and do it up. The closer we get to Whitby, the more my stomach churns. Hungry? Ethan picks up one of the sausage rolls from the center console. I shake my head. Morgan thrusts a hand between us and takes it. Yes, please. I'm starving, she says as she begins to open the wrapper. If they knew what happened all those years ago, they wouldn't be hungry either. Our own house, too. Ethan did the calculations, and I double-checked them. If we can pull this renovation off, we are set to gain £750,000, and then we'll have our life back. He places a hand on my knee again. Anxiety bubbles inside me now that we're getting nearer to the past. I've spent years pretending no longer existed. Thinking of the way he'd persuaded me to come here makes me want to squirm in my seat now. I've seen the plans. You know I can make a portion of it safe before we move in. If we do it up, it'll be worth a fortune. That's a lot of profit to turn our noses up at. We've spent years turning around cheap terraced houses to make an average wedge of money. But this is in another league. It's a gift horse. Trust me, Gemma. I love you, and I wouldn't be suggesting we move if there wasn't so much to be gained. Think about our future. I have always loved my husband. He was my Second love if I count Ben, my 16-year-old week-long holiday romance in Devon. I can't imagine life without Ethan, but that still doesn't make me want his hand on my knee right now. But at least the tapping on the steering wheel has stopped. Another sign to Whitby, ever closer and closer. I'm tapping my foot in the footwell, because I don't have any fingernails left to bite. Morgan slams her phone down and growls. "I've run out of data, Mum." I don't know what she expects me to do. If I let her loose with my phone, she'll run mine down too. There's no Wi-Fi at Clover House. Morgan folds her arms and sulks, and she suddenly looks about 10. A part of me wants to laugh, and I like that I want to laugh. Because for the first time on this journey, I've stopped annoyingly tapping my feet. A sleep-filled eye. Morgan unravels her folded arms and wipes her little sister's wispy light brown hair from her forehead. Cora looks a lot like Ethan, but she has my brown eyes. "Hello, little one," Morgan says. Cora starts to arch her back while letting out sporadic cries. To all of our relief, she starts to breathe heavily again and nods back off. Ethan removes his hand from my knee again to change gear. Everything's going to be okay. It's not going to be okay. Ethan lied to me, and I know I forgave him. But the reality of our situation is setting in good and proper now. My heart starts to thrum as I think about the day after we left the solicitor's office. I was so happy, knowing we'd be able to sell Clover House and have some money in the kitty to propel our business to the next level. That was until Ethan came clean. Tears prick at my eyes. I want to be back in our mid-terraced house, surrounded by the best neighbors a person could ever ask for, with flower troughs on every ledge. I loved its tall ceilings, its original sash-eye windows, the floorboards we restored, the original fireplaces we breathed life into. After they'd been blocked off for years, the wallpaper I lovingly chose, our office and Cora's playroom, all gone in an instant, when I handed the keys to the estate agent at 9 this morning. Ethan's words keep ringing through my mind. The words that changed our lives forever. "I've lost it all, Gemma. When you told me about Clover House, I don't know how to say this. I've made some bad decisions. The last 2 developments have lost. The properties were a bad investment. And I had no choice but to put everything right before selling No. Then the selling process came up short. I've borrowed on our house. My heart goes from thrumming to racing. I've royally messed up, and I'm going to make it up to you. But we have no choice but to move into Clover House and do it up. That was his big lie. He told me everything was okay with the business. As he pulls up to a red traffic light, he leans over and kisses my cheek. He's like a kid at Christmas at the thought of moving here. A few snowflakes begin to fall, but I'm perspiring so badly. I'm itching under my coat. Another damn sign to Whitby. And we're not even going as far as Whitby. We're several miles out, so we'll be there even sooner than I'm prepared for. Scrap that. I'm not prepared at all. I can barely swallow as I think of the entrance to those woods, right opposite Clover House. I can never tell Ethan the real reason I don't want to go back, because I can barely think about it myself. I scratch my wrists. Is it getting hotter in here? Or is me getting hotter the closer we get? I want to grab the wheel, force us to turn the car around. We can stay in a rental, a caravan, hell, even a tent. Hell, anywhere, except Clover Lane and those woods. The root of all my nightmares. That's why, when I left all those years ago, I swore I'd never go back. 2. Gemma. We pull into Clover Lane and my heart pounds. Ethan brakes quickly. Wheat brakes quickly and we almost hit a car that has been parked in the middle of the lane. A man with a red bulbous nose comes out, shouting, but we can't hear him. I open the window. "You nearly killed us," I yell. I turn my head to check the children are okay, and they are, thankfully. "No, you nearly killed your family." "Stop speeding," he points at Ethan. "Just watch your driving in future." "Idiot." "Yet." He shakes his head and frowns at Ethan. "You again." "I thought I'd seen the last of you." He gets into his car while rudely shaking his head, then he turns onto his drive. Ethan closes the window, and Cora stirs. I glance back at the man, wondering if he lived here when I visited my aunt. "Ethan, what did he mean by you again? I almost hit his car last time." He leaves his car in the lane. "Forget him." "No, we can't forget him. That wasn't your fault." We could have crashed, and it would have been his fault, and he came out shouting at us. Ethan takes a breath and pulls onto Aunt Dorette's drive. "Let's drop it, shall we?" "It doesn't matter. It really is nothing. I'm tired, and I need to get us moved in. We'll deal with him another day, when we've had some food and a sleep." I look at him, not sure if I can drop it. We have 2 children in the car who could have been hurt because of one entitled neighbor who thinks he can park where he likes when he has a huge drive. Ethan is right, though. There will be time later to deal with that problem. We need to settle the children in. They're exhausted. While turning onto our drive, I look down, not wanting to catch sight of the entrance to the woods. I take several deep breaths. It's time to be strong, for my daughters. As I get out of the car, a youngish woman is peering at us from the window above. She quickly slips away, and I can't see her anymore. One of the neighbors, a woman with what look like old acne scars on her face, runs over with a huge bunch of flowers. "Hi, I'm Tessa. I saw you pull up and just wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood. I met your husband last month when he was working on the house, and he said," my husband, the social butterfly. "He's already been out there making friends, which, given my past, is not what I wanted, but I smile regardless. Lovely to meet you," I say as I unclip Cora from her car seat. I feel a mess in my wide leg jeans and jumper as she stands there in a leopard print jumper dress and cropped jacket. Though it's lovely to be greeted with a friendly face after the altercation we've just had. She is so cute. Cora is such a pretty name, and our daughter must be Morgan. Tessa smiles at Cora with her plump pink lips. I want to ask how she knows their names, but I guess Ethan told her. Yes, that's our 2. "Do you have children?" I hope she does. Morgan could do with some friends while we're here. No, we were never blessed. Damn. Here for 5 minutes, and I've already put my foot in it. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked. "It's okay, honestly." She holds the flowers out. "Oh, these are for you to say welcome to the neighborhood. Anyway, I won't keep you. I know you must be busy, but we should talk soon. I'm sorry for your loss, too. Your aunt was much loved around here."
"Thank you. And the bouquet is beautiful." I nod Morgan to get out of the car.
I have my hands full, and Ethan is wrestling to open the main door. Morgan finally puts her phone away and steps out of the pickup. Tessa passes the flowers to her. Tessa waves before heading off. I wonder if she lived here when I used to stay with my aunt. She looks to be about 15 years older than me. I don't remember her, but I barely took any notice of the neighbors back then, and I've changed with age. I'm not that skinny kid with tightly pulled back hair. I'm a little on the ample side now, with my hair falling freely over my shoulders. The past needs to stay well and truly there. I can't see the 4-leaf clover plaque outside the main door. My aunt obviously got rid of it. Ethan ushers me through the entrance hall and up the stairs. I figure he's not ready for me to be too shocked by what lies outside the apartment yet. He promised me weeks here, not months. And I'll hold him to that. As we step into the apartment, it's like being back home. Our furniture has been carefully placed into the main space, with love and care. I'd almost forgive myself for not believing we weren't back in our Bristol snug. The only giveaway is the old floral wallpaper and 80s-style pink lampshades. Ethan hasn't touched the walls, floors, or ceilings. He brings his arms up behind me. Well, what do you think? I shiver. It's freezing, and I'm still struggling to forgive him for allowing our finances to spiral without telling me. As we drove up north, it got colder and colder. Here, there is snow on the ground, and from what I read in the local paper online, this area can be prone to power cuts. That's why Ethan has left torches everywhere, and we have a generator. So work will continue through anything the weather gods throw at us. It's better than I thought it would be. Morgan dumps the flowers on the worktop at the far end for picking Cora up and storming into one of the rooms off the main living space. She's barely spoken to either of us on the drive up. I guess she's still giving us the silent treatment. Ethan glances over his shoulder. I shrug. I get why. I'm not sure if I should still be giving you the silent treatment. He faces me and takes my hands in his. Thank you for doing this. I know you didn't want to, and I am so sorry for everything. I'm going to make this right. My heart pounds. Hide anything like that from me again, Ethan Houghton, and that's it. I mean it. I decided to unexpected subsidence and several other catastrophes on the properties we chose together. All bad luck. When Ethan explained how things had snowballed out of control, I understood. But what I didn't get was him hiding it from me. He draws me in and hugs me. No more lies, I promise. If we're in trouble, I will talk to you immediately. We are going to make this place amazing in a matter of weeks. Then we are going to sell it and move. We're going to get our life back. I enjoy being snuggled in his arms, and I do trust him not to mess up again. He made a mistake, and I need to let go of the past. There are people in much worse positions than we're in. We have a place to live, a chance to earn money from this house, and we love each other. I still believe love conquers all. He pulls away. Right. I'm going down to turn the water mains on so we can make a coffee and have a shower. He leaves me in the lounge area. It's not so bad. It's like our house in miniature. We had a collection of rooms before, and now we are open plan. I have a look around. The kitchen is at the far end, and it's cobbled together from what Aunt Dorette had downstairs in the main kitchen. We have a snug area and log burner. The bathroom has the tiniest shower cubicle that was my aunt's ensuite for this room. Then there is our bedroom on the opposite side, left of the TV, which I don't go in because Morgan and Cora are in there. A little further down, what I can only describe as a super large cupboard is the only room available for Morgan to sleep in. Ethan has already put her bed up and made it. As I stand in the middle of the main living space, I imagine Aunt Dorette doing the same thing. A few months ago, she treated this little section at the one end of the house like her apartment, while the rest of the building fell apart. I'm just grateful that we're living on the complete opposite side to that dodgy balcony room, and I can lock the door to keep our children safe from it. Morgan follows Cora back in from the bedroom. Cora walks like a drunken person, which makes me laugh. Then she falls on the floor and sits. "Come here," I say, as Cora beams up at me from the floor. She holds her hands up for me to lift her. Though she can run and climb now, she still likes to be picked up when she's tired. How long are we going to have to stay in this flea pit? Morgan removes her large headphones and hangs them around her neck. It's not that bad, Squidge, I say to her. Mum, stop calling me that. I'm 14, not 4. She lets out a sigh. I've walked around the whole house. I can't believe anyone ever lived here. And the Wi-Fi isn't working, which makes it extra crap. Language. Morgan. I nod towards Cora, who is starting to pick up words nicely. The last thing I want is for her to start shouting the word crap out loud. But I need to speak to Mai. I said I'd call her when we got here, but I can't. This place sucks.
Have you tried phoning?
Cora pulls my hair, and she's about to put several strands into her mouth. I gently wrestle them from her, and she starts to cry. I've run out of data, minutes, texts. I need Wi-Fi, Mum. We'll sort it, okay? But it won't be for a short while. Morgan casts one of her death stares my way. Her long black hair is framed by an attempt at creating a blonde streak at each side, but to her dismay, they turned orange. How about you borrow my phone to call Mai? I ease Cora over to my other side so I can get my phone out of my pocket. I pass it to Morgan, and she snatches it from me. I'm going to my cupboard, so don't come in. Did I say I hate this place? I go to say yes, but Morgan has already slammed the door to her new cupboard, as she calls it, and I agree with her. That room isn't suitable for a teenager. I swallow my feelings down. I want to say to Morgan, I get it, Squidge. I hate it here too. Cora starts wriggling and sporadically crying. She's tired, and we haven't even put her cot together yet. She'll be sleeping in our room while we're here. I bob her up and down in the hope. That's coming her way. Her body gets heavier, and she begins to snuggle against my chest. I walk across the room, and the floorboards creak underneath the carpet. I glance out of the leaded windows. At the lane I tried to ignore as we pulled up. So far, I have done a good job of pretending we're not actually in Clover House, but reality is kicking in. I catch sight of the woods and look away. The past needs to stay where it is. I wish we had a car as well as the pickup, because I feel trapped here. Darkness is starting to fall, but I won't turn the lights on yet. The only giveaway that we're here is the pickup on the drive, but no one can clearly see it because Aunt Dorette left the hedges to overgrow. I kiss Cora's soft head and rock her a little. I can't help but glance out again, despite how fast my heart is racing. We can never go into the woods, and I need to tell that to Morgan. I shudder at what happened and force myself to look at the rest of the lane. The two houses opposite are lit up. I glance across the street and catch sight of a woman in a pure white furry-edged winter hat. She's tall and elegant, wearing high-heeled, cherry-colored boots and a white coat that falls over her hips like a perfectly fitted dress. She stops as if she feels my gaze, or maybe she's reached a gap in the hedge and can just about see the glint of a street lamp bouncing off our pickup. I feel like I should hide, even though I'm in darkness here, but I can't. I pick up a glass of water with my free hand and take a sip. I wait patiently, wanting to see if it's who I think it might be. Morgan barges out of her cupboard room and turns the main light on, and the woman looks directly up at me. I drop the glass. Mom, I got cut off. The phone's all crackly. My gaze locks on the woman's. She knows who I am, and I know who she is. 3. Gemma. I wake up to the sight of snow falling. Flakes gently settle on the outside window ledge. I shiver, and that wakes Ethan up. Cora is still asleep in her cot, and she's snug in her blankets. We've been here for almost a week now, and luckily, I haven't had to leave the apartment once. I think of the woman in the white hat, and I can't face her, not now or ever. Ethan stirs and turns the electric wall heater on over his side. It'll soon warm up. Cora punches the air, her eyes still closed. I snuggle close to Ethan and place my head on his chest. He puts his arm over me and kisses my mussed-up hair. I think of our workload, and I get palpitations. I've only briefly walked around the rest of the house, and it's a shell of what it was all those years ago. I realize I need to be more hands-on with this project if we're to get this house completed ASAP. In the past, I've bashed down walls. I've helped to fit kitchens, bathrooms, and with every other job needed. It'll be time to roll up my sleeves, but this time it's going to be harder. And not just because we have a baby in tow. Ethan places his hand on my stomach, and I place my hand over his. We didn't plan for this, but we're happy. Are we going to have this place finished before Beanie arrives? Arrives? He nods. I'm going to make it my mission. We can do this. We can do anything. I always said that, didn't I? I'm going to make things up to you by getting the jobs done fast and moving us out of this house. I lean up and kiss him on the lips. Beanie is very happy to hear that. We both laugh, and that's something we haven't done for a while. All I should think of now is the bigger picture. Bad decisions led us here, but good decisions are going to buy us our dreams. Cora shrieks and beams a smile at me. She doesn't know she's going to have a younger sibling yet, and neither does Morgan. My stomach turns a little in. You okay? Just a bit of nausea. It's to be expected. I think Beanie is telling me he or she wants lemon marmalade on toast, and then we should get up and do some work. My sweet tooth is insane whenever I'm pregnant. And marmalade and chocolate spread helps. I'll be eating straight out of the jars soon, if previous pregnancies are anything to go by. I am going to make my beautiful wife breakfast in bed then, and I'll bring Cora some milk and a yogurt. My husband pulls his lounge pants over his bare backside. He still turns me on. I think back to how we argued over having to sell our house. Those rows had lasted all of 2 days before we passionately made up. He leaves the room, and I hear clattering behind the door as he pulls a plate from the pile on the shelf. Then he patters across the creaky floor. Morgan, he calls out. Something's not right. Why is he calling Morgan? Our daughter never gets up before midday, and it's early. I go to grab my phone to check the time, and it's gone. Morgan has taken my phone. She must have come in while we were asleep. I sit up. My nightshirt falls over my knees. Cora stands in her cot and holds her arms out. Pick up, she says, with a chuckle. I reach in and lift her onto my hip before opening the door that leads straight into the living area at the far end. Ethan. Morgan. No one replies. I hurry to Morgan's cupboard. The door is wide open. The quilt has dropped onto the floor, and all her clothes are still there, in a messy pile on the chaise longue that we brought from her old room. The main door to the apartment is open, so I hurry to it and look out onto the landing, with its cracked stained glass window, showing a scene of a bird's nest, but without the baby birds anymore. The absence of the babies unnerves me, so I hug Cora close. Ethan, my heart is hammering now. All I can hear is banging coming from downstairs somewhere. A gust of wind whooshes across the landing, bringing in with it a flurry of snowflakes. We must put something over that broken glass to keep the elements out. The chandelier, with all its missing crystals, sways slightly. There's no way I'm going any further without my shoes. I hurry back in, slip them on, and wrap a blanket around Cora. Morgan. I call out as I hurry down the sweeping staircase and along the corridor, trying not to trip on all Aunt Durette's clutter. That's when I see the huge wooden door has been left wide open. Ethan is walking back down the path with Morgan, and from what I can tell, he doesn't look happy. I found her at the entrance to the woods. He shakes his head. I needed a signal. There's none anywhere in this dump of a house. Mai tried to call me and I couldn't call her back, obviously, because we don't have Wi-Fi. Morgan glances in the direction she came from, her brows furrowed. She's treading clumsily in her zebra-striped slippers, and her pajama and coat get-up are certainly making her stand out. I shake and gasp for breath. Morgan was by the woods, the very place I never want her to go, all because she wanted to make a non-urgent phone call. You took my phone and worried us to death for a call. You could have just asked. Morgan. How would that have been so hard? She looks back again, a goofy grin across her face, and that riles me up even more. You were asleep, and stay away from the woods, I say. Never go into the woods. Why? Because they're woods, and they're dangerous. The weather's bad. It might bring some branches down. She scrunches her nose up at me like she thinks I'm being ridiculous, but I don't care as long as she stays out of the woods. I place my free hand on my racing heart. I glance up, and curtains are twitching in 3 houses opposite. The younger woman who lives next door to us stares directly at me, like she's rudely weighing me up.
We've been here 5 minutes, and
We're already arguing with our teenage daughter in the street. This is a small lane with only 5 houses. It's probably normally peaceful. My cheeks burn, and Cora begins to cry. It's okay. Lovely, I say to her as I bounce her on my hip. As we head back towards the house and through the main door, Morgan glances back at the path. She throws my phone into Ethan's hand and runs towards the front door. I want to shout that she's grounded, but then I realize she has nowhere to go anyway, and then I feel guilty. I know she's taking this hard because I am too. Something catches the corner of my eye, and it's not Morgan sulking. What's that? Ethan turns. There's a small basket at the side of the door, neatly placed next to the unruly bush. There is an envelope placed on top of what looks like a hamper of mucky vegetables, along with some homemade cookies. Morgan turns on her heel and darts upstairs. Ethan passes the envelope to me. Hello. It's lovely to see you again, Gemma. I hope you fall for the charms of this lane again. Like when you were a girl. You loved it here, especially the woods. Do you remember? I remember everything. I beg you to once again fall for Clover Lane. Welcome home. Ex-anxy, I fight for breath and Ethan steps closer and holds me. Gemma, are you okay? Is it morning sickness? Tears slip down my face. Everything I feared might happen is coming true. Whoever sent this knows my darkest secret. They remember everything the woods. I feel lightheaded. No, we shouldn't have come here. Gemma, it's just a hamper. Let's go up and make a drink then. I can get some work done. I know you're struggling with being here, but everything will be fine. Okay. Ethan hugs me. And Cora, I nod, but I'm not okay. I wonder which one of the neighbors sent this. They forgot to put their name on the note. Ethan grabs the hamper and closes the door, shutting out the wind and snow at the same time. The author of the letter knows me. They know about my past, and they know I'm scared of the woods. I remember everything. It's threatening, but Ethan won't see that because he doesn't know my secret. Then there's that word, fall, written purposely in capital letters. My aunt fell to her death, and this letter feels anything but welcoming. I glance up at the balcony. The ragged police tape flutters in the breeze. The author of the letter wants me to fall and die, like my aunt did. I'm now wondering if someone pushed her. I beg you to fall. 4. Morgan. Stupid slippers. I kick them into the corner of my stupid cupboard, into a pile of my stupid clothes, and God, I hate my life. My stupid hair. This cupboard is really getting me down. and being away from Mai and my other friends is such a chore. My mum doesn't get it, and the arguments that Mum and Dad were having a few weeks ago were off the scale, and now we get here. And we're all like, hey, happy families, as we paint our big freaking smiles across our faces. I am not happy. I miss my life and my school. It's sad to say, and I'm dreading starting somewhere new on Monday. I grab my wash bag and charge into the bathroom. This cramped room wouldn't even feel like a luxury space in a leaky 100-year-old caravan, and it stinks of, I don't know what, maybe old, if that's a thing. I overhear Mum's voice through the door, and Cora is crying again. Mum's upset about something, but every time I get a hint of what that might be, she whispers. Mum's face dropped when she saw that cutesy little hamper by the door. But I thought it was sweet, and I think I know who left it there. If I'm honest, I'm hoping to nab the biscuits because there's nothing nice to eat in the cupboard. We seem to have nothing but food that needs cooking and yucky marmalade. My cheeks burn slightly as I think of the last few minutes. It was cold outside, and I didn't mean to walk away from the house, but the signal around here stinks. That bit of path by woods was the perfect place. I got all of 3 bars, but it was enough for me to talk to Mai, and I also saw the boy, the one who looks to be about my age. As I walked around holding the phone in the air, I saw him clearing snow off a drive. It was good talking to Mai. She filled me in on how everyone was doing and how much they all miss me. My eyes water up. Stop. I can't cry. I'm not sure I can survive here in the wilderness, alone, which is why I need to go out there and find the boy. I brush my teeth and wash. As I step out of the bathroom, Mum and Dad go quiet and stare at me. Can you take Cora for a minute? Mum asks. I hold my arms out, and my sister walks towards me with her hands up. Snot falls from under her nose, hitting her top lip. I don't want that anywhere near me, so I decline her gestures for a pickup. Mog, Cora calls. It's cute and melts my normally dark heart. She can't say Morgan, so I'm Mog, which I like. It's her special name for me. I was hoping to go out in a minute, just for a walk around the block. Can I use your phone, Mum? Mum frowns. I need it at the moment, maybe later. Actually, I could use some help. We still have things in boxes downstairs that need bringing up and unpacking. I'll help this afternoon. I want to go out and see if the boy is still there. He'd only just started shoveling snow off a drive, so if I hurry, I can catch him. Maybe I can ask what school is like around here. But, honey, it might be nice for her to go out and get her bearings. We should do the same. My dad has saved the moment. Mum frowns. She isn't happy with what he said, but I am. I take Cora into my cupboard, where I start to throw my clothes everywhere in an attempt to find my super wide jeans and my black slashed jumper. Cora is already wiping her nose with her hands, and she's reaching for my pajamas. I snatch them from her, and she starts to yell the room down. There they are. I see my favorite clothes under my pajamas. Soon I'm dressed, but my sister is sobbing her heart out. I hold her sticky hand. Come on, Cora. Let's take you back onto Mummy. I don't like to see her cry, but I really need to get out. This apartment is making me claustrophobic. There's no room. The house around it feels like a big old void, like a bubble around the apartment that's full of piles of clutter. I open my door and lead Cora back to Mum. See you in a bit. I snatch my long, puffy coat from the back of the settee. Don't be long, Dad says. Don't go into the woods. Remember what I told you. They're dangerous, and if I find out you've been near them again, you'll be grounded. Mum picks Cora up, and she starts wiping Cora's nose. I hurry to the door and make a dash for it like I'm racing Mo Farah. It's only now I realize that my heart was humming in there, and now in the empty hallways and stairwell of the house, all I hear is creaking coming from the loft above, and then almost silence. I shiver as my hearing latches onto what sounds like a heavy stomp coming from the other side of the house, followed by a weird clunk. Mom and Dad are in the apartment. I'm alone here. I wonder if it's a rat. It would have to be a massive rat. A flapping bird? That clunks? That doesn't make sense. A ghost? I freeze and wait to see if I hear it again. Then there's a scrape, so I run as fast as I can out of this scary house where Great Aunt Dorette died. 5. Gemma. Gemma, she'll be fine. She's 14. I was always knocking about in Woodland at her age. I don't why you're being so paranoid about some trees. Ethan starts making a sandwich to take downstairs with him to work, but I don't want her to go into the woods. Why? I shrug. Like I told you. It's dangerous, he rolls his eyes. And you saw that note, Ethan. I'm scared. What if someone's out to hurt us? It's just a note. A friendly note. You're reading too much into it. I have so much to worry about, but my secret will remain just that. I can't talk to Ethan about why I won't allow Morgan to go into the woods, but I can talk about the use of the word fall in that note. Look at it. I throw it onto the worktop in front of the packet of cooked chicken that he's about to put in his sandwich. You've already made me look at it. I don't see anything wrong except they forgot to put their name at the end. They want me to fall like Aunt Dorette did. I pause. I think she was pushed. He cuts his bread and places the knife in the sink. Then he lets out a slow breath. The police would have investigated. They concluded that she fell. But you don't know that. No one knows. I can't believe he keeps saying the same thing. Now Morgan has left. Our voices are raised. Cora's jaw begins to wobble, and she runs to the settee and throws herself onto it. I chase after her and kneel to her level. Come here, sweetie. She shakes her head and ignores me for her blanket, which she snuggles into. Want Mog. I leave Cora for a moment and hurry back to Ethan. We look at each other, and he opens his arms. I hug him closely. Gemma, is there something you're not telling me? I stay where I am and hold him closely. No, I just don't want to be here. The burden of the past I'm carrying will easily contaminate what we have if I let it. I need to rein my worries in and find out who wrote that note and sent the hamper. The very least it will put my mind at rest. My heart beats against Ethan's. As I glance over his shoulder, I catch sight of the woods through the window, and I'm scared my daughter will go in it too. Them and never come back. 6. Morgan. Relieved to be out of that house, I take a deep breath. On looking up, I can't see that any of the windows or doors are open. Maybe it was an animal, a rogue badger, or a fox. My line of sight falls on the balcony, and I try not to think too hard about what might be in the house. My mind is back on the ghost theory. I know I'm being silly, but I don't have any evidence that ghosts don't exist. I shake those thoughts away before I scare myself. Silly. My mind is seriously running away with me. The cause of the noises in the house will be wildlife or a breeze, carried from the broken window, or both at the same time. The air is cold but fresh. My heart rate steadies, and I hope I don't look flustered. As I tread the snowy path, I leave my footprints behind. The houses here are different to those on our old road back home in Bristol. These are all unique, architect designed, as my mom and dad would say. The house I'm heading to is the one at the entrance to Clover Lane, with the same standard cutesy white fence that edges each drive. Except ours. Ours is rotten. I wonder if the boy is still there. The woman next door with the short black hair reverses off her drive in a small red car. I smile as she changes gear, but she ignores me. She pulls over by her postbox and starts checking her phone. I turn on my useless phone. I hate not having Wi-Fi. I tentatively see if there's an open network close by that I can use, and there is one with a super long mix of letters and numbers. The woman gets out and checks her postbox. I run. Over. Hi. I've just moved in with my parents next door. Is this your Wi-Fi? I show her my phone. She frowns as she heads back to her car. Yes. Can I please log in, just to make a call? We haven't got Wi-Fi yet. It feels desperate asking a random for their Wi-Fi code, but I'm so cut off here. She scrunches up her nose. Sorry, it's not something I'm comfortable doing. She gets in her car and speeds off. How rude. It was worth a try. After walking up the path a little, I hear a scraping noise. Then, a car engine bursts into life. I watch as a huge black four-wheel drive pulls out from where I saw the boy working. It leaves the lane, and the scraping has stopped. Maybe the boy has finished and gone back inside. I hurry, trying not to slip on the compacted snow. The boy trudges around the corner, leaving the house behind. He glances up and smiles. Hi, he waves. Hi now, but I think he was hanging around our house when I went out to phone Mai. He was walking away, up the path, and then he started shoveling snow off that drive. I wonder if he left the hamper for us. Maybe. It was a gift from his parents. I cross over. You've just moved in, haven't you? I nod. My mum's aunt died. Durette? Again, I nod. Yeah, that was totally tragic. My mum found her. I scrunch up my nose. I didn't even know Durette, so it's hard to be too sad for her loss or mine. That sucks for her. So, you live around here too? I hope he does. If he doesn't, and he's just visiting family, I might actually die of boredom. Yep, all my life I've lived here. Phew, what do you do for entertainment? There isn't anything here. It must be boring. I guess. There's a bus stop not too far away, and you can get to Whitby. It's cool there. There's the beach, an arcade, a castle. But here on Clover Lane, you are right. There's not much to do. There's an estate and a shop, but you have to walk past a lake, and it takes about half an hour on foot. I have to walk my dog. Do you want to come? He blinks hard about 3 times. I'd love to meet his dog. I've always wanted a dog, but never been allowed to have one. Yes. Wait here. He jogs towards the house almost opposite ours. And a minute later, he comes out with a golden retriever. This is Diggerty. He likes to dig. Mum goes ballistic at all the holes in the garden, but we love him. I realize I don't even know what to call the boy. What's your name? Harry. And you? Morgan. Nice to meet you, Morgan. He says in a funny accent, American, I think. That was Morgan Freeman, by the way. I laugh. You're really bad at accents.
I follow him to the woods.
I'm not allowed here. I glance back, but my mum isn't looking out of the window. Mum's being paranoid anyway. I look up, and there's no way I'm going to get pelted by falling branches. Harry leads the way as Diggerty roams free. I don't even care a bit that Mum doesn't want me to come here. Harry seems to know how not to get us lost. Where are we going? To the den. I'm 14, not 5. You hang out in a den? He rolls his eyes, and his dark hair has become dotted with snowflakes. It's not my den. It's been here forever. Diggerty likes having a run around there. He mostly pees up the sides. So, what's at this den apart from the stench of dog pee? See for yourself. I almost laugh as I see an old shed that has been extended by attempts to build 2 more wooden structures against it. A couple of small torn awnings jut out of the roof, but have long flopped into a mess. Someone has badly built a bench, and weeds wind through every gap in the wood. It's better in the summer. Do you want to look inside? No. I shiver. I'm here in the middle of the woods with someone I've just met, and I realize I didn't clock how we got here. There was a maze of twists and turns. I'm now officially lost without Harry. The wilderness isn't a habitat I'm comfortable with. Being a city person, it's alien to me. Do you want a sweet? I take what looks like a square of fudge from the scrunched up packet. Did you leave the little welcome hamper outside our door this morning? No, that definitely wasn't me.
Someone left you a hamper?
Yes. A small box full of and biscuits. I thought I saw you leaving when I came out the house. He looks at me for a second too long. No, I never went anywhere near your house. I could have sworn he did, but maybe he was just passing. He shrugs. I don't know who would leave a hamper. He frowns. The man whose drive I cleared, he also had something, but I think it was a note. He looked really pissed off by it, and he asked me if I posted it. Who knows? Maybe it's the ghost. He makes joke ghost noises which are as unconvincing as his Morgan Freeman impression. But, given the noises I heard in the house, it unnerves me. I'm sure whoever left it will soon tell us who they are. I chomp on the fudge and enjoy its sweet, buttery flavor. You know, these woods are haunted. I stop chomping and swallow what I have in my mouth with a gulp. I think Harry is trying to scare me now, but not in a serious way. Is there anybody there? I shout before I burst into laughter. I won't let anyone see I'm scared. He leads me to a tree, and I see several tatty pink ribbons tied around it. Some look like they've been here more years than I've been alive. Others look newer. Why are these here? A girl went missing and was last seen by the den, but it was like 1,000,000 years ago now. How? I don't know, but they say her soul haunts these woods, but she might still be alive. Could she be alive? Dunno, she might be. Maybe she ran away or something. All I know is she went missing and no one ever talks about it. It's like some big taboo around here. Mum doesn't like me coming into the woods, but that's her problem. I like it. Here, Diggerty barks and makes me jump. I feel lost right now and would rather get back to Clover Lane. Anyway, I don't believe in ghosts. I best go home. Can you show me the way back? I go to walk in the direction we came in. Hearing that a girl went missing here has made me edgy. Maybe that's why Mum didn't want me to go into the woods. They're creepy and horrible. I miss Bristol so much. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm not. I am. I'm scared. I'm lost in this tree-filled hell, and I'm scared that Mum and Dad might start fighting again, and I don't want them to get divorced. Mai's parents are divorced, and she has to spend every weekend at her dad's with his new girlfriend and her 5 kids. The thought makes me shudder. Cora's hard work. I can't imagine having to be around more kids, or, even freakier, sharing a room with them. I'm suddenly grateful for my cupboard. Do you want to hang out again later? You can come to mine. We have a games room. You play pool, don't you? Yes, I've only played once, but it was fun. He's caught up with me. It's a good job because I don't know where we're going next. He leads me back to our road, safe and sound. I live here. Come over about 6 or 7. A woman in a long white coat comes out of his house and waves Harry over. She stops and stares at me before looking at Harry. Get inside, Harry. But Mum, he blinks again several times, and only then do I realize he has a tic. In the house, please. She ushers him and Diggerty inside and slams the front door shut. Mega rude. I stand on the path and notice some of the neighbors staring at me. One of them is holding a piece of paper, and they all huddle together and begin talking and glancing my way. Something's happened and it's big. From the look on their faces, I can tell they all hate us. So much for the one called Tessa giving us flowers, and one of the others giving us a hamper. The man with the bulbous nose stares me out, then turns back to the others. I can tell that, whatever this is, it's personal. 7. Gemma. I wonder if Ethan is right and I'm reading far too much into that note. After settling Cora, we agreed that I'd forget the note and give this place a chance. I turn my attention to the hamper. Cora has left the settee and keeps tugging at my jumper, so I call Ethan. Can you take her for a minute? He picks her up and wipes her runny nose. Maybe we can all dress in our warm clothes and go out for a walk before I start work. We should explore the area a little, he says. There's nothing around here. I'd like to go for a walk in the woods. I stiffen. No. I told you it's dangerous, and it's not pushchair friendly. I don't want to go in the woods. But that's half the fun. He smiles and kisses me. Come on. I know we're here to work, but we can have a bit of fun along the way. Ethan heads to the living room area and turns the TV on, and the sound of animals singing in a cartoon distracts Cora. I open the biscuits and sink my teeth into one. Whoever made these has used real butter, and it's like velvet on my taste buds. I'm anxious and feel sick. But my cravings win. Ethan thinks the note seems neighborly, and when I voiced that it seems threatening, he had the nerve to call me paranoid. Maybe I am. I mean, who would want me to fall off a balcony like Aunt Dorette did? I think of the woman in the long white coat, and I wonder if she left the hamper because we both know what happened in those woods. I let out a long, slow breath and place the mucky potatoes straight into the sink, ready to wash. There is a huge cabbage that's yellowing at the edges. It's covering most of what's underneath it. With my fingers pincered, I scrunch my nose and pop it in the washing up bowl too. That's when I see the pile of parsnips. I start throwing them in the sink as I look out the window. Morgan is kicking snow on the pavement and staring up the road. I can't see what she's looking at, but I can tell she's upset. Her shoulders are hunched but rigid, like she's tense. I shriek as I squish something cold and slimy between my fingers. On looking down, I drop the squashed worm and instantly start running the tap to get rid of the revolting mess on my hands. What's up? Ethan shouts over the singing on the TV. Just a worm in the veg. My gaze darts from my hands to the hamper, and underneath, where the parsnip was, is a folded up bit of newspaper. I dry my hands and open it up. As soon as I see what it's about, I feel like the breath is being sucked out of me. I can't let Ethan see this, so I shove it in my pocket. That note was threatening. I'm sure of that now, but I can't talk to Ethan or anyone. As Ethan to put Cora down. She starts crying over the top of the singing animals. I take the newspaper article back out of my pocket and feel a pricking at my neck as I read a few lines. Has anyone seen Jasmine Slater? If anyone has any information as to her whereabouts, please call us on this number. It's dated 2 weeks after I left Clover House all those years ago. I flinch as Cora cries. Her shrieks. The article and the note, they are all too much for me. The room is swaying as I get a little giddy. Ethan stands up, so I screw the article up and throw it in the bin. What the hell? Ethan goes over to the box, lifts up another parsnip, and there are a couple more worms, I say. Yes. My little girl cries for me, so I scoop her up. I can't watch as Ethan deals with the problem. Can you please bin the veg that I've put in the sink? I ask with a quiver in my voice. But it's okay. There's nothing on it. I'm checking now. Tears slither down my cheeks. I don't want any of it in our home. Throw out the rest of the biscuits, too, and the hamper and card. The biscuits. What if a worm touched them? I begin to lick the back of my hand to remove any residue of those biscuits off my tongue. I feel really sick now because whoever is behind the hamper really wanted to upset me. I think of Tessa bringing the flowers up. Did she used to live around here all those years ago? And was the hamper her doing? Ethan heads out of the door and downstairs. A few moments later, he's back. It's all gone. They look good. He swills his hands. I know you're worried, but think about it. We haven't been here long enough for anyone to even bear a grudge. When I worked on the apartment, everyone seemed really nice, and one of the neighbors gave us flowers. Didn't she? Give this place a chance and forget the hamper. It's gone. He places a hand on my shoulder and kisses my head. I reach up and hug him because I want to feel safe and warm in his arms. If only it was that easy to forget. I've been here before, and I know the people around here. Returning has obviously brought memories back for someone. I need to get out of here to clear my head. Can we go for that walk? Ethan looks delighted at that prospect. He's on his feet, taking Cora from my arms before prizing her octopus limbs into her snowsuit. The complete opposite direction to the woods, and far enough away from this house to digest what's happened. Minutes later, I'm ready to go out. Ethan is opening up the pushchair by the main door as I pull my bobble hat over my head. Hopefully, Morgan is still outside. A walk might help her too if she's tense. I picture her pacing up and down the path, kicking snow. As Ethan opens the main door and pushes Cora out, we almost bump into Morgan. Her eyes are wide. Squidge, has something happened? She doesn't even tell me off for calling her that. It's the neighbors, Mum. A man shouted at me. She hiccups a sob. What? Ethan furrows his brows. He said. She swallows and pauses. How dare we send him? A letter saying that his wife wanted to die to get away from him and he can't park to save his life. And then one of the others piped up, the woman who gave us the flowers, and said she had a note, and it said that her husband would rather free from the signed. So, what? The skin on my knuckles is stretched taut by now, and I can see that Ethan's is too. How dare these people upset our daughter? Morgan looks like she'd rather be anywhere else right now. She said that you said her husband would rather. It begins with F, and he would rather F you. 8. Morgan. I dart past Mum and run into the house. My footsteps echo as I run up the stairs. I take 2 steps at a time, wanting to get into the apartment as soon as possible, away from all the freaky people on this street. I hate them. And I hate this place. Hate, it's that word again. I wish we'd never left Bristol for this dump. As I run through the apartment door and slam it closed, the lights flicker as a heavy gust, followed by sleet, slaps the window. I can't get that man out of my head. He accused us of sending those letters, and everyone stared at me. Then the lady who gave us flowers joined in. It doesn't feel safe in this dump of an apartment, so I run back to the door and slide the chain across, just in case the noise I heard earlier was one of them creeping around the house. Someone tries the door handle, but I locked it. My pulse thrums through my head. Why did I come back to this apartment? Alone. I should have stayed downstairs. I step back from the door in the hope that they'll go away. Then it's opened, but the chain stops them from barging in. Go away. I think of my parents. Maybe there is some big row going on down there, and they won't be able to hear me if I get attacked. I can't even make my legs start walking to the window to have a look. Maybe this is a place a person comes to, but can never leave, like in a horror film. Morgan, take the chain off and let me in. It's Mum. I let out a long breath, dart to the door, and slide the lock off. Sorry, Mum. I got scared. That's okay. Come here. She wraps her arms around me like when I was a little girl. I'm safe in Mum's arms, and I don't want to move. I choke back my tears, totally overwhelmed by what happened down there. I've never been confronted like that by anyone. Mum leads me to the settee and we sit. Just breathe, Squidge. I inhale and exhale until I have my breath back. I'm okay. I'm not, but Mum is worried enough already. What those people said to you wasn't on. Your dad and I are going to sort this, okay? It's just a misunderstanding, and we're going to clear it up. You heard what was in that note, Mum. This is personal. It seems like it was personal for the other woman, too. People can be cruel. What I don't want is for this to scare you. We will never let anyone hurt you, okay? She lifts my chin and fake smiles. Mum? What? I was talking to the boy I mentioned earlier. He mentioned a girl going missing years ago. Is that why you didn't want me to go into the woods? This isn't the time or place, but I can't get those pink ribbons out of my mind. She stares for a second or two. No, I don't know anything about a missing girl. Yeah. I can see she's as worried as me, but she makes out that everything is okay, and it's not. This place is not okay. We're not okay. And I'm not okay. We haven't been here long and someone hates us so much. They've sent nasty letters to the neighbors. And it kind of looks like we did it, because my parents argued with that man over parking when we moved in, and it's other things. I got the serious chills when I left the apartment and heard those noises in the house.
I'm going to see what's happening down there, all right?
I don't answer, so she continues. I can stay here if you need me. I'll have to pop down and get Cora. Do you want to wait here? Too right. I want to wait here. What makes her think I ever want to leave this apartment again? They promised they were going to do this house up, and that we would sell it and leave. I'm counting the days down. I nod again. I might have a lie down. I've got my key to the apartment, so you can lock yourself in. Just don't put the chain on and fall asleep, okay? I won't. Mum turns as we both hear shouting coming from outside. She runs to the window. Wait there, she darts out of the apartment, leaving me alone, and I quickly lock myself in. My heart starts to bang as I think of Cora. I glance out of the window, and I can't see Dad or Mum, but I can just about see Harry through a window in the roof of his house. He waves at me and holds up a large piece of paper with something written in thick black letters on it. See you later. I hear lots of people shouting outside, and I can't handle it. So I sit on the kitchen floor with my hands over my ears, willing it all to stop. 9. Gemma. As I hurry outside, everyone is shouting over each other, so I can barely make out what is being said. My heart pounds for my little girl. Cora, I shout as I run along the drive. Ethan's voice always booms. If you ever upset my daughter again, you'll wish you were dead. Then he's coming towards me, pushing Cora, who is by some miracle still asleep. He blows out a breath on reaching me. His hair is dampened from the snow, and he's red, proper angry red, in his face. Is this your doing, Gemma? He seems to be accusing me, and I don't like it. I want to shout at him to not let what's happened today come between us. I shake my head.
Gazes, I'd never say those things to anyone.
Let alone our new neighbors. He walks back towards the door with me and speaks in a hushed tone until we're standing in the hallway with the door firmly closed. But you sent those letters years ago. That has angry to do with what's bringing that up. We nearly crashed into that man's car. I know you were angry that he shouted at us, and it was his fault. Or are you trying to sabotage this project because you didn't want to come here? I know why Ethan suspects me. We had bad neighbors move in once. It was years ago, and I went through a real stress period because of them. Yes, I'm guilty of writing them 2 anonymous letters, telling them how much I hated them and that I wished they'd drop dead. Morgan was a baby, and they'd woken her up at 2 in the morning, set fire to our bin, and stank of weed all the time. Needless to say, they moved out after a while. I'm stressed. He knows I don't want to be here, and I am so ashamed of that. But I didn't send those letters. I wouldn't say anything that nasty. I can't believe my husband suspects me. He stares me out as if he's waiting for me to confess. Just tell me if you're trying to sabotage this project. I need the truth, Gemma. His Adam's apple bobs under his stubble. I didn't do it. My tone is firm and unwavering. He has to know that I'm not lying. It's not like I was a liar back then. I told him about the notes last time.
When I went out to pick dinner up last night.
To post those letters to the neighbors. I suggest we go out there and face them because I haven't done anything. Besides, how do I know it wasn't you? You left the building last night and it was dark. You didn't seem enamored with his terrible parking either. It's immature, I know, but I can't help turning this onto him to see how he feels about being accused. He shakes his head and places his arms around me. Sorry. Okay. You're right. We haven't done it. And besides, someone gave us a wormy hamper. Maybe it's the same person who's going around sending nasty letters. I check Cora, and she's still asleep. The sooner we face everyone on the lane, the better. Everyone here will soon see that we only want to fit in and be good neighbors. What do we do? I hug my husband and sink into his chest. I'm angry with myself for losing my temper. First, I need to apologize.
Then maybe we should kill them with kindness.
But I'm not letting the man who upset Morgan off the hook. If these people have anything to say, they need to come to us, not upset our child. I agree. The thought of Morgan being upset hurts. This needs to be dealt with now. We open the door and get blasted by a blanket of sleet. Maybe it's not a good idea to go out, but Ethan is on a mission to put things right. So I follow him towards the end of our long drive, onto the lane. There is no one out there now apart from the woman in the long white coat. Gemma, I thought it was you when I looked up at your window last night. Did she leave me the hamper, leaving that article for me to find? Jasmine Slater. The name won't leave my head now. Quinn. Ethan looks at both of us in turn. Have you already met? Quinn takes a step closer, bends down to peek at Cora, then she smiles. We knew each other as kids. When Gemma came to stay with her aunt, we'd hang out together. Quinn holds a note in her hand. My eyes widen. She's obviously here to confront us. I received this. I sigh and fold my arms. And let me guess, you think I sent it because we're new around here? Someone sent us a veg hamper with a note, and the hamper was full of worms. We're victims, too. I'm actually shaking. What does your note say? She passes it to me, and Ethan glances at it over my shoulder. We both read it. You really think you look good in that coat and those ridiculous boots. Your Botox, so obvious, and you wear your makeup like a clown. I hope you trip over, break an ankle in those boots. Go on, I dare you, keep wearing them. In the snow and ice, Quinny. She frowns. No one calls me Quinny. The only person who's ever called me Quinny is you, Gemma. I'm struggling to catch my breath. It's a coincidence. It has to be. It's not as if that nickname was hard to come up with for me or the sender of this letter. I didn't write it. I would never do this. I can't suck in enough air, and lightheadedness is making me sway. Ethan places an arm around me. When do you think we'd have time to go around upsetting everyone like this? My wife hasn't done anything, and I suggest you walk right back over to your house and leave us alone. His muscles tense in the arm he has around me. Across the road, a couple neighbors have come back out and are milling around watching the confrontation, and I get this urge to turn around and run back up those stairs to the safety of the apartment. But Ethan keeps me firmly in place. He's going to make me face this angry mob, who, thankfully, haven't got their actual pitchforks out yet. Quinn nods and looks at me. I know. I wasn't making accusations. In fact, I was thinking that there was no way your family could do this.
We were good friends.
She now stares at me. I knew there was a bit of commotion going on, which is why I brought my son in. But I had no idea what it was all about. When I came over, I wanted to see you, to say hi. And then I saw the letter sticking out of my post box. I only read it as I was walking over. My heart starts to calm down. I have an ally. In all this, thank goodness, because I could really do with a friend right now. Do any of the neighbors have camera doorbells? Ethan asks. He has his sensible head on, unlike me. I feel like pregnancy hormones are already ravaging me despite Beanie barely being a bean. Ray does. Who's Ray? Ethan asks. He's about as tall as me, early 70s with a reddish nose. You can't miss him. Ethan bites his bottom lip and takes a moment before replying. I've met Ray. He lets out a long breath. I had an argument with him over his parking when I was doing up the apartment, and another one when we moved in. That makes it look more like we're guilty. Why didn't Ethan tell me about this argument when he was blaming me for sending those letters? I'm the person with a history of sending horrible letters. That's why he suspected me. At least, I now know who my husband was shouting at. Ray. I recognized the name Ray. He must have lived here when I stayed with Aunt Dorette. Quinn continues.
Whoever sent the letters didn't come to our doors.
Our post boxes are at the end of our drives, like yours, and we all have long drives and large hedges. Ray's camera doesn't reach his post box. One of the other neighbors has a doorbell camera. But they haven't come outside, saying that they have a note. The man with the red, bulbous nose is walking towards us. I do recognize him from years ago. He frowns and stares at me. Well?
You've come across shouting your mouth off. Are you going to own up and tell us why you sent these?
Ray holds the note up and shakes it at Ethan. Ethan steps away from me and starts stomping towards Ray. I don't want another scene. Ethan, please. Let's just go back in. We can talk about this properly when everyone has calmed down. He glances back. No, I am not hiding away just because a bunch of small-minded country bumpkins think we've sent some stupid childish notes. And let's not forget, they've upset Morgan. Ethan's words make me cringe. He's now insulted everyone here with that outburst. There's no stopping him now that he's started. I don't have the energy to chase after him, and maybe he's right. Ethan's a fair person. He'll say what he has to say, and I trust him not to start a fight. Or do I? Ray has just pushed him, and they're shouting. Ethan follows him around the other side of our tall hedge until they've both vanished from my line of sight. Then I hear a scream and shouts of, "Call an ambulance." My husband comes into view. His hands at the side of his head, and he's wearing a look I've never seen on his face before. Pure fear. 10. Gemma. I run to the end of our drive with Quinn while pushing Cora's pushchair. Ray is on the ground. A trail of blood seeps into the white snow surrounding the man's head. Everyone stares at me. There have to be 8 people gathered around, all of them gaping at Ethan or running to assist Ray. But Ray isn't responding. Tessa frowns at me before darting over and falling to the ground beside Ray. She checks his pulse and turns him over into the recovery position. Someone else is on their phone, and Quinn takes off her lovely white coat to place over Ray, keeping him warm. I didn't do anything. Ethan places a hand over his mouth. He's shaking. I don't know what to think. Ethan never loses his temper. Not like this. He can get vocal, but he's never hurt anyone. He steps backwards until he's beside me. He fell, Gemma. I swear he fell, but I touched him, only lightly. My hands were on him, but he slipped. But I couldn't reach. Everyone thinks Ethan attacked Ray. I leave him with Cora. My husband didn't do this. It was an accident. They have to see that my lovely Ethan would never assault a man, regardless of how upset he was. Tessa glances up at me while stroking Ray's hand. I saw what happened. Your thug of a husband lost it and pushed Ray over. Ray's 70. No match for him. Your husband is a bully, plain and simple. Go back to where you came from. You don't belong here! A woman with rust-colored hair pipes up. Police and ambulance are on their way. I step closer to Tessa, who is still on the road with Ray, but she turns and frowns at me. Just go away. You lot have done enough damage. Save anything you have to say for the police. It looks like she's completely turned on us, too. I can't wait to bin those flowers. Tears well as the enormity of the situation hits me. The police are going to be involved, and Ethan has a record. It was a long time ago, back when he was 19. I can't help wondering if it will matter when the police arrive. Quinn nods to the woman with the rusty-colored hair. Then the woman turns around and grabs a vacuum off the pavement before heading into Quinn's house. Sirens blare in the distance. I want to ask if Ray is dead, but I'm not ready for the answer. Nausea swirls in my stomach. As I turn to Ethan, Morgan bursts through the front door and furrows her brows. What's going on? She runs over to us. I need you to take Cora and wait in the apartment. I want to protect her from these awful people who have already acted as judge, jury, and executioner. They hate us, and for some reason they don't believe Ethan when he says that it was an accident. No, I want to know what's going on. Someone's had a fall, that's all. Please take Cora. It's too late now. The ambulance has arrived, and a police car is close behind. 2 paramedics hurry out and move Tessa away from Ray before they take over. We wait, not knowing what to do. Ethan grips my hand. I didn't do anything. I reached out to help him, and he fell. I was trying to stop him from falling. He frowns. The neighbors bass up with the truth, but I can tell that they won't from the side-eyed looks we're getting. They're going to blame Ethan, as they said. They want us to go back to where we came from. A tall police officer strides over, and he stops in front of Ethan. Can I take your name, please? Ethan Houghton, he says in a broken voice. It was an accident. He was shouting at me. It was about some letters, like poison pen letters. He upset my daughter, blamed us, so I just wanted to put him right. He pushed me and... Yes, I raised my hands, but I didn't even touch him. That's not the account we have. Mr. Houghton, I'm arresting you on suspicion of causing actual bodily harm. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. But I didn't do anything. I tried to stop him from falling backwards when he slipped on the ice.
We talked about this at the station.
The police officer pulls his handcuffs out and cuffs my husband like he's a criminal. I'm scared to glance at the crowd. But when I do, I see that Ray is already being taken into the ambulance on a stretcher. The police officer leads my husband to the police car. I leave my shocked older daughter with the pushchair. I'm going with Dad. Take Cora up now. Mom, don't leave me alone. She's glancing around at everyone, and now all their stares are fixed on her. Ethan calls to me just before he's assisted into the back of the police car. Stay with the kids. I'll be okay. He's more worried for Morgan than he is for himself. All I can do is powerlessly watch as Ethan is taken away. Soon after, the ambulance follows. I catch sight of the woman with the vacuum closing Quinn's front door, and I wonder if I know her from the past because she stares at me for way too long. She doesn't look angry and upset like the others, but she too is holding a piece of paper. Another letter? Quinn scoops up her blood-stained coat from the ground and walks back over to me. He didn't do it, Quinn. She looks at me like she didn't know what to say. After all, she doesn't know Ethan like I do.
I'm sure the police will sort it out, Gemma.
I can't stop my tears. Everyone has gone back into their houses. Another police car pulls up and heads down the drive of the first house. Morgan sniffs and takes Cora from the pushchair. Cora whimpers, and all I can think is that I want to whimper with her. We haven't been here long, and already everyone hates us, and my husband has been arrested for ABH, and I'm scared that Ray will die. Will the police then charge Ethan with murder? I can't remember walking up the stairs, but Quinn has led me back up to the apartment. She's already put the kettle on and has settled Cora and Morgan in the living room with a drink. Snow falls again outside. I'm hypnotized by the huge flakes, and also scared when I see that I have no phone signal. The lights flicker, then come back on. It's okay. It happens a lot around here, Quinn says. She opens her bag and puts some battery-operated candles on the worktop. I was going to give these to you, a moving-in present. You will definitely need them at some point. An hour or two passes, and all I can do is bite the dregs of my nails and think of Ethan. Ethan. The police officer that came to question me went ages ago. Quinn is still by my side. I had nothing to say except that my husband didn't hurt Ray. Morgan has nodded off on the settee, and Cora is asleep on a floor bed that Quinn made for her. Here's a fresh cup. Quinn takes the cup of tea I didn't drink and gives me yet another. I think back to when we were kids, and we hung out at the den. We'd take cans of cola and see who could burp the loudest. That flash of a nice memory is all but gone when I think of Ethan rotting in some cell in a gray standard issue tracksuit. Thank you for staying with me. It's 5 in the afternoon, and I haven't heard a thing. I couldn't leave you like this. I'm sure everything will be okay. Those letters are probably just a silly prank, but they're really nasty. I wonder if I should dredge the past up and mention finding the article about Jasmine in the hamper, but I don't. We're not kids anymore, and I don't know how much Quinn knows. The past has to stay firmly where it is, and I need to find out who is sending these letters. She shrugs. Look at this place. She walks over to the window. It's some small-minded person with nothing going on in their lives. And I'm sure your husband will be let out of the police station soon, she frowns. Have things like this happened before? Quinn bites her bottom lip and shakes her head. Not that I know of. Nothing ever happens around here. Well, that reassured me not. Also, that's not true. Something terrible happened around here once upon a time, but neither Quinn nor I want to talk about that. I stand and walk over to her, my warm cup of tea in my hands. We both gaze out of the kitchen window. Car lights reach the road outside my drive. Ethan. I leave Quinn with my kids and race downstairs and burst out of the front door with only my slippers on my feet. I run for what feels like an age until I reach the end of the drive only to see Ray stepping out of a taxi. I'm so relieved that he's okay. Quinn is wrong, though. This isn't the work of a bored busybody. Someone knows about my past. I swallow my nausea down and put my shaking hands into my pocket. Ray stands on the path as the taxi driver pulls away. He stares directly at me and points 2 fingers at his eyes, then slowly at me before turning and heading towards his path. That man has obviously lied to the police because my husband's still isn't home. And he'll do anything he can to make us leave, just like I did all those years ago with the neighbors I hated in Bristol. I had a reason to do what I did back then. But Ray doesn't, or does he? I try to think back to my past and what Ray might know. Did I properly meet Ray all those years ago when I visited Aunt Dorette? I don't think so, but then again, I would have taken zero notice of Ray. The only people I clearly remember are Quinn and her parents. He stops and turns back to me, his stare boring right through me, so I look away. It was such a mistake coming back here, because Ray is playing a game with me. But I don't know why. I do know it has nothing to do with bad parking and everything. To do with Jasmine. That fingers to eyes gesture told me what I need to know. I'm sure he sent us that hamper and wrote those letters. He's waiting for me to crack. 11. Morgan. Dad. I mumble, half asleep. Harry's mum is standing at our kitchen window. Cora stirs and then starts to cry. She sleepily toddles towards me on the settee, so I pick her up and hug her, but she wriggles until I put her down. Mama. She runs towards Harry's mum, Quinn, mistaking her for our mum. Quinn picks her up and shows her the snowflakes carpeting the windowsill. I glance at the clock. It's almost 8, and it's pitch black. I was meant to go over to see Harry, but Dad has been arrested, so I think that maybe I have no choice but to stay in. He'll understand. Actually, I need to see him. Maybe Harry knows who's behind this. Where's Mum? Quinn turns to face me. She ran downstairs. A car has just pulled up, but I can't see who got out. I run to the door and down the stairs, leaving Quinn with my baby sister. Dad! Dad! I yell as I run towards Mum at the end of the drive. She's hugging herself. The light from a street lamp glints from her damp eyes as she watches the angry red-nosed man across the road walking off down his drive. I look down. She's wearing cloth slippers, and they're soaked through. I place my arms around her, and she's freezing. I thought it was Dad. She's holding her phone. He hasn't called. I called the police. But they won't tell me anything. I don't know what to say. I want Dad home too, but we can't stand in the cold all night. A door slams shut, and we both flinch. One of the women, who'd been standing amongst the crowd earlier, walks on the opposite side with a basset hound on a lead. The dog drags her towards a lamppost and pees in the snow. On any other day, I'd smile at the dog's knitted, stripy jumper. Evening, she says, as she gives her dog's harness a little pull and carries on, walking down the path. Mum lets out a long, deep breath. She's trembling like mad, but her gaze follows the woman. Do you know her? I ask. No. I saw her going into Quinn's house with a vacuum earlier. Now that's something I could quiz Harry about. Mum, I was hanging out with Quinn's son, Harry, earlier, and he asked me if I wanted a game of pool at his tonight. Is it okay if I still go? She tilts her head. After what happened today. No, I need you. Cora needs us. Now, I feel bad, and I only wanted to see if I could find out who sent the letters, but I can't tell Mum that. My shoulders slump. Okay. We need to go inside before we freeze to death out here. I glance back. The main door is still open, and Cora's cries are traveling through the stairwell and outside. It's like Mum clicks back into herself. Cora. Who's with her? It's okay. Your friend Quinn is looking after her. I assume they were friends because while Mum had been staring vacantly at her, Phone Quinn had tried to distract her with talks of their adventures in the woods as kids, the same woods that Mum wants me to stay out of. From the look on Mum's face now, it's obvious that she didn't want Quinn to be left all alone with Cora. The crying stops dead. Cora, Mum shouts as she runs back to the house. I breathlessly follow her up the stairs, but stop halfway up as I catch a glimpse of movement in an old, cracked mirror on the other side of the landing. Mum hurries in, and I hear shouting. The more I stare at the mirror, the less I see. There was nothing there. It was my imagination playing tricks on me after hearing that bang earlier. The reflection was just Quinn, pacing in front of the open door with Kara. I go into the apartment, and Quinn is rocking Kara in her arms. Mum's fingers tremble as she holds her hands out to take Cora. Are you okay, Gemma? Quinn asks. She woke up and seemed hungry, so I gave her some milk, and she fell back asleep. Quinn frowns as she passes my sleeping sister to Mum. I can't help but hear Mum's deep breaths as she hugs Cora closely. Sorry, it's this place. I'm feeling all out of sorts at the moment. No shit, I want to say. Quinn's phone rings. She immediately pulls it from her pocket, mouthing the word sorry before answering. Harry, she says. I don't know, son. Okay, I will. I'll be okay, Mum says, knowing that Quinn needs to get home. I know you will. But what kind of friend would I be if I left you like this? Harry wanted to know if Morgan was allowed to go over for a while. He's ordered a pizza and wondered if she wanted to share it with him over a game of pool. I'm happy to stay here. In fact, I'll tell him to order another pizza for us. I know you're probably not in the mood to eat, but like me, you're a mum. And that little one is going to need you to be on top form tomorrow, regardless of what's happening. I almost want to cross my fingers. Cora blows out a tiny spit bubble from the corner of her mouth as she starts to fall back to sleep. Mum nods. Okay, it's not like we don't care about Dad, we do. There is nothing we can do for him. Actually, there is. I can find out who wrote those letters and prove that he didn't hurt the red-nosed of man, which is why I need to see Harry. I won't be long, promise. I press the light switch for the landing, but the light doesn't come on. It's not too dark. The large window casts a bit of snowy light that glints off the edges of the steps and the heavy wooden banister. I'm sure we closed the main door, but it's banging as the breeze picks up. Taking each step slowly, I reach the bottom. It's darker now. I crash into a pile of kitchen bowls that were stacked up. I'm sure they'd been pushed against the wall before. Hello? No one answers. My heart pounds like I'm about to die. Can people die of fear at my age? Keeping still, I listen out for a sign that someone is in the main house. Maybe Harry is playing some sort of joke on me, and he's about to jump out with a torch, pointing towards his face. Harry? I know I don't have any data or minutes, but at least I could have used it as a torch. Or maybe I could have used Harry's Wi-Fi. I bend over and pick up the broken item as I dart as fast as I can towards the banging door and step out onto the path. I pull it closed. Then I keep running until I reach Harry's front door. I glance back, and all I see is an old house in darkness, except for the apartment. The police tape swishes in the breeze from the balcony. A strong gust billows across my face, and one of the balcony bricks falls. It crashes to the path below, and I jump. All I can see in my mind's eye is the old great aunt. I never knew falling to the ground just like that brick, and I gasp. My heart thuds like never before, and I almost fall over when the door is opened, and Diggerty jumps up at me. Harry stands in the doorway, eating a large slice of pizza. You coming in or what? I guess I am. It's time to start investigating and find out who sent those letters. 12. Gemma. Do you want a fresh brew? Quinn asks as she points to the cold cup of tea she made for me after Morgan left to go to her house. I regret panicking Morgan earlier when we ran up the stairs to see if Cora was okay. But Morgan understands that my anxiety is at an all-time high. The stench of cold leftover pizza is making me queasy. I check the time. Ethan has been gone for hours. Cora lets out little breaths as she sleeps on the couch, oblivious to what's going on. Gemma? Sorry, Quinn. I'm okay. If I drink any more tea, I might as well just sit on the toilet and not move. She laughs at my little attempt at humor. The bus to Whitby instead. She sips her tea. I nod and smile. I think we were about 12 to Whitby and had to wait an hour for the next bus, and when we got there, it started raining. It was always raining. I laugh. But we didn't let that stop us having fun. We walked all the way up those million steps to reach the Whitby Abbey ruins. We did all that, ate our cheese sandwiches, and then came home. On that day, the wind had been flapping my coat while I looked down in awe at the view of Whitby town and the River Esk. You tried to scare me by telling me Dracula stories, and then you panicked, wondering if we'd be able to get back home, but we did. Those were fun times. I recall panicking because I hadn't been sure about going. Quinn wanted to go, and she had convinced me to lie to Aunt Dorette. When we returned, Jasmine was sitting on the curb outside Quinn's, poking a stick into a drain slat, her blue raincoat protecting her from the elements. We should have taken Jasmine with us that day, I say, daring to mention her name. I wonder if Quinn could have sent the hamper and left that article hidden under the veggies, but she doesn't react to me mentioning Jasmine. I go to speak again, but she interrupts. You're right. We should have been better friends. When this whole sorry mess is over, I think we should go out. Have a good time and a proper catch-up. I can't believe you're a mum of two. I'm not sure if she's just pivoted from the subject of Jasmine, but my heart rate is speeding up. I don't want to delve into what happened back then in the woods. I need to think about Beanie. And I can't believe you have Harry, I reply. Quinn places an arm around me. She feels like quality wool, and her blonde hair smells like fresh-cut flowers. Tea and cake it is, I say, knowing that drinks are out of the question in my condition. I start to bite the skin around my stubby nails. He's going to be okay, you know, I frown. I don't know. They can't keep him in for long, even if they charge him. He'll be home soon. But I don't want him to get charged. He didn't do anything. She looks at me sympathetically. You're right. I'm sure the police will see that. I think of poor Jasmine, the girl who hasn't been seen since that day in the woods when we were 14 and she was 16. I look at Quinn, and she looks at me. I mentioned Jasmine, and now neither of us can get her out of our minds. Neither of us says a word. A crawling sensation moves across the back of my neck, and I shiver. The very thought of Morgan going into those woods makes me squirm. I clear my throat and take a deep breath. This is why I never wanted my children to come here, and now, look at us. We're stuck here, and I'm alone. The part of me that resents Ethan wants to yell at him as soon as he's back, but the other half of me wants to throw my arms around him and never let him go. I love him, And I always have loved him, and I always will love him. Quinn walks over to check on Cora. I swallow my nausea down, hating myself for lying to Morgan. When I told her I know nothing of the missing girl, it felt wrong. But as long as she keeps out of all this and out of the woods, everything will be okay. My phone beeps, and I open the message. They're letting Ethan go. Someone came forward and corroborated his side of the story. I wonder who that was. See, I said everything would be okay. Quinn smiles. I don't know who called, but I'm truly grateful. Quinn downs the rest of her tea. I'd say my work here is done. Did Quinn call the police when I ran downstairs? Did she tell them that Ethan didn't hurt Ray, even though she never saw what happened? Is that why she's been so sure everything would be okay? Why would she lie, though? I look at her, and she's smiling. I know more than anyone that Quinn is good at telling lies. 13. Morgan. This is the coolest room I've ever seen in my life. I know I should be at home with Mum, but I'm glad I came. Can you pass me the box of pins? Harry asks. I nudge them across the coffee table so he can reach them. Harry has thrashed me twice at pool. And now we're sitting in a snug with racks of board games stacked up everywhere. The one wall was blank until now. Harry pins a hand-drawn map of all the houses on Clover Lane to the wall, along with a few more sheets of paper to represent the lake, the woods, and the den. Will your mum mind us sticking pins into the wall? I ask, as he keeps adding notes to the wall. Mum would never let me put pins in the wall back in Bristol. I wanted to put my Taylor Swift poster up, but she insisted that it had to be professionally framed with a mount. Overkill. This room is cool, and Harry's mum is cool. I like Harry, and being around him is fun. My mum won't care. This is my room, which is why I thought we'd make it our investigation center. Every good investigation has to have a name. I was thinking Operation Poison. Operation Poison. No one has been... Let me explain. I heard people talking about the letters from behind our hedge. Then I went upstairs to the top of the house so I could see over. I got totally caught up in the excitement, because nothing ever happens around here. He pauses. I'm not saying that what happened to your dad is exciting. That's horrible, and I want to help your dad. Going back to Operation Poison, the letters were poison pen letters, basically nasty letters sent to stir up trouble. Someone is sending them, and whoever did it must have been thrilled to see your dad arguing with Ray. You were out there. What were Ray and the others saying about the letters? So his name is Ray. I think about the name of our so-called investigation. The poisoner, is that what we'll call this person? Harry nods. The poisoner said that Ray's wife wanted to die so she could get away from him, and they accused him of parking badly. I don't mention that I've heard Mum and Dad moaning about Ray's parking because it puts them in the frame. Harry writes that down on a sheet of paper and pins it on the wall under Ray's name and heads it up as Exhibit 1. I can confirm that there's some truth in this. Ray often gets complaints because he abandons his car on the lane when he has to pop out again soon after. A few people think he shouldn't be driving because he's hit one of the lampposts before. I hear people talking. So, Ray blaming my parents doesn't make sense. We've only just moved in. Then again, my mum shouted at him because of his parking when we arrived. Could it be that? It sounds a bit petty. But when your dad came and fixed the part of the house up that you're living in, he spoke to some of the neighbors while he was there with his team. One of the workers couldn't leave because Ray had left his car sticking out on the lane and they had a big van. Also, when I came back from school once, your dad was at our house doing something in the garden and talking to my mum. People talk, don't they? I frown. My dad never mentioned. Knowing Quinn and Quinn seems to be an old friend of Mum's. I remember that Mum and Dad had been arguing over the phone. One time, Dad didn't call us all the next night because of it. What was my dad doing in your garden? He shrugs. I don't know. Mum probably roped him into fixing something. One of our fence panels had been broken. Maybe it was that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What matters is your dad could have been a part of a conversation where Ray's driving was talked about. He's not off the hook yet. I disagree. It does matter. I'd like to know what Dad was up to when he was angry with Mum.
My shoulders drop.
I agree with Harry about one thing, and Dad left the apartment to buy our food last night. Cora was crying, and Mum was trying to do something on her laptop, so she asked me to put Cora to bed. I remember lying next to her cot in their bed while Mum tapped away. Then I fell asleep, but not for long. I gasped. Dad could have posted the letters then, and Mum could have too. I keep that information to myself. Could Ray have sent the letter to himself to frame my parents? I saw it was as if he knew her. Ray doesn't like newcomers, especially people from down south. He thinks they buy up all the houses and push prices up. I've heard him ranting to the neighbors about it. So he has a motive? Motive. I feel like a detective, and it is quite thrilling. I get why Harry is finding this exciting. He also hasn't double-blinked once since we've been talking. We're not ruling anyone out. Harry pauses and looks at the board. Were there any more letters from the poisoner? I think I saw Tessa holding some paper up. I nod. But I don't want to tell him what was in the other one. The greasiness of the pizza isn't sitting well in my stomach as I rethink those words. I let out a tiny burp and taste pepperoni, which makes me feel even yuckier. Who was her letter to, and what did it say? He grabs another piece of paper and writes her name on the top, then marks it as Exhibit 2. What did the letter say? Did she tell you? Something about her husband not being into her. Wrote that Tessa's husband would rather have sex with my mum, and the F word was used. That was it. He writes that down and pins it to the wall. I think my mum had one, but I don't know what it says yet. She was holding what could have been a note earlier. I'll have to see if I can find it when she comes home.
When who comes home?
Quinn walks through the door, making me flinch. She saunters in like a ghost, and I wonder how much she heard. She walks over to Harry and ruffles his hair, and I can't help but wonder if something happened between her and my dad. Nothing. We were just talking about the letters, weren't we, Morgan? I nod. I think I should get back home, see if there's any news on my dad. There is, Quinn smiles. Your dad's on his way home. I can't wait to see him. Thanks, Mrs. I don't know what to call her. Back home, I call Mai's mum by her first name. Are things different here? Have I just put my foot in it? Harry hasn't even mentioned his dad, and I don't see any sign of a man in the house. Or another woman, not anyone. Is she a Miss or a Menez? Quinn. Call me Quinn, and you're welcome to stay as long as you like. She glances up at our handiwork. Be careful, though. Those messages were nasty, and I don't want you getting into any trouble. Okay? Harry blinks hard. A couple of times now his concentration has been interrupted. Don't become obsessed, Harry. You have schoolwork to do. Mum? What? Did you have a note? Quinn's perfectly formed brows furrow. No, sweetheart. I saw you with something that looked like a note earlier. Oh, that. It was just a flyer for a new cafe in Whitby. She holds her breath for a few seconds, bites her bottom lip, and looks like she's about to carry on talking. But she just nods. It was just a flyer. Harry starts blinking a little more erratically, and Diggerty runs into the room and jumps on us. I stroke the dog and stand. An atmosphere is brewing between them, so I think it's time I should go home. And besides, I want to see Dad. I'll err. We'll hang out again soon. Harry. Maybe we can get the bus to school together on Monday. That's if you're at St. Daniel's High. I realize I haven't even asked him where he goes to school. He is, Quinn says. And I'm happy to drive you in too, Morgan. We leave at 8:15 every morning. It would be a pleasure. Okay. Thanks, Quinn. We leave the snug and walk back through their huge open-plan kitchen diner with 12-seat dining table and a huge sofa setup until we reach the double-sized front door. He watches as I walk along his long, meandering drive. Security lights click on with every step until I reach the end. I glance at the postbox and look around at all the houses. I can only see the upstairs over the topiaries. Ray stands in the window, staring at me. The moonlight catches the fluttering of an upstairs curtain.
Next door us, the woman next door to us must have been at her window, watching.
I step into the lane and glance back in the direction of the woods. The tall trees beyond the houses sway and thrash with the breeze. I shudder as I think of the girl who went missing, and I can't help wondering what happened to her. People don't just disappear. The urge to run away takes over, so I dart across the lane. I stop and listen to the rumbling of a vehicle in the distance. Vehicle lights flash against one of the houses before the car properly turns onto. Clover Lane and I see that it's a taxi. The driver pulls up and my dad gets out. Dad! I hug him closely. He kisses me on the head and wraps his protective arms around me. I'm back. I'm not in any trouble. Everything's going to be okay. I glance and see Ray still staring down at us. Our neighbor's curtains twitch again too. I feel like everyone on this lane is always watching us. A prickly itch runs across the back of my neck as my gaze goes back to Ray. He pulls the curtains closed and all I can think is it's not going to be okay. One of the neighbors is playing a nasty game, and I believe that Ray wrote those letters because he wants us to go back home. We're not welcome here. 14. Morgan. Did I say I hate Monday mornings? Well, I don't hate this one as much because I'm starting a new school. At first I was dreading it, but now I have a friend. It doesn't seem so bad. I smile at Harry as his mum drives. The rest of the weekend went smoothly. And I have a bit more info for our evidence wall. Mum and Dad were a bit chirpier yesterday as they made plans to start work on the house today. I'm glad to be out of there. I know one thing. I don't want to follow in the family footsteps and be a property developer ever. It sucks. After investigating with Harry, I think I want to be a police detective. I want to be D.I. Morgan Houghton. It almost rhymes, so it's meant to be. Quinn pulls up outside my new school, and there is a sea of kids walking towards the gates, all with the same bottle green blazers on. My stomach flutters. Harry is already on the pavement, so I jump out of the car. Thanks, Quinn.
You're welcome, sweetheart. Have a lovely first day.
I'm sure Harry will look after you, won't you? Of course. Hurry up, Morgan. It's starting to rain. Love you too, son, she calls, and Harry waves a dismissive hand. The snowfall from last night has turned to slush. I run to join him and splash the bottom of my school trousers as we hurry towards the main entrance. Harry, wait. I have something for the wall. He raises his brows underneath the edge of his navy blue woolen hat. Great, what is it? I heard my mum talking to Dad about that hamper we received. Apparently, there was a note in it, but it was more of a welcome note. Whoever sent the hamper hoped we'd fall in love with the lane. I think that's what it said. It wasn't a nasty note, not like the others. So I think someone different sent it, though it's odd. Why wouldn't the person who gave it to us say who they were, or knock at the door? I frown. Or maybe they did knock, and we couldn't hear them from the apartment. Did you see anyone by our house that morning? When I went to shovel snow off Ray's drive, yes. Didn't see a thing. A group of boys stand in a huddle. As we pass them, the tallest one separates from the pack and pushes Harry over into a slushy mess. The wetness has already seeped through his knees. Jerk. I push the boy back. I don't care that he's bigger than me and looks like he could fling me halfway across the playground. The boy laughs at my feeble attempt at knocking him over. Blinky has to get his new girlfriend to fight for him, don't you? I hold a hand out to help Harry up. He ignores me as he gets up and walks off. Harry, wait. He enters the bustling corridors where kids who look a bit older than me open and close their lockers. Harry? I run in front of him and see that his usually pale cheeks are burning red. You didn't have to do that. I can look after myself. I want to say it looks like it. But I keep my big shut. That wouldn't be nice. And I'm trying to put myself in his shoes. I should let him fight his own battle. Sorry, I didn't think. He opens his locker and sighs. No, I'm sorry for going off on one. You can share my locker until you get one sorted. He gives me the code and leads me to the admin office. We knock, but there is no answer, so Harry waits with me. So, what's the story between you and that boy? That's James. He's Tessa's nephew. When he and his mom stay at Tessa's, which is a lot, he hangs out with his mates and games all day in her basement room. I used to hang out with them, but I don't think I'm the type of person they want to hang around with. Their loss is my gain, because there's no way I could be friends with James. I smile and take my bobble hat with pink pom-pom ears off my head. My hair rises from the static, so I brush it back down with my fingers. I'll put the hamper info up on the wall later. It seems innocent, but we can't exclude it yet. Harry sits on one of the plastic chairs, so I join him. Oh, and get this. I have to tell him, even though it might be nothing. There were worms in the veggies, so Dad had to throw them out. He even threw the goodies out, which is sad because I had my eye on them. Harry furrows his brows and bites his bottom lip. There's something he's not telling me. Harry, what is it? About a month ago, I'd come back from walking Diggerty in the woods. It had been tipping it down, and my boots were caked with mud, so I left them outside the house. A couple of hours later, I went to put them on, and there were worms inside them. Later, when I went to walk Diggerty again, James and one of his mates were laughing at me. They put the worms in my boot. I shiver, knowing that my family are probably the target of these bullies. I'm clenching my fists. Tessa could have sent the hamper and James must have put the worms in it. Or did James give Tessa the idea to put worms in the hamper? I thought it had to be Ray, but now I'm not so sure. I think you're onto something, Harry blinks. It's James or Tessa. It has to be. Back of the net, Detective Morgan. 15. Gemma. Spice Up Your Life by the Spice Girls blasts out on the radio, and I can't help but sing along. As soon as Ethan came home on Saturday night, I threw my arms around him, and we spoke for what felt like hours. Whoever called the police saved him because he'd been about to be charged. That makes me shudder. I still wonder if Quinn made that call. If she did, I'm beyond grateful. All my troubles have been lifted until the reality of our situation hits me again. Someone around here knows that sneaking me an article about Jasmine would bring everything back, and I have no idea who they are. All I know is that they remember everything. I hear the beeping of the vehicle as it reverses onto our drive. That'll be the skips that Ethan is out there waiting for. Once we've smashed a few walls down and removed all the junk from the house, the job will seem more straightforward. We can get everything done and leave. I walk through the main living space to the tiny dining room come snug. At the far end of a small corridor, it has an original stone fireplace, which I know has value, so we need to preserve it. It's the only room in the house that looks to be perfectly finished, which is a relief. That's less work for us to do. It's a shame. Aunt Dorette didn't look after the rest of the house like she did this room. I gaze at the solid oak Welsh dresser, which I know is at least 200 years old, and
it looks like it weighs a ton. It used to be in the kitchen.
But it looks good here. It's odd being in this room, because Aunt Dorette used to do her thinking in here, and I was never allowed in. It has no windows, and is surrounded by full bookshelves. And the dresser. Aunt Dorette would have told me to stay out of here, because all her important work was done in this room, and me being in it would disturb her flow. I laugh, because if I could say one thing to her now, it would be, don't worry, Auntie, I won't touch your room, not even in death. I go back out to the main family room. The radio signal keeps wavering, because we still don't have Wi-Fi. Aunt Dorette never had a connection, preferring to be non-contactable, except for her landline. She'd take her beaten-up old laptop to Whitby to send her emails. I let out a long breath before checking my phone, and I have a message. My delivery is only one stop away. Ethan enters through what was once a wall. The skips are on the drive. We can start shifting the clutter out of the hall. Upstairs can wait a while, as I haven't had time to go through everything, and I don't want to tamper with your aunt's old office. I've boxed up things to sell in the shed, and there's another pile for charity. All of this stuff has to go. Great.
I check for delivery updates.
And a text pops up, telling me the package has been left on the doorstep. I didn't want Ethan to see it arrive, but he follows me out. What's that? He glances down at the cardboard box. Just some chocolates. It's no good. Ethan will expect us to be eating the chocolates tonight, and that's not going to happen. I thought we should give them to the neighbors. Tessas and Ray. He shakes his head. After the way they treated us, we have to live here, and we didn't do anything. I want them to see that we're nice people, and one of us has to make the first move. I also want to check them out. I want to look into their eyes when I'm killing them with kindness, and maybe I'll be able to work out who sent the hamper. Well, why can't they make the first move? He folds his arms. Because I don't know. It feels right. We haven't done anything. Neither have they. They received those letters. They are victims. And they wrongly thought it was us. And let's not forget how they spoke to Morgan and got me arrested. He's right, but I think one of us has to make a move to smooth things over. And with us being the newbies, we have to suck this one up. I know. You're right. But let's be the bigger people here. He blows out a breath and hugs me. You're too good. You know that? I laugh as he folds me into his strong arms. Cora is asleep in her car seat, but I know she won't sleep for long. So I take a moment to enjoy the warmth of Ethan's embrace. Promise me, as soon as this project is finished, we are gone. He pulls away and looks deep into my eyes. I promise. I take his hand and place it on my stomach. This little one is our future, and our kids mean everything. We're doing this for them. San. Very soon, we'll be moving out, and you can choose the house. We can have 4 large bedrooms, an office, a garden room, and something we didn't have before. A utility. He knows exactly what I'm dreaming of. I love you, Ethan Houghton. I love you too. I enjoy him kissing me again. And I giggle because we have so much to do, and us stopping isn't getting anything done. I hold him close and inhale the scent of his soap mixed with sweat. I was so scared last night. Me too. He kisses me again. 3 loud knocks on the front door make me jump. Are you expecting anything else? Ethan asks. No. We walk through the house, towards the front door, and Ethan opens it. Quinn is standing there with a bright shrimp-colored coat on this time. Quinn! Hi. I thought I'd pop by, see how you are today. I open the door to let her in out of the rain. Sorry about the mess. I laugh. There is so much clutter. It sounds silly saying that. She raises her brows while smiling. You have your work cut out for you. I was thinking,
would you like to come over in a bit? Maybe have a snack, a chat.
We didn't get to talk much on Saturday night with all what was going on, and it would be lovely to do that. Drinks, I mean. Ethan nods at me. I got this. I was going to hammer down another wall anyway. One down, another 3 to go. I don't need you. I've got my trusty lump hammer. He gives me a cheeky wink. I used to call him Lump Hammer because he could almost push a flimsy wall through with his bare hands. In that case, yes, I say to Quinn. I'm wearing fingerless gloves, an old bobbly gray jumper, and my corduroy dungarees, the ones I tend to work in when it's cold. I don't even want to think of how I look in my thermals underneath. Ethan always tells me he finds this attire sexy. I thought I'd try to venture out anyway. Bigger person and take our accusers a box of chocolates. So I'll do that then, Popover. Great! Quinn glances around. This place is amazing. It's going to look brilliant when you've finished it. I'd love to see the rest of it. Your aunt's DIY wasn't the best. She walks around, nosing through the open doors. I laugh. We both know Aunt Dorette was a trier, but she never did a great job of anything on the house. I admired how she'd tackle the big jobs, slabbing, plasterboard walls, basic plumbing. Anything to save a few pennies. Would you like a tour now? I'd love a tour. I've only ever been upstairs once. She asked me to carry a small bookshelf with her from the apartment to the hallway. After that, she made me tea with that pretty china she kept on the dresser in the old windowless, snug room. She had a couple of couches and a reading chair in there. Oh, the room with the stone fireplace. I'm slightly jealous that my aunt shared her very private room with Quinn and not me, though maybe it was because I was a kid at the time. I know I still have to clear the clutter at the far end of that room. It's piled up with cardboard boxes, full of old writing magazines and children's books. It saddens me that she was so good with kids and wrote books for small children, yet she chose never to have any. Then I feel sadder that I never really introduced my kids to her or her work. Quinn clears her throat. She's waiting for me to lead the way. In that case, follow me. I wipe my dusty hands on an old towel and lead her to the bottom of the huge staircase. I think I'll give the snug a miss. She follows me up, past the stained glass window and up to the top of the stairs. My lower back twinges a little. It's been twinging here and there for a while, and it's odd, because I've never had backache before. The glass is broken. The baby birds are missing. I shiver at what she says, and I can tell she felt it too. Just using the word missing does something to us both. We share a secret, and neither of us seems to want to talk about it. Jasmine is someone's baby bird, and I wonder who misses her enough to get that article to me. From the landing, we don't go left to the apartment. She's already seen that. I lead the way along the floral wallpapered hallway with 5 doors coming off it. I push them open in turn. The end one was her office, and I haven't properly been in it since my teens. Since coming here, I haven't been able to tidy it up or go into the balcony room. I stare at the office door. Maybe this isn't a room I should show Quinn because of all the memories. Can we go in here? It's too late to answer as Quinn has opened the door. Dust motes float in the air. She walks over to the huge oak desk and turns around to glance at the walls. Your aunt was amazing. She was. Every one of her book covers is framed, and they fill her wall. Her main character, Chegwin, along with his magic kangaroo, Olive, had been the big mystery solvers on the island of silver birches that was. Until she decided to suddenly stop. I read online that 2 years ago, her publisher hadn't renewed Chegwin. I wonder if that's when she started getting depressed and letting her house fall to ruin. Chegwin was how she earned her small fortune, and she lived for her work. I don't think I can go in the balcony room. I totally understand. Quinn looks away. I don't think I'd like to see it. After that day, when I know Quinn found my aunt, I walk over to her, and for the first time in years, I hug her. It's like we're back in our teens. I helped her through her heartache when she lost her dad, and then her grandmother. We should get out of here. You should come and see it when we've finished. She nods, and I pull away. I'd like that a lot. I know the neighbors are a bit weird, but we all really miss Dorette. I take one last glance around the room, where a lifetime of work is filed on, her many bookshelves, dips, along with her notebooks full of ideas. I'll have to sort through this treasure trove soon, but not now. As I walk towards the door, I realize Quinn isn't following me. The sound of the clip on her handbag makes me turn around. I'm sure she took something and put it in her bag, but I can't see if anything's missing. The desk is still cluttered with paper and notebooks. Quinn unravels her hand to produce a lipstick, which I'm thinking she took out of her bag. She glides the pink, glossy substance across her lips. Then she presses them together and smiles. But that smile isn't extending to her eyes. As she rearranges her bag over her shoulder, I recognize the look on her face. Guilt. 16. Morgan. The food doesn't look too bad here, but it's not as good as what my last school dished up. I think of our cupboards, with the nuts, seeds, and marmalade. No, Mum can't be pregnant, and given that she seems to be struggling with Cora, there's no way on earth they'd have another baby. I glance at the huge clock at the far end of the dinner hall. Harry said he'd meet me here for 12:05, but he's not here. Maybe he's still upset that I pushed James. Budge up, bitch bag. James pushes in front of me and knocks me against the wall. I hate that he called me that, but he has 3 friends with him. My chest is bursting with anger. I'm almost palpitating as I clench my fists. I hate it here. That word again, hate. Hate, hate, hate. James licks his finger, points at me, and pokes my forehead. Shit hair, by the way. They all laugh. Gross. I feel the wetness of his spit on my head, and I don't want it to happen again. So, I step back onto the foot of a girl who frowns at me and pushes me back into James. So much for female solidarity. It looks like I'm on my own here. Without thinking, I kick him in the shins. She fights back, James says in a mocking, squeaky voice. Yes, I fight, but I'm also scared. There's nowhere to run. I can't see any teachers, and what good would they do anyway? If I get bailed out by a teacher, the bullies will be worse next time. I have to stand up to them, but I don't know how. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone, he repeats in that voice again. Every sound around me is elevated. Every time one of the dinner staff clangs a metal tray down, it makes me flinch. The strip lights are bright, and one flickers, and the scent of cheese is too much to bear. I've lost my appetite. I go to leave the queue, but James blocks me with his arm. His friends laugh. I'm trapped. Don't cry, Morgan. I won't cry, but I can't control my trembling body. What your lot wrote in that letter to my Aunt Tessa was gross. Harry mentioned that Tessa is James's aunt, and that James had put worms in his boots, too. James has to be behind the letters, but I don't have proof. Unlike him, I'm not going to blindly accuse him. I try to think back to what was in Tessa's letter. It said that her husband would rather have sex with my mum. We didn't write those letters. He knows we didn't because it was him. I look for a glint of guilt, but he's good at hiding it. Then, again, psychos don't feel guilty. That's what makes them psychos. Well, why did they start as soon as you moved in? We're from here and you are an outsider. No one knows you. He nudges me backwards into that girl again and grins at his friends. He's not bothered by the letters. He's using them as an excuse to have a go at me. The girl scoffs and pushes me back. Sorry, it wasn't my fault, I say to her, hoping that she'll help. You know, we used to hang about in your house after your aunt jumped off the balcony. It's an old place, so easy to get into. I feel uneasy knowing that James has been in our home. It had been vacant for ages before we moved in, and it was a mess. I'm not surprised they got in, and I know my dad probably made it more secure when he came to fix the apartment up. You're a turd. Did I say that aloud? I did. His friends laugh, then James joins in. And you stink of turd, just like your house. I try to ignore the icy shiver dancing across my neck. I haven't always felt alone in the house, and now I'm wondering if there is another way in, apart from the obvious doors and windows, because there have been noises. Was it them in our house? It freaks me out when I have to leave or come back to the apartment. Stay out of my house, I say, and the girls behind me stare. James leans forward, almost pressing his nose on mine. Make me. Maybe it won't only be your aunt going over the balcony next time. I need to get out of here. I can't stand it any longer. The pans are clanging louder. The light above still flickers, and chairs are being scraped faster across the parquet flooring. A boy sitting at the table by us accidentally nudges a chair into James's leg before darting away. More pans clang. I clench my fists harder, and the smell makes me nauseous. Let me out. I want to yell, but I can't speak. James turns slightly to move the chair out of his way, so I take my opportunity. I shove him with all the strength I have, and he tumbles backwards over the chair and onto the floor with a sickening thud. Now, there's a teacher walking my way. New girl. Office. Now. What? I didn't. It's no good. I then see Harry staring at me from across the dinner hall. His frown tells me that he's not happy with me either. He thinks I was defending him again. His cheeks burn red. How could you, Morgan? He says as I'm frog marched past him by the teacher. I go to turn around to tell Harry what really happened, but it's too late. I don't know what your last school was like, but we have a zero violence policy here. Sure you do. I want to say, but I bite my tongue. One day here and I've blown it. They're going to expel me. I know they are, and my parents are going to absolutely freak out. 17. Gemma. Wow, Quinn's house is everything I wish Clover House to be, and more. I hold Cora in my arms, and she coos a little as she plays with my hair. Quinn leads the way along her stretched hallway. The floor-to-ceiling glass all along the left-hand side is a sight to behold. And so much thought has gone into the exterior. With every step, the outside strip is picture-perfect. My mouth is ajar, so I close it. A small channel has been dug out alongside the building, and it's lush with koi. Carp. Wow, your place is gorgeous. The wall to my right is full of framed pictures of children's characters. Some of them I recognize. Then there are doors which must lead to other rooms. I realize I don't even know what Quinn does for a living. She used to like art. She was always drawing cartoons and making up stories. I find myself catching my breath. Quinn liked to make things up, which caused rifts between me and the other kids. She'd tell me things about them that weren't true to make me not want to befriend them. It's like She wanted me all to herself. I shake my negative thoughts away. People grow up. It's wrong to dwell on the past. Cora is enthralled by the wall art. And she points excitedly as we pass each picture. Quinn's parents used to own this house, but it's changed a lot since back then. What is it you do in your studio? She lets out a small laugh as she unlocks the door at the end of the hallway. You know me. I was only ever good at art. You're an artist? I'm impressed, but not at all surprised. She must be an amazing artist to afford all this. I almost envy her talent. I was good with numbers, but not much else, although Ethan opened my eyes to the world of interior design, so I got better at being creative. I started out as an illustrator, she continues. Then I started writing. In fact, your aunt mentored me when she wasn't out there foraging in the woods for fruit. I smile at the memory. Aunt Dorette used to have a little basket that she'd fill with berries and pears. She used to call the outdoors nature's pantry. I have so much to thank her for. Quinn comes closer and smiles at Cora. I really miss Harry being this small. He was adorable with his puffy cheeks. It goes in a blink. She is such a sweetheart. She is. We love her to bits. A twinge of sadness washes through me. I wish I'd tried to get Aunt Dorette to come and stay with us, because she was good to me. My mother and her used to argue so they didn't speak often, but after Mum died almost 10 years ago, I should have made an effort. I think back to my last summer spent at Clover Lane, and I wonder if Quinn is thinking about our summers more. Now, I'm back. I'm struggling to get the last one out of my mind, and I know she must feel the same. She must think about Jasmine. I feel a little sick, so I swallow a couple of times. The marmalade on toast repeats on me. As we enter her studio, I take in the huge white space, almost double height with skylights. I may have said wow under my breath, but Quinn isn't looking at me, so maybe I didn't. Shiny. Cora shouts at the skylights. Yes, they are shiny, darling. The floor is pristine oak. It's not laminated, it's the real deal. Everything oozes high-end quality. Her desk spans along the whole of the one wall. There are storyboards hanging up above it. Then I click Mika's Magical Bicycle. Morgan grew up watching that program. Did you do all this? My daughter used to be enthralled by Mika's world, and she's even enjoyed watching the cartoons again with Cora. The animated series centered around a poor girl whose father bought her an old bike from a garage sale, only for her to find out that when she cycled, it would take her anywhere in the universe. She'd land on planets and get sucked into black holes. I smile at the cat illustration. And that's Curly, her cat. I can see my aunt's influence in her work. Aunt Dorette loved anything magical. Quinn nods. Yep, Curly, her trusty companion who traveled everywhere in the bike basket. Curly, Cora says with a giggle. How did I not know that you created all this? I glance at a drawing of a girl in a cape with a baby dragon by her side. Is that something you're working on? Quinn nods. That's Project Clara. Clara has a dragon called Mindy, and Mindy has had her fire stolen. Clara helps her to find the fire in her belly so that she can defeat her enemies and get her fire back. She'll hopefully be coming to Artee's Early's next year on a streaming service. I can't say who with yet, and I think they're talking about merch too. She holds her crossed fingers up. Congratulations! That's amazing. We didn't keep in touch. Quinn's mouth downturns. You said you'd write. She lets out a small laugh. I waited for your letters that never came. I even wrote you a letter, but I didn't have your address. I put it in the postbox anyway, silly. I know. It's true. I didn't write. I pinky promised her I would. But when I got home, I couldn't do it. And now I feel bad. I left Quinn in Clover Lane, confused. I tried so hard to pretend that feeling didn't exist. As I go to speak, the words are trapped in my throat and I can't talk. It's okay. You don't have to explain. I'm just glad to have my bestie back in my life after all this time. And we're both grown up with children, which is really also exciting. Fill me in. I want to know everything. She walks over to a fridge and pulls out a carton of juice and a pack of cream cakes. Does Cora want cake or a drink? She can have a bit of mine. She pours the juice into tumblers that she takes from a cupboard. She even has a kitchenette in her studio. I'm in total awe. I met Ethan in high school, but we got together when I was nearly 18. And you're still together. That's cute. And passes me a cake. We both sit on the bucket chairs by the picture window, and she places the drinks on a coffee table. I offer a sip of the juice up to Cora's lips, and she takes a little. Quinn's Japanese-inspired back garden grabs my attention, and I can't help but focus on the bridge over the pond that wasn't there when I used to visit. She carries on speaking. What did you do after school? I worked in an accounting office. Ethan trained as a builder and started renovating small properties after apprenticeship. We started working on them together. But then I had Morgan, so I helped where I could. I lost Mum 10 years ago. She got ill. Sorry to hear that. I remember your mum, she was really nice. I brush over that as it makes me sad when I think of Mum's death. I'll never stop missing her.
I went into property developing full-time with Ethan after that.
You were such a swot all those years ago. I remember you revising through the summer. I seriously thought you'd become a maths teacher. She presses her lips together and looks at me like she's taking me in. And now you're here, working on another house. You two are brilliant. I'm happy for you. How about you? I look around again and I know my life story probably sounded as dull as the weather is outside compared to hers. I catch sight of a huge TV award certificate on her wall, and there's a photo of her with a newsreader who is handing her a trophy. Our lives are worlds apart. I think of Aunt Dorette, how her success was coming to an end, and how it looks like Quinn has gone from strength to strength. I know Aunt Dorette would have been happy for Quinn, especially if she mentored her. But had it all been too much? Could that be a reason for my aunt to take her own life? The balcony was rickety, but Aunt Dorette already knew that. Quinn takes a deep breath. I went to uni and studied to be an illustrator. Then I had no idea what to do next. I spent a few months drawing, inventing characters, and, as my mum called it at the time, dossing. She said I had to earn some money, pay some housekeeping. I let out a laugh. I remember your mum. Is she? Damn. Do I say alive or dead? I decide to leave the sentence hanging. In hindsight, I should have let her finish. Car accident 12 years ago. I was with her in the car at the time. She died, and I am so sorry that you've lost your mum too. It's okay, honestly. I miss her. We were a small family because Dad and Gran died when I was a kid. She takes a deep breath. Anyway, Quinn says with a smile. Back then, Mum applied for a job on my behalf. I worked at the arcade in Whitby while I drew, but I got nowhere with my art. Every day, all I'd do was check the machines, clean up, give people change. And then I got my break. I'd been submitting pitches to agents and TV production companies. I came up with Mika, and one of them loved her. She pauses. And look how well you've done. I can't help but gaze around and take it all in again. She looks into her lap, and both of us ignore our cream cakes. I sip the juice and wait for her to continue. I met a producer, and well, we got close, fast. And what we had lasted about 2 weeks, but I ended up with Harry. He is my true love in life, and my reason for being. I don't regret anything. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified, but I really wanted him, like more than anything. I knew I'd be raising him alone, but I didn't care. I've never looked back. My son has been my life ever since. The producer you met never wanted to be a part of Harry's life. I hug Cora close. I can't imagine not being a part of my children's lives. They mean the world to me. His loss because Harry is lovely. She shakes her head. He lived in London back then. He was married with 2 children. Then he got a contract in America and left. I decided I didn't want him in our lives, so it's always only been me and Harry. Mum helped me create my studio, and I've been here since. And from what Morgan tells me, Harry is an absolute credit to you. It's me and my boy against the world. Quinn pops her bag on the floor and takes her coat off. I can't help but be slightly envious about what you have. She bites her frosty pink bottom lip and smiles. Her, envious of my very average family life, she's made the big time. I'm the green-eyed monster here. Seriously? I raise my brows and look around. She has everything. Ethan and I are sinking every penny we have into the house across the lane, in the hope that we have enough to finish the project, and I'm scared what we have isn't enough. I'm scared our borrowing potential might be affected by his recent bad track record, should we need more money, but I keep that to myself. I doubt she'd be envious if she knew the details. It's obvious for all to see. Ethan loves you, and he adores Morgan and this little one. Quinn smiles at Cora, and she shyly buries her head in my shoulder. I'm really happy for you, but I also wish I had that for Harry because he's an amazing kid. You have a beautiful family. She reaches over and hugs me and Cora again. It's like we've never been apart. She pauses for a moment before continuing. Do you ever think about back then, at the den?
I can't.
I can't speak. The very thought of the den in those woods sends me into a tiz, and I don't know how to respond. This should be my moment to bring up the hamper and the article in it. I can't. It's as if my tongue is too big for my mouth. I glance out of her window and see the oppressive woodland trees bowing over her fence, and my heart starts racing. Quinn sniffs. Quinn, are you okay? I wonder if she too is thinking about that last summer we had together. Sorry, I'm a blubbery mess. I have so much whirling through my head, and talking of the past has made me think about my mum. I miss her. Excuse me a moment. She heads out of the door to clean her face, and I am left alone looking at her pictures again. Then my gaze stops on her handbag. I can't help but think that she took something from my aunt's desk. Clear my niggle up by having a quick look in her bag. I place Cora on the blue rug where she sits and claps. Again. My back twinges. It's getting worse. My hands shake. I'm not a person who is able to sneak around without worrying, but here goes. I grab the clasp on her bag. I can't open it. Do I twist or pull? There seems to be a knack, but my hands shake like a dried-up tree in a storm. I try to feel what might be inside. The bag's structure is rigid, and I can't tell what's nestled within. I try the clasp again, and it clicks open at the same time the door handle goes down. I throw the bag to the floor. Though the clasp looks unlocked, the bag is back where I took it from. To distract Quinn's attention from what I've done, I run over to Cora, who is now toddled towards the desk, and I scoop her up. My mouth is suddenly dry, so I cough to clear my throat. Quinn walks over to me, clutching a tissue and wiping mascara around her eyes. I feel so silly. Don't. You've suffered so much loss. I frown. Quinn can sense that the atmosphere has changed. But because I couldn't resist the urge to... I might be able to keep my mouth shut, but my face is telling another story. I wonder if she'll even notice the clasp. My heart races. The last thing I want is to lose Quinn as a friend. The other neighbors already hate me, and maybe I'm wrong about her taking something of Aunt Durette's. Quinn was only getting a lipstick from her bag. That's what I saw, and I'm wrong for being suspicious of her. She's been nothing but kind to me the past few days. I think of how she looked after me while Ethan was at the police station. Are you okay, Gemma? She dabs at her eyes one more time and throws the tissue in a little bin next to her seat. I need to get back. So much work to do. But you haven't eaten your cake. Here. She stares at me for a few seconds. I want to look away, but I can't. Then she stands up and wraps it in a few sheets of kitchen roll. Take it with you. You'll need to keep your strength up. I frown. Does she know I'm pregnant? Now and again, I feel my hands brush over my stomach. She might have seen me do that. Strength? For filling skips. Oh, yes. I stand, letting her know that I should leave now. Cora wriggles in my arms. I can sense she's getting restless. Oh! Thank you for taking Morgan to school with Harry. It's no problem. They seem to have become good friends, which is lovely. Besides, I have to go there anyway. She walks with me towards the door, then stops and runs back to her bag. Damn, I need my phone in case Harry rings. I hate being without it. The kids can sometimes be a little nasty, so he calls me during breaks if he's feeling down. She reaches towards her bag and frowns. For a split second, she looks confused, and that makes me want to get out of here more. So I head along the hallway with my wriggly toddler in my arms. She's catching up with me. Is she going to confront me before I get to the front door? Boom, boom, boom. Can she hear my heart banging away over Cora's grisly moans? I need to get out of here. Gemma, wait. I stop dead, scared to turn around. I'm such a bad liar. If she asks me if I undid the catch on her bag, I thought you stole something of Aunt Durette's, so I tried to mooch through your bag while you were wiping your tears away in the bathroom. Once upon a time, Quinn and I shared everything. Our dreams, trust, secrets. That's until we turned on each other. That's why I hadn't write to her. I was too confused. It's been easy to forget that over the years. I have to turn around. She stands there, her bag in one hand, and something else in her other. We stand for several seconds. Her gaze on mine, then she passes me a tissue-wrapped parcel. Forgot your cake. I can't break our eye contact. I knew I should have fought Ethan harder on not coming back here. It's only been a few days, and already I'm questioning who I really am, and I can't answer that question. I don't know, but I can see that Quinn is pleading with me to rediscover the past. I take it from her. Thank you. I best go. I open the door, and I don't stop until I reach the end of her drive where she can no longer see me. Cora has now settled for pulling my hair, but at least she's not having a tantrum. I lean up against Quinn's postbox and gasp for air. Then I bend over as far as Cora will allow as my stomach lurches. The cake slips out of the kitchen paper onto the ground, so I kick it under a bush and scrunch the tissues into my pocket. Please, don't throw up on the street. A few deep breaths later, I'm in control again. It's as if the universe heard my plea. Using Quinn's post box, I haul myself up until I'm standing upright again. That's when I see a letter sticking out. I glance up and down, then I pull it out slightly. Black ink, all capitals. Our note was in black ink, and the word fall was capitalized. I didn't even look at Quinn's postbox when I came here. I swipe the letter and run down the street, clocking all the other postboxes, and only Quinn's had a letter sticking out of it. I thought those letters were a one-off, but it seems they weren't. Ha! The letters haven't gone away, and I'm terrified of what that means for my family. 18. Gemma. I swallow down the bile in my throat as I enter Clover House. Lean against the main door. Then I go to slip the letter from the envelope. While heartedly bobbing Cora in my arms. I jump as a loud knock from the other side makes it judder. Cora points. Door.
It's not like I'm expecting anyone.
Ethan is hammering away in the kitchen. I pop the letter on the floor behind the door before opening it. The woman with rusty-colored hair stands on the step in the open porch. Hi, I say as I wonder why she's here. Deep lines are ingrained across her face. Her smile creates more lines around her eyes as she holds up a card. She was out on the lane the day everyone got the letters, but she's smiling at me, which is odd, considering what's been going on. I'm Zoe. I live down the road. I clean for a lot of people around here, so I have great references. She pauses. Who is this little princess? I saw you and your husband out there with her the other day. Hello, lovely, she waves. Cora, I reply. How can I help you? I think it's okay to feel a little hostile towards her, considering she was a part of the angry mob. Like I said, I'm a cleaner, and I wondered if you were looking for anyone to clean your home. This is a big house, and I helped your aunt do a bit of decluttering in the past. But, as you probably discovered, she found it hard to let go of her treasures. My hostility is breaking down as she smiles. I frown, knowing that no cleaner could make this place look better at the moment. Then I politely take her card. She's only being pleasant to get our business, and I can be pleasant too, for the sake of keeping the peace around here. I don't trust her, though. Someone sent those letters and our wormy hamper containing the Jasmine article. Thank you. I go to close the door, but she remains in place. It feels wrong to shut it in her face. Then I catch sight of the boxes of chocolates I ordered. I was going to give a box to Ray and then Tessa, but I got distracted by Quinn. It's time to show the neighbors that Ethan and I didn't write those nasty letters despite us both having a go at Ray about his parking. Please wait a second. I put Cora down and she sits on the floor and tries to pull her boots off. I grab his box of chocolates, hurry back and pass them to Zoe. Thank you. What are these for? They're a peace offering. I know we're new, and that makes people instantly suspect us, but we really didn't write those letters, and my husband didn't push Ray. I was going to give you all a box. It sounds like a stupid idea now. What am I meant to say to everyone? Here's a box of chocolates to prove we didn't send those letters and that we're good people. What would that really prove? No. Nothing. Well, that's really kind of you. But I already know that your husband didn't push Ray, because I saw the altercation. It was me who called the police to say that he reached out to help stop Ray from slipping. I'm taken aback. You did that? Thank you. Thank you so much. That's okay. I was only telling the truth. I know everything went down like a whirlwind that day. The whole street was upset over the letters, and I'm sure some of them would have been happy for your husband to get charged with assault. But not me. She presses her thin lips together for a second. I don't like to see innocent people get into trouble, and your husband was innocent. Would you, I glance back at the mess. If I can find a kettle around here, would you like a cup of tea? Cora toddles towards us with one boot off. Zoe shakes her head and smiles at Cora. No. I need to get back. I've got a house to clean in about 15 minutes, but maybe we can have a cuppa another time, when you're more settled. She heads off up our long drive and glances back to wave. As I close the door, I let out a long breath. There are some good people around here. Nirvana blasts out, and then Ethan starts singing along to it, badly. I smile, knowing exactly why I fell for him. I remember him playing Smells Like Teen Spirit on his guitar when we were dating. His playing was great. His singing was hideous. We both broke down laughing after he'd finished. My gaze catches the letter, which sends my stomach churning again. I can eliminate Quinn and Zoe so far. Quinn is a victim, like us. That hamper was definitely sent by the same person. I only have to look at the writing to see that it's the same. As for Zoe, she got Ethan released from a cell, and she seems genuine. I don't want to read what's in Quinn's letter, but I feel as though begging me to open it, so I do. I slip the note from the envelope while Cora tugs my coat. Hello, friend. Actually, hello, Trollop. That Barbie pink coat you've been wearing this past couple of days is pure Trollop. I see you. We all see you. The way you flirt with Ray, and what's more, you invite the men around to your house when little Blinky Harry is at school.
I wonder if the newbie is safe from your many flirtations.
But then I remember. He isn't. He has already tended to your bush back when Mrs. Newbie was still at home. I wonder if your secrets are safe with me. I go giddy and manage to stumble to the bottom of the stairs, where I sit on the bottom step with Cora next to me. Leaning over, I place my head between my legs until the room stops swaying, and I pray that I don't faint. The letter is unbelievably cruel. No wonder Quinn needs to have her phone on her all the time if people are this nasty to Harry. Then something really hits me. I have to be Mrs. Newbie. I think of the time Ethan spent here getting the apartment ready for us. It was weeks. I'd blown hot and cold with him during that time. One minute we'd been loving with each other on the phone. The next, I'd been angry at him for putting us in such an awful financial position. Had he befriended Quinn and got too close to her while in a rage with me? The sender of this letter seems to think so. I grab Cora and run out the door, my feet kicking up slush as I reach the end of our drive. I glance up and down, wondering who could be behind the letters. The entrance to the woods grabs my attention and it makes my heart thud. I can never escape the past. It follows me around like a bad smell, and then I have to face it every time I come out of the house. The trees sway in the breeze and I shiver. Tessa is getting into her car. She shakes her head and drives past me in her blue SUV. I look up and Ray is staring out of his bedroom window. As soon as I see him, he closes the curtains. Another neighbor, who I haven't introduced myself to yet, a woman with black hair, stands at the end of her drive. Her hoodie hangs loose over her tiny frame and tight leggings. She looks my way and bites her bottom lip while frowning, and it feels like she's trying to avoid looking at me. A car pulls up, and she gets in. Were all these people waiting and watching for that note to be collected from Quinn's post box? Do they know I took it? Ray opens his curtains again and starts to spray the inside of his window before wiping it. Maybe he's just cleaning his glass. I don't know anymore. This place is pushing me onto the crazy train, and I can't get off. Stuff them. Stuff them all. Just bide your time here, Gemma. I trudge back down the drive, holding Cora tightly. I slam our front door and follow the terrible singing to the main family room. Ethan is about to knock the final piece of a wall down. As the sledgehammer makes impact, I flinch. Then I turn to see Morgan sweeping the other end of the room. She catches sight of me. I lean on the stack of pallets topped with a length of plywood that we're using as a makeshift table, and I place the letter behind the receipt from the skip hire company, hiding it from them. However much I'd like to confront Ethan with what I've read, I can't. I'd have to admit to stealing Quinn's post and reading it, which I know is illegal. Ethan already doubted me a little when I said I hadn't sent those letters the other night. He might see this as me trying to manipulate him even further into giving up on this project and leaving. That letter is my secret for now. Morgan, I shout over the music. She looks up. Her mouth is downturned, which means something bad has happened. The chaos upsets Cora and she starts to cry. Mum Morgan removes her ear defenders. What are you doing home? School isn't out for another hour. And how did you get back? She looks down. Dad picked me up. I err. Ethan walks over to me and rolls his eyes. First day she gets into trouble for fighting. I got a call from the head to collect her. Thankfully, she can go back tomorrow if she apologizes. Our daughter has never been in trouble for fighting. Ethan shakes his head and gives her the look. She throws the broom down and walks off. Morgan. I hate it here, she yells as she stands in the doorway. My hands shake even more now. First the letters. Now our daughter is in trouble at school. We'll talk about this later. Cora wriggles and cries. I can't put her down as she'll probably step on a nail. Take your sister up, please. I'll be up in a minute. She folds her arms. I'm not your babysitter. All you do is keep dumping Cora on me. We're stuck in hell, and we don't even have Wi-Fi yet, and you're going off at me. Morgan, you don't get to call the shots right now. You're grounded, and I don't dump Cora on you. I need to have a word with your dad in private about your behavior, so just do as you're told, please. My throat hurts from shouting. Ethan turns the radio down. At last, I can hear the sound of my own voice. Morgan takes her crying sister from me. I walk over to my husband and wait until we hear Morgan stomping up the stairs. Apparently, she pushed a boy over a chair and he hurt his arm. She said that a group of boys said something horrible about Harry earlier, and then they started picking on her in the lunch queue. She was sticking up for him. I thought about the letter and what it said about Harry. Our daughter was being a good friend, that was all, and I shouted at her. I feel bad now. But I'm still going to have this out with her later. I cringe as I think of the way I flipped a moment ago. Morgan is right. I am relying on her too much to help us with Cora, so organizing childcare is a must. Ethan opens his arms and I sink into his chest. How true was that note? My mind wanders to places I'd rather it not go. I picture Ethan in Quinn's garden, her leading him into her house. Did they gaze into each other's eyes before she led him to her bedroom? I need some thinking space. I best go up and talk to Morgan. Okay, love. Don't give her too much of a hard time. I spoke to the head. The head knows that the boys bully Harry, but the teacher, who saw Morgan pushing one of them, had to respond. They want her back tomorrow, as long as she apologizes. It's nothing to worry about. He pauses. There is some good news. I raise my brows. Bzz. There is a nursery about 3 miles away from here. The head gave me the details. I emailed them, and they have a place. I was hoping it would be okay for us to take Cora for a look. I smile. Ethan leans in for a kiss. His soft lips brush mine, and it's ridiculous that I doubted him. After all, the letter to Tessa mentioned that her husband would rather get with me than her. The perpetrator is trying to turn us all against each other. Besides, I have bigger things to worry about, like the Woods and Jasmine's ghost that haunts me at every turn. You look so sexy in those dungarees, Ethan says as he pulls me close and kisses me again. See, my husband loves and wants me, I want to say to the nasty sender of the letters. However much, I'd like to stay down here with him and see where this goes. I know I have problems upstairs to handle. Morgan will be livid, and Cora will no doubt be testing her to her limits. Maybe we can pick this up again later. Looking forward to it. He turns to collect all the rubble up. As I reach the doorway, I move the skip receipt, but I can't see the letter. I reach behind the toolbox, but it hasn't fallen into that. Ethan glances back and smiles, and I try to hide my panic. The letter has gone. 19. I hate that I get no peace at all here. Someone bursts through the apartment door. I sit up in bed and fold my arms. Mom is already walking into my room. Paw Patrol blares, and Cora chuckles in the lounge, just outside my door, where I could keep an eye on her. Morgan, I'm sorry for going off at you like that. Dad explained what happened, and I get it. You were sticking up for Harry. Only earlier today, Quinn was telling me that she was worried about him being bullied at school. But I can't have things getting physical. That boy, James, he had me trapped, Mum. They blamed us for those letters, and they were pushing me around. I was scared and I needed to get away from them. He then fell badly over a chair, but he was bullying me. I wasn't bullying him like Mr. Blakely seemed to think. She nudges my door open wide so she can keep an eye on Cora, who we can both see is rocking in her tiny chair and clapping at something on the TV. Mum is already sitting on my bed. I can barely hear myself think because Cora's TV programs are always so loud and chaotic. Come here, Squidge. Mum hugs me, and it feels like it did before Cora was born, when she actually had time for me. Anxiety bubbles away inside, burning in my stomach and teasing my senses in every way that is bad. Mum's hug is helping, so I hug her back. She lets out a hiccup. She did these loud occasional hiccups when she was pregnant. Now I'm convinced. Between that, the hideous marmalade, and my parents' whisperings, it's time to confront her. Mum, are you pregnant? She pulls away with a startled look and nods slowly. Yes. My shoulders drop. Cora is a lot for all of us, especially me. But it's okay. We've found a nursery for Cora. I know you've helped a lot with her, and you're a kid too. And I'm sorry about that, but your dad and we're really happy about the baby. She takes my hand and places it on her stomach. It's early days yet, so we're not telling anyone, okay? It's a family secret. Talk of the baby stays in the apartment. I force a smile. I know I'll love my baby brother or sister when they're born. Hell, I love Cora, even though she's a shrieking whinge bag most of the time. I'm glad they've sorted a nursery out. That makes me happy. I think back to what I should say to Mum about Tessa James and what happened to Harry. I want to mention the missing girl again, but I don't feel I should. And I don't want to slip up and tell Mum I was in the woods with Harry. Mum. Okay, do you want to share them with me? She says this like it's optional, but I can see she's dying for me to spill all. James, the bully kid, Tessa, the woman with the scars, she's his aunt. He doesn't live too far away and he stays with her a lot. Also, Harry told me that James put worms in his boots once. Mum recoils and starts biting the insides of her cheeks. I can see her cogs whirring as she comes to the same conclusion as me. James is a bully. It's likely that he sent the malicious letters to everyone and put the worms in the hamper that his aunt probably told him to give to us. I wouldn't blame Mum for thinking that. It's exactly what I'm thinking. There's something else. What? Because he called Harry a horrible name. And Harry got angry at me. He said he didn't need me to stick up for him, and that it was embarrassing. When he saw James on the floor in the dinner hall, he thought I'd done the same again. He looked really upset with me. I don't think he's going to talk to me again. I've lost the only friend I've made around here. I'm sure when you explain things as they were, Harry will understand. It's not like I'm not going to try. I'll head to his later to see how he is. That's if he'll see me. And as for James, I did push him hard, Mum. I wanted to get away from him. And when he hit the floor, I was glad he was hurt, because it was the only way I could get away from him and his friends. I wanted him to feel pain, and now I feel horrible about it. Mum is shaking. I pull away. I knew she wouldn't understand. Did you, Did you find a letter downstairs at all? I raise my brows and shake my head. I didn't see any letter. I came straight up with Cora.
She scrunches her brows. I love you so much, you know that.
You're my firstborn, and you'll always be the one who made me a mum. She leans in and kisses me on the head. I have some good news. What? We'll have Wi-Fi on Wednesday, so you'll be able to chat with Mai as much as you like. Yes, I want to punch the air. Thanks, Mum. I'll apologize to James tomorrow and make things good with the teachers. Thank you. We have to do what we can to get by and fit in while we're here. But I don't regret pushing him. Mum stands and looks at me like I'm a stranger. Then she leaves me on my own. That look has left me feeling unsettled. Either she thinks I'm lying, or she thinks I'm some sort of psycho. I don't yet know which, but I'm sure I'll find out. 20. Gemma. I run to the bathroom, lean over the toilet and retch. There is nothing to bring up. I then sit on the loo to pee, and it burns a little. During my other 2 pregnancies, I had very mild urine infections, but this isn't as bad yet. I think of that letter going missing, and I don't know what to do. If I go rummaging now, Ethan will wonder what I'm up to. The apartment door slams, and the pipes we chug a little, which means the kitchen tap is running. I flush and go out into the main living space. Ethan finishes washing his hands. I swallow nervously, wondering if he's found the letter. He turns and smiles. I do believe we're winning the battle. That whole wall is down, and do you want the good news? More good news. Phew! He hasn't found the letter. He wouldn't look this happy about its contents, or me stealing it from Quinn. As for the good news, it's not the nursery place. He's already told me about that. Yep, Robbie and Jake are coming up to help. Yep, they are regular members of our renovation team. I can't help but crack a smile on hearing that, Thug. It means the work will get done a lot quicker. We'll be picking out flooring, paint, and wallpaper before we know it. I run over and hug him. He squeezes me back. I refuse to believe that he slept with Quinn. He wouldn't. Now, I know about James and the worms. Things make sense. I wonder if James even threw that article in the hamper, just for laughs. And I've been worried all this time. This chaos is the work of a teen bully, acting out and terrorizing the neighbors. I should speak to Tessa, get her to deal with her nephew. That's the best news. We'll be out of here before we know it. Have you unearthed anything terrible? Nope, not yet. No asbestos or Japanese knotweed. That's good. He definitely hasn't found the letter, but I need to find it. He raises his brows and places his hand on my belly. This will all be a distant memory soon. I don't think it's too early to be looking for somewhere to live. At least I smile and kiss him. Looking for a new house is what I really want to do. But for now, I need to find that letter. I forgot to bring the post up earlier. I'll be back in 5. I leave Ethan with Cora and hurry downstairs to what will soon be the huge kitchen-cum-family room. I rummage under the bills and behind the makeshift pallet table. Nothing. The letter has gone. There is a gap in the floorboard, and I wonder if the letter slipped through it. There's a crowbar on the other side of the room. I run over and grab it before coming back to wrench the floorboard up. After 3 attempts, it finally gives up and lifts under the strain. I rummage around. The letter has vanished, and neither Morgan nor my husband has it. My fingers happen on something flexible and long. It's a necklace. A bang comes from upstairs, and not the side we live in. I pop the necklace in my pocket. As my legs begin to tremble, I remain silent and listen. Whoever's lurking up there is directly above me. The single light bulb that hangs is swinging under their weight, casting creepy shadows across the floor. My heart starts thrumming. My phone, I left it upstairs. I could run outside for help, but whoever is up there might get to my family before I get to the end of the drive. I have to get to my family before the intruder does. I creep into the hallway and up the stairs one at a time as I continue to listen. All I can hear is the pounding of blood coursing through my body. I need to get to the apartment. We can call the police from there. As I dart past the broken window, an icy gust catches me. A huge bang comes from Aunt Durette's old office. The intruder is in there, and there's no way out of that room. It's too high to jump. I imagine they're desperate, and their desperation scares me. Instinctively, I place my hand on my stomach. I know Beanie is tiny and has a long way to go, but I don't want him or her hurt or shocked in any way, so I hurry to the apartment and fumble with my key. I can't get it in the lock. My hands are shaking too much, so I hammer on the door over and over again. The door to Aunt Durette's office slams. They're coming. Open the door, I shout. Twilight has fallen, but I can still see my terrified reflection in the mirror on the other side of the landing. As Ethan opens the door, I almost fall through it. I slam it and fall into his arms. Call the police. There's someone in the house. 21. Gemma. Why aren't you calling the police? Ethan doesn't look worried, which unnerves me more. It's okay. I helped a trapped bird out earlier, and I've seen at least 2 rats. I'll check it out. He grabs his torch off the side. Don't touch the upstairs electrics, by the way. There was a bit of a leak in the bathroom next to your aunt's old office. So I've turned everything off at the fuse board. The apartment is controlled on a separate fuse board. For that, I'm grateful. It wasn't a bird, I say.
The light fitting.
Moved downstairs when someone was standing above it.
Above it?
Call the police. We can't go out there without backup. Someone is in our house. Gemma. His tone is firm. He's put his coat on, but he isn't putting his torch down. I'm just going to check it out. If there is someone there, I can handle them, okay? He's strong and he knows he is, which makes him feel invincible. He hasn't thought this through. What if they have a knife? His muscles won't protect him from a huge blade or the element of surprise. I'm not letting someone scare us in our own home. The veins in his neck and forehead are bulging. He's angry, but at least he seems to believe me when I say there is someone in the house. Because if he mentions the words rat or bird again, I might start planning our divorce. Morgan has come out of her cupboard. She's standing against the doorframe, biting her bottom lip. Without being asked, she protectively runs over to Cora, picks her up and hugs her. I heard someone the other day too, and I thought it might be a bird, but it wasn't. Was it? I don't know, but can you please stay here with Cora? I'm not letting Ethan go alone. I snatch my phone off the worktop. Mum, don't. Let Dad go. Ethan opens the door. Gemma, please just stay with the kids and lock the door. However much I hate to admit it, the kids and I have to stay in the apartment. I lock the door behind him. Please hurry back. I keep repeating in my head. My finger hovers over the number 9 of my phone, ready to press it 3 times. 2 minutes pass, 3 minutes, then we're up to 5 minutes. I'm biting my nails again now. Mum, I'm scared. Morgan wipes her wet eyes. I can't wait any longer. I call the police, and they're sending someone straight away. I can't hear Ethan. What if he's been attacked and is unable to reach his phone because he's lying in a pool of his own blood? Morgan, I have to go out there to see if Dad's okay. She starts sobbing, and I hate to leave her, but the police are on their way. I love Ethan, and I couldn't bear for anything to have happened to him. She nods, knowing that this is something I have to do. As soon as I leave, Lock the door behind me, okay? I grab a knife, and Morgan gasps. I won't need it. It's a precaution, that's all. I try to look calm about things as I leave her in the apartment. She locks the door behind me. All I have is the torch on my phone. I listen to see if I can hear Ethan. But all I hear is the breeze whistling through the broken window. It's pitch black now, and the milky moonlight carries murky versions of the colors in the stained glass across the stairs and landing. I grip the knife by my side. Every part of me trembles as I step across the long landing all the way to the other side. With every step I take, the floorboards creak, which makes things worse because I can't hear Ethan or the intruder. I keep going, past the mirror, then past all the doors along the hallway until I reach the open door to the balcony room. Panic hits me like a bolt of lightning. I picture Ethan on the tiles below, suffering a similar fate to Aunt Dorette, so I run in. Ethan. I flash the light across the walls, on the floor, and then into the room. The balcony doors are wide open, and the long white voiles flap in the breeze. My hand holding the knife quivers uncontrollably. Gemma! Stay where you are, Ethan. Move slowly and quietly, and speak in a calm voice. My legs tremble. I don't know if I want to venture any further, but I have to know what's behind those voiles. I turn my torch off and place my phone into the big front pocket of my dungarees. I still have the knife and feel sick at the thought of having to use it. After my eyes have adjusted to the dark, I part the voiles to see a dog standing close to the ledge. Ethan is kneeling on the floor, holding a hand out towards it, trying to encourage it to come to him. The golden retriever steps back, shaking. Come here, boy, Ethan says in a gentle voice. The dog's nails scrape on the floor as it moves right onto the edge of the broken balcony. Its lead seems to be tangled around one of the almost fallen rails. I won't hurt you. He holds his hand out again. My heart feels like it's in my mouth. One slip, and the dog will be hanging by its lead over the edge. If Ethan goes to untie the lead, I'm scared he'll go over too. A small bit of loose concrete from the balcony crashes to the ground. Here, boy. Please, come here. Ethan withdraws slightly, and the dog steps towards him. With a swift movement, Ethan pulls the dog close into his arms, where he pats and hugs it. It's all okay. While spreading his weight across the floor, he leans across and untangles the lead. Did you come across anyone else? I ask, wondering if the person who brought the dog ran away. No, only the dog. He glances at my hand as he stands. Is that a knife? I didn't know what was happening. I place the knife on a rickety wooden chair. I won't need that now. He leads the dog back into the house and reads the tag. It's your friend Quinn's dog. Her address is on the tag. What's it doing in our house? That's what I intend to find out. Ethan. Whatever was walking above me when I was downstairs was on 2 legs, not 4. It wasn't the dog. There was someone in the house. 22. Gemma. Ethan marches across the lane, and I almost slip on some ice as I try to catch him up. The dog drags him while whimpering, eager to get back home after its ordeal. I glance up, and, once again, Ray is looking out of his bedroom window, right at me. I guess he heard the barking, and wondered what the hell was going on. Zoe walks up the path with her hound, and she stops at the lamppost, where the dog relieves itself. This is turning into a nightmare. We're a spectacle once again. I slip and slide on the ice all the way to Quinn's drive. Ethan has barely said anything to me since I told him I heard a person, not a dog, in our house. Ethan, slow down. Quinn or Harry were at our house. It's their dog. They heard me coming, hurried out, and forgot their dog somehow. The security light comes on as we near Quinn's front door. Does he know how absurd that sounds? I do, but then again, I can't explain why their dog was in our house. Why would anyone break into someone's house and bring a dog? He hammers on their door constantly. The lights are on, but no one answers. Footsteps get louder behind me. I turn. Quinn, Harry, I say. Ethan turns. Okay, so which one of you broke into our house? Actually, don't bother. You forgot your dog, Quinn's brows furrow, and Harry bends down and ruffles the dog's fur before taking the lead from Ethan. Quinn takes a step back from my angry husband. Ethan, let's talk about this calmly, she says. Calmly. Okay, let's start. His voice quietens. Let worms. And now a dog in our house. Quinn, what's going on? I didn't tell him about the article secreted in the hamper. There's no way I could. Why did I allow us to come here only to be confronted by the past I wanted to forget? I guess in my mind, I thought everyone from the past would have moved on, but no. Ray recognizes me and Quinn is still here. And there were maybe others I don't remember. I don't know. Quinn shrugs. Harry stands and blinks a couple of times. Diggerty was in the garden and he dug another hole. Mum and I have been looking for him for half an hour now. We don't know how he got into your house. Right. I'm sure you don't. I can't imagine Quinn sneaking around our house in the heeled boots she's wearing. She'd have been clopping all over the place, and I didn't hear that sound above me. Ethan continues. Are you trying to get rid of us? I know you were close to Dorette. She mentored you. Wait. How does Ethan know about the mentoring? I haven't told him what Quinn and I talked about. He must have spoken to her when he was working on the apartment. He's waving his arms as he speaks. You wanted the house, didn't you? Dorette had no more living relatives except Gemma. You were probably like a daughter to her, so you thought it should be yours, and now you're angry that she didn't leave it to you. You're so angry. You're sidling up to Gemma, sending horrible letters to everyone and making them think we sent them, and now this. You're trying to scare us away, all because you're livid that the house isn't yours. Is this not enough for you? He points at her huge house. Tears stream down Quinn's cheeks. I can't believe Ethan said all that. I feel as though I don't know him at all. Harry steps closer to his mum and puts his arms around her. Leave my mum alone. Harry looks scared and blinks repeatedly. Everyone is scared of Ethan and I am too. Ethan, leave it. No. There is something sick about this lane and these people. He shouts, knowing that, at the very least, Zoe would have heard. I tell you what, for whoever's listening or curtain twitching, his voice is louder still. Hurt my family. I will kill you. Quinn holds Harry closely. I turn my head and my heart sinks when I see a police officer standing behind us with his radio in one hand. Come with me, please, sir. Ethan lets out a frustrated roar and follows the officer back up Quinn's drive. I place a gentle hand on Quinn's arm. I'm really sorry, Quinn. I know you wouldn't have broken into our house. I wonder now if she'll ever want to see me again. She smiles sympathetically. It's okay. I'd be upset if someone broke into our house, but it wasn't us. Diggerty escaped. He escapes a lot, but he always comes when we call him. Someone took our dog. And they must have left him in your house. Whoever's playing with you is playing with me too. And I'm scared. Please take care, Gemma. We don't know how dangerous this person might be. Call me if you need anything. And I'm sure Ethan will calm down soon. Harry paces by the door with the dog, and I hear Ethan's voice coming from the lane. I need to find out what's going on. Quinn places a protective arm around her son. Quinn says, maybe they can get to the bottom of all this. I think she can tell I'm itching to leave, but I don't want to go until I know Quinn and I are definitely okay. Go, she says. You need to be with him, and please tell him that I'd never do anything to hurt you all. Thanks, Quinn. I leave her and hurry back. There is a police car parked outside ours. Ethan has calmed down now, and they're talking, so I join them. Gemma, the kind officer, is going to take a look at the house. Check the rest of it to see if there is anyone still in there. I let out a slow breath, relieved that the police officer believes us. Well, that, and the fact that he doesn't seem to be taking Ethan to the station for threatening to kill all the neighbors. I think he can see this is all because we're frustrated and upset. As we head to ours, I glance back at Ray's house again, and he appears at the end of his drive. He's lurking in the darkness with a grin on his face. He almost blends into the side of his hedge, but I can tell he wanted me to see him. It wasn't Quinn, and maybe it wasn't Tessa's nephew, James. Ray has it in for us, or should I say, me. He remembers the past, and he remembers me and what I did. Quinn and I thought it would be funny to spray paint one of the huge pond ornaments in that garden pink. My heart sinks when I think back to Aunt Dorette telling me that telling me that someone had vandalized a neighbor's pond, and that the spray paint had killed most of the fish. I didn't want to go into that garden, but I did because Quinn said it would be funny, and wanting her approval, I went along with it. I'm as much to blame, and I can't go back in time and change things, but I realize that Ray is a man who never forgets. He remembers everything. That's what was said in the hamper note. I wonder if he knows everything about the day Jasmine disappeared. I'm still standing on the pavement. Zoe passes with her dog and nods at me as she heads back towards where she lives. It's just me and Ray, here alone on the street. No one else would see him if they walked by. But I can see the whites of his eyes and the outline of his face as the moonlight catches it. He steps out from the hedge. Go back to where you came from, Gemma. Go back before it's too late. 23. Gemma. The police officer is talking to Ethan on the landing. I can't see where the intruder entered your property, but if you want, I can send an officer over tomorrow to discuss security with you. Can you take me to the room where you found the dog? I hurry upstairs to join them. Ethan leads the police officer to the balcony. It was here.
Could it have slipped through the door?
When you came and went? I didn't go out around that time, Ethan replies. Then they glance at me as I enter. You were downstairs, Gemma. Did you open the door for anything? You said you were checking the post? Our post box, like everyone else's, is at the end of the drive, but I lied to Ethan. I didn't come downstairs to get the post. I came down to look for the missing letter, which I definitely couldn't mention to the police officer, as I stole it from Quinn's post box. I put my hand in my pocket. The necklace is still there. I didn't get that far. I went into the main living space to see what you'd done. Then I heard someone walking around upstairs. So, you definitely didn't open the front door for anything. The police officer asks. I shake my head. No. The police officer pokes around the room and the balcony. I think you need to do something about this. It's not safe. We're working on it, and I normally keep this room locked. Ethan replies. But it wasn't locked because there was a dog in here, I reply. Ethan looks puzzled. You're right. The room wasn't locked. He runs to the door and checks the other side of it. The key isn't in the door. He pulls a bunch of keys from his pocket. It's here, he frowns. I must have left it unlocked earlier in the day, but I don't remember doing that. He runs downstairs, leaving me and the officer waiting. Then he comes back up. The main door was locked, although I did have it on the catch earlier when I unloaded the pickup. But I was sure I dropped the catch. He scrunches his nose. I don't know now. The police officer raises his brows and radios to his colleagues that everything is okay. It looks like the door might have blown open a little, and maybe the dog wandered in. I heard a person, not a dog, I say. Are you absolutely sure? I don't know now. However much, I try to recall what I heard. It's a distant memory, even though it was barely an hour ago. Yes, and the people around here have it in for us. Someone sent us a hamper full of veg, and there were some worms in it, and a note saying that they hope we fall for the place, like a welcome note, though it didn't feel very welcoming, because my aunt fell to her death from the balcony. I'm not sure if I should implicate Tessa and her nephew yet, not without speaking to her first. I also have no evidence against Ray. A few mean looks won't cut it. The other neighbors received horrible letters, like poison pen letters, and they blamed us. They think we sent them. We didn't. We had the box of veg with the worms. It sounds absurd as I'm saying it. But Ray's specifically mentioned parking, and we are the only ones to have a go at Ray over the way he leaves his car in the lane. Weren't you interviewed for assaulting a neighbor the other night that turned out to be a misunderstanding in the end? Ethan nods. We are well and truly being labeled as the local troublemakers now. Did the police believe Ray or Zoe? The police officer steps out onto the balcony and gazes down. Is he actually going to take our complaint seriously? I can't hold back any longer. Maybe I won't speak to Tessa. The police can. There's a woman down the road. Her nephew bullies kids, and he put worms in another kid's boot. He could be behind it all because we had worms in the veg hamper. And the neighbor, Ray, he keeps staring out of his windows at us like he hates us. The police officer lets out a long, slow breath. It's probably the kids. Pranking. He pauses and frowns. What's this? This is something to be concerned about. He puts a pair of nitrile gloves on and picks up the knife I left on the chair. It was me. When my husband went out to investigate the noise, I brought a knife with me. He hands it back to me. Never bring knives into a situation. It's not worth it. They can be turned on you. Any more problems? Call us to handle them. You don't believe us, do you? I ask. Of course I do. There is no evidence that there was an actual break-in, though. All I have is a dog that has somehow wandered into your house. There's no sign of forced entry. I'll log the incident, and if anything else happens, please call us again. Speak to the neighbors about the letters. Speak to Tessa, Ray, and Quinn. Do you still have the hamper and note? I shake my head. They were in the bin, and the bin lorry came this morning. Great. We have nothing. I didn't even think to take a photo of it. Police the notes from the neighbors. Especially if Ray decides to mention parking, so I drop it. I clench my hands into fists. I'm going to get to the bottom of all this if it kills me. The police officer checks the time. He wants to go, and he thinks we're creating drama where there isn't any. It's sad to realize that we're on our own. I've never felt so cut off and alone. As Ethan turns to show the police officer out, I pull the necklace from my pocket. In a panic, I didn't even get a chance to look at it earlier. It has a small pendant in the shape of a pair of red lips hanging on the end. I struggle to catch my breath. I know who this belongs to, and I haven't seen it since I was 14. Seeing this feels like a threat, like the past has come back to remind me of that summer. I'm alone, but the ghosts that haunt me have never gone anywhere. They're here right now, and I can't escape. The necklace is mine. After a huge argument, Jasmine snatched it from my neck, and I haven't seen it since. 24. Morgan. I hate that I had to get the bus to school, and I hate keeping big secrets from Mum. With what happened, I think my parents should have kept me off school for at least another day. I'm glad Diggerty is okay, and that he didn't fall from our balcony. It's chilly, so I've wrapped my scarf around my head again. I do feel guilty for taking that note, and I can't stop thinking about what was in it. As soon as Mum turned her back, I grabbed it and put it in my pocket. After reading it, I have to conclude that Dad probably had sex with Harry's mum. Should I be angry at Dad or Quinn, or both of them? Thinking about Quinn sets me on edge. Mum brought that letter in with her. It was meant for Quinn, so I reckon she stole it, which isn't cool. Then again, I stole it from her, and I read it. That wasn't cool either, but so what? I glance around the playground for Harry. I can't see him. The letter is still under my pillow. I have to show it to Harry because it's the right thing to do. It has to be malicious, nothing more. My dad wouldn't cheat on Mum. Never. He loves her. He loves us. I don't think Mum opened it, so I'm going to protect her from its contents. Then again, maybe I need to protect Harry from the nasty things the writer said about him. I don't know what to do. I spot him. Harry, I call across the playground. I didn't have the nerve to go to Quinn's for a lift after Dad upset her. It has been 2 days since my first failure of a day at school. But it is Wi-Fi day. That's one positive. I need to make things right with my only friend around here before I have to swallow all my anger down and apologize to James. Harry ignores me. Harry! I catch up with him and grab his hood. He turns to face me. What, Morgan? It hurts that he's being so blunt. I'm sorry about the other day in the dinner hall.
It wasn't about you, I swear.
He bows his head and sighs. When you left, I had to sit in front of him for biology, and yesterday was also hell. They kept going on and on at me, saying that I needed you to fight my battles. I don't, Morgan. I don't need you at all. He blinks several times. They were really mean about your hair, too. I stroke my orange streaks. One of James's friends pushes Harry into me. Blinky's slut is back in the building and he's already trying to jump her. James says. Harry regains his balance and I see rage on his face. He brings his arm back, fast, and goes to punch the bully. But he misses and falls to the ground, and as fast as James appeared, he's gone. I resist the urge to say something, knowing I will only make things worse, and I hate the word slut, so all I want to do is punch James. Instead, I offer Harry a hand up. He ignores it and gets up on his own before walking away from me. Harry, wait! I have to go to the head's office, but we have English together. Do you want to come with me? He stops dead and turns. I'm scared he'll reject me and I won't have any friends in this dump. Instead, he nods. Is your mom okay? I heard... What happened the other night? I ask him. I was holed up in that apartment, petrified of whatever the hell was going on in the house while trying to look after Cora. When Mom and Dad got back, they asked me to go to my room. Again taking Cora, and then I heard them shouting. Mum blamed Dad for losing his rag, and Dad had a go at Mum for not telling him about the worms in Harry's boot. Harry is going to fall out with me again when Mum goes over to speak to Tessa about James. She was really upset, he says. Progress. He's talking to me like I'm a human now. I hate being stonewalled. We didn't break into your house, Morgan. Your dad accused us because our dog was in your house and we were outside. He stops in the corridor, and I can see the head's office at the end. He shouted at us and scared my mum and me. We didn't have that. Deserved surat. Mum spent half the night crying and wondering what she'd done wrong. She only wants to be your mum's friend. I shake my head in despair. Things are a bit crazy at the moment. She's not normally like this, and Dad isn't either. Your mom's really kind, and I'm sorry on their behalf. They'll all come round. It was the letters, which is why I think we have to keep investigating. We can't give up now. I pause, wondering if I should share the other letter with him. The one my mom stole from his mom's post box. It could make things worse, but I trust Harry. There's another letter. He raises his brows. I nod. We can't take it to your house. We have to investigate somewhere else away from our parents. Why? Mum doesn't mind. She will when she sees this letter. We can't let either of our mums see it, okay? And if you don't promise to keep it to yourself, I won't show you either. So, where can we go? Do you have a shed or something? He frowns and takes a few seconds to think. All the time, I know the clock is ticking, and I need to get to the head's office. He clicks his fingers. The den. I bet you can't remember how to get there, so meet me at the entrance tonight at 7 and bring a torch. It's dark. I'll bring some paper, pins, the exhibits and marker pens. Bring the letter. He pauses. Can you tell me what's in it now? The writer of the letter is mean about Harry, too. I swallow and look away. It's about me, isn't it? I don't answer. He shrugs. I'm used to it. Let's just stick to investigating. We will find the poisoner, and then our parents will be off the hook, and all will be good. James bumps into me, and I crash into the wall. Can't wait for my big apology, and then Wormboy here can kiss my boots. He's already knocking on the door. Ignore him. He's a dick. Harry straightens his coat out. I'll see you in English. And about later, don't tell anyone where we're going. If my mum knew we were at the den, she'd lose her shit, and I'd probably get grounded. It's the one place I'm not allowed to go. Ever. Walking. Diggerty. Thoughts of that creepy den where a girl was last seen sent a shiver through me. My mum is the same. I'm not even allowed in the woods, let alone the den. I didn't like it when I went there with Harry before. But we have nowhere else to go. A chill runs through me. No one knows what happened to the girl, and that freaks me out. A girl can't simply disappear. 25. Gemma. I carry a wrapped-up Cora on my hip as I trek across the icy road towards Tessa's house. It's time to tackle the issue of her nephew. I've barely slept this past couple of nights. 1 minute I think Ray is behind the letters. Then I think it's Tessa or her nephew. My stomach churns at the thought of a confrontation. A box of chocolates soften the blow when I speak to her. No one wants to hear the truth about the kids in their family, and I imagine she'll feel like I'm launching an attack on her. I stop outside her postbox at the end of her drive and take a deep breath. I can't help but open and check to see if there are any notes. It's empty as far as I can tell. I see a man scraping ice off the windscreen of their blue SUV. Hi, I say with a smile, not wanting to alarm him. He glances back at me, then walks towards the front door. Oh, it's you. I'll just get Tessa. He goes into the house. It was something on the lines of Tessa's husband would rather sleep with me than her. My stomach jumps at how this must have sounded to Tessa. No wonder her husband doesn't want to speak to me or be alone with me for a whole 2 seconds. Gemma from across the road. It's you. Tessa steps out wearing a long black tailored coat buttoned up to the neck, military in style. I didn't take her in much on the first day, but she is quite tall and elegant. Her shiny ash blonde hair has been wrapped in a messy bun. I feel a state in my dungarees again. Everyone around here is definitely so much classier. I struggle to get the chocolates from my bag, with Cora in my arms, so I place her on the ground. After pulling the gift from my bag, I grab Cora's hand and walk her over to Tessa. I give Tessa the chocolates. I know we haven't got off to a good start. What do I say next? Your nephew is a menace. She holds a hand up. I'm diabetic. Great. She looks sour. And the chocolates didn't work their magic. So I'm going in cold now, and she already looks pissed off. I wanted to ask you. Did you send a hamper to us the day after we moved in? It had some biscuits and veggies in it. It was like they'd come from an allotment. Or maybe they were organic from a farm shop. Something like that. I hate that I'm waffling. It's obvious I'm nervous. She hesitates with her answer. After opening her mouth to speak, she pauses, then answers. No. Okay. This isn't going well. We didn't write those letters, you know. This is why I'm here. We received a hamper with veggies in it, and they were hiding a load of worms. She raises her brows. Well, sometimes fresh veggies can be like that. You get insects and the occasional wriggler. That's what it's like living in the country, but I guess you wouldn't know that. Great. Great. Make me feel like I don't belong yet again. There was also a note, like the letters you all got. Oh, what did it say? It said that the hamper was a welcome gift. That it was important to fit in, and they hoped we'd fall for the place. It sounds like the sender meant well. It's not nasty, like our letters. The word fall was in capital letters. My aunt fell from our balcony. It felt threatening. She lets out a long breath and smiles. Well then, it wasn't the same person who sent the nasty letters. They were written all in capital letters, obviously used to disguise their handwriting. That figures. I wish we hadn't been the note. The letter I stole from Quinn was in capitals. Maybe our hamper and note had nothing to do with the letters. But there is still the matter of Tessa's nephew. Why did you think I sent the hamper? Tessa folds her arms. A breeze catches us, and she shivers. I know me keeping her on the drive is making her cold. Because I'm breaking Morgan's confidence now, and it feels wrong. My daughter Morgan has befriended Harry next door. Oh, him! She sniffs, quick and sharp. What does that mean? He seems a lovely lad. Seems. That boy spent 3 years at school, getting my nephew into trouble. He'd lure him into something, they'd get caught, and that little shit would complain that it was James, so James always got punished. He'd be on detention after detention while Harry, poor little vulnerable-looking Harry, would get away with everything. Damn, this isn't what I expected to hear. Harry sounds a bit like Quinn when we used to hang out as kids. But still, we were kids and kids do silly things. Tessa is taking all of this too seriously. Is that why James put worms in Harry's boots? So, this is why you came. It's pathetic, really it is. You think a 14-year-old could write those letters. Putting a worm in a boot is such a juvenile thing to do, wouldn't you say? But writing a letter to me, telling me that my husband would rather. She shakes her head. With you, it seems to me like you're attention-seeking. You love drama, don't you, Gemma? I remember you from all those years ago when you used to stay with your aunt. I remember. She points to her head. I'm shaking, and Cora is asking me to pick her up. So I lift her into my arms. You were such a little troublemaker all those years ago. Are you still a troublemaker, Gemma? The letters only started on the day you arrived. Letters? I have to stop her. Does she mean the letters everyone received? Or letters she's received? I don't know why, but I feel she means the latter. She storms into her house and comes out with 2 letters.
I mean, you don't exactly need to read them, because you wrote them. Didn't you, Gemma?
She passes them to me, then snatches one back. They're ugly, as you can see. Hello, lovely neighbor. You're disgusting. Your husband deserves better than trash. That's why he looks elsewhere. And if he knew the real you, he'd hate what he saw. I remember everything, so don't forget it. I remember the things you got up to all those years ago. You and Quinn used to be such a nuisance. Your stupid aunt would always say, "Kids will be kids." Ray knows it was you who killed his fish, too. Really? It's been years. Grow up, for heaven's sake. I hold Cora closely and run up the path. Tessa can't even see that the author of the letters is blaming her. Or are they doing this to make me look unstable? I'm even more confused now. This isn't the work of a 14-year-old, and the first round of letters wasn't the only round. That's why Ray is constantly staring out of his window at me. They're trying to catch me out. I can't breathe by the time I reach our house. I almost stop tears from pricking at my eyes. Whoever is sending those letters is doing it to hurt me. I reach into my pocket as we get back to our door and pull out the pendant. I shouldn't have this pendant. It should be nowhere near this house. But it is, and I don't know why. All I know is that I'm terrified for myself and my family. 26. Gemma. I run up the stairs ignoring Ethan. He's now working with the team who have arrived. Ethan calls out to me, but I can't stop. There's no way I can face him or anyone at the moment. That necklace in my pocket is haunting me. Cora pulls at my hair as I open the apartment door, wrapping one of my curls in her fingers. I flinch at the bang coming from the end of the corridor. The balcony room door must be open again. So much for Ethan locking it. As I dash into the apartment, I pop Cora on the couch with her soft teddy blankie before turning the TV on to her favorite channel, and she's now bouncing on the settee, laughing. Ethan barges in. "Gemma," I called out, but you didn't hear me. "We're making good time with everything, and Robbie is working on the plumbing. It's going really well. I thought you'd want to see." I grip the necklace in my pocket, and the edge of the metal pendant sticks into my palm. So hard, I'm worried it'll draw blood. I need to ground myself, either that or have some kind of meltdown. "Are you okay?" "What's happened?" "It's Tessa."
I went over there with the chocolates.
"She's had more letters, and we're definitely prime suspects. Everyone thinks I sent them." "About her husband's." It was about me. Our note in the hamper wasn't written in capital letters. Everyone else's was. And they don't even believe we had a letter anyway, and some idiot threw it in the bin. I bite my tongue. I shouldn't have said that. "Gemma, where is this coming from?" "Seriously, you told me to throw it all in the bin." That was before I knew all this was going to happen. So, I'm to blame all of a sudden? I drop the pendant and pull my hands out of my pockets. That letter to Quinn is getting to me now, and I'm lashing out at Ethan as I wonder if there's some truth in it. Cora looks at us with her thumb in her mouth and her blankie pressed to her cheek, so I lower my voice. He isn't to blame, I am. We should have kept that note. It was all we had. Even police think we're making everything up. I thought we weren't going to give the neighbors chocolates. You saw me try the other night. I'm still angry at him over that. I didn't see you reasoning at all. I saw you accusing Quinn. You upset her son, and look where that got us, I say in a hushed voice. So, someone broke into our home, and you said you didn't leave the main door open. I'm convinced I didn't leave it on the latch, and I didn't leave the door unlocked to the balcony room. I don't think assuming it was Quinn was too far out there. She had motive. She was friends with your aunt, so she might even have a key. Or you might have just left the doors unlocked. Again, I'm accusing him, and that makes my stomach flutter in a bad way. I didn't. Then why is the door banging in the breeze again? We have a toddler, and that door is open. Did you lock it? He frowns. Everything happened so fast. So, So, you didn't lock it. He pauses and runs his calloused hands through his messy hair. With all that's going on, you're right. I shouldn't have spoken to Quinn and her son like that. He hits the worktop, so I'm glad Cora is now singing along to her TV program. I feel like everything's exploding, and I don't know how to stop it. All I saw was how upset Morgan was when the neighbors upset her, and then I go and upset Harry in the same way. We're both tense and angry. I did try to tell him that I didn't want to come back to Clover Lane. This is what it does to a person. It makes you doubt yourself and sends you crazy in the process. I think of that last day I spent here as a teen, doubting my own mind, promising to come back to visit Aunt Dorette in the next school holiday while Mum worked. I never did. I never came back until now. That mistake is already costing me dearly, and I don't know how to fix the situation. Ethan reaches out. He holds me, and I sink into him. What's happening to us? I ask. One day when we've left, this place will be a distant nightmare. Think of our future and the big plans we have in little Beanie. He places his hand over my stomach. When I come back up, shall we drive into Whitby and have some lunch? We might even get a seat with a sea view. He kisses me on the forehead, and I hug him. I'd love that. We need to get out of here. I'll get Cora ready. After taking a few deep breaths, I lead a reluctant Cora into our bedroom and change her nappy. Ready for our outing, then I get changed out of my dungarees into a blue jumper dress. A bit of makeup and a chunky belt later, I'm ready to escape this hell for a couple of hours. Ethan barges in. He's holding a letter, which sends my pulse racing again. He drops it on the worktop and begins to search the room, high and low. Ethan, what's happened? He holds his finger to his mouth and points to the letter, which I pick up and read. New friends, old friend. Good neighbors mean the world, don't they? They look out for each other and the children. Are you finally starting to fit in? Did you fall for Clover Lane all over again? You are blooming too, Gemma. Beautifully radiant, but then. Again, new life can do that to a mother. Pregnancy and birth are one of life's miracles. 2 lovely children, Squidge and Cora, and another on the way. Keep them close. It's so dangerous out there, especially in the woods. XX fall, that word. The person who sent our hamper is the same person sending the letters. I gasp as I think of the woods and my children at the same time. Also, no one but Morgan and Ethan knows about my pregnancy, or that I call Morgan Squidge, which can only mean one thing. Ethan is all over the room, checking high and low. He's frantically pulling furniture away from the wall, checking our photo frames, and even looking underneath the settee. I want to say so much, but I keep my mouth firmly closed. Ethan, I say in a loud whisper. He places his finger to his mouth again, as his gaze leads to the ceiling. The fire alarm looks quite new. I hurry over and whisper in his ear. Did you put that up? He frantically shakes his head as he grabs a chair to stand on. Once up, he unclips the fire alarm from the Artex ceiling to reveal the mains lad and a thinner black lead. He turns the detector towards me, and I gasp. Instead of a backup battery, there is a small microphone. He tugs the lead. It's coming from the loft space. Ethan jumps off the chair, leaving the alarm dangling, and runs out of the apartment. Before I have time to think, he's already heading to Aunt Dorette's office, the room where the loft hatch is, with a torch in his hand. I grab Cora, who giggles. She seems to think we're doing something fun, so I force a smile back. Is it safe to talk? I'm almost running across the hallway to keep up. He shrugs and shakes his head, so I keep my mouth shut. Behind the office door is a loft pole. He manages to open the hatch with ease and brings the ladders down. I pop Cora on the rug and follow him up into the freezing cold loft space that stinks of damp. It's not boarded, and I can't leave Cora, so I stay on the top step, watching Ethan tread carefully on the beams. There are boxes galore full of magazines, old clothes, damp books, old pictures that are covered in mold, and a million spider webs. Ethan is too far away for me to get any hint of what he's found. I can't even see torchlight because he's so far away, and the boxes act like a fortress. What I can see is a little path through them. Cora giggles again and looks up at me. The torch flickers. Ethan is on his way back. My heart thrums at the thought of what he's found. I descend the ladders, and he clunks down them after me. That's when he places a small portable storage device on the desk. I feel sick, violated. Ethan tells me something I've already worked out. Someone has been listening to everything we've said. 27. Gemma. We were at the police station for ages, and now we're finally back in the pickup. It's late, so I called Morgan, asking her to wait for me at a cafe by her school. There's no way we'd let her go back to that house without me or Ethan being there. I know Ethan is deep in thought, but I need to say something to break the deafening silence. He's barely spoken since the interview, and it's unnerving me. I start thinking aloud, trying to work through what we spoke about. The police said whoever fitted the device knew that us not having Wi-Fi was a problem. To work around it, they had to enter our house to retrieve and replenish the hard drive. The number of hours that had been recorded told us all that there was someone in the house on Monday night. They swapped the hard drive before running off. I can't believe someone has been sneaking in while we've been there. I shiver at the thought. Ethan grips the steering wheel like he wants to strangle it. He doesn't say anything. I'm proud of how restrained he was as at the police station, given that he's had a few outbursts lately. I continue. We didn't hear them because the TV is always on loud or Cora is always making a noise. They've had it so easy. It makes me sick to think that someone has been listening to everything we say. He hits the steering wheel as we slow down at a junction. Same. And I don't think the police believed us, especially when they found nothing else in the house. The intruder seems to have come and gone like a ghost, leaving nothing behind. While we were being interviewed, we gave another officer our keys. They dusted the loft hatch and Aunt Durette's office for prints. It's going to be weeks before forensics process everything, I say. The look on the police officer's face told me that he doubted us. We're a long way off from being a priority for them. To top things off, they were all called out to attend to a tree that had fallen on several cars during a recent storm. Great. No one believes us, and even if they did, they are too busy dealing with emergency call-outs. I can't believe they brought up your arrest. I continue saying to Ethan, you were cleared. There was no reason to do that. They're all as bad as each other, the police and the neighbors. They hate outsiders, and they hate us. Everything is a mess, a terrifying mess. I put my phone in my bag, glad I took a photo of the recent letter. Ethan lets out a long sigh. I agree. We need to focus on getting the job done fast so we can leave. Is he suggesting that we stay there after all that's happened? I'm scared. I'm Ethan. I don't want to go back. I know. I don't either. But we don't have the funds to start staying in hotels if we're to finish this project. Whoever it is couldn't get into the apartment, which is why they had to go in through the loft. Also, I'm not letting these arseholes run us out of the house. We need to make sure we don't leave the main door on the latch again, and we'll be okay. But we didn't leave it on the latch last night. I know. He doubts. Me and himself. I messaged Robbie and asked him to grab a doorbell camera, but we don't have Wi-Fi yet, so that's not going to help. He also put a new smoke alarm in the apartment. I want to shout about how that is his fault, but arguing now wouldn't be the best thing to do. I'm also livid that we forgot to book an appointment with the nursery for Cora. As for the Wi-Fi problem, I can't believe the engineer canceled on us due to the weather. Morgan is going to be upset, and it'll be me who bears the brunt of her moods. We need to collect our daughter. Great. I guess we have no choice but to stay. I wish my mum was still alive. If I could bundle the kids up into the car and drive away from Clover House, I would. But the truth is, we have nowhere else to go. Ethan's parents live in a one-bedroomed flat in Cornwall, and they have barely any money. We can't just turn up there and camp out in their living room. We're trapped. I love you, Gemma. We'll get through this, and we'll get the job done quickie.
I love you too. My phone beeps.
I read the WhatsApp. Harry's mum took me home. X. My heartbeat ramps up. I call her. Morgan, where are you? I put her on loudspeaker so Ethan can hear. Chill, Mum. I'm at Harry's. That's why I messaged you. I use their Wi-Fi. Is the Wi-Fi sorted at our? Cancelled due to bad weather. Sorry, love. Ethan delivers the bad news. Morgan hears him through the phone. Great. Stuck in the dark ages still. I'll call Mai on WhatsApp while I'm here. Morgan! What? I reply. Whatever you do, don't go back to the apartment. The team are there doing a bit of work. Morgan. I can't tell her that someone was recording us. It's too much. Yep. Why did you get a lift home instead of staying in the cafe like I asked you to? James and his friends were heading there. I didn't want to be around him. I let out a long breath. Okay, just stay put. We're on our way back. Cora sleeps in her chair on the back seat, and snow has started to fall thick on the windscreen. The wind whips up the trees. Ethan? He indicates, and we're soon driving out of the town and along the country roads. It definitely wasn't Tessa's nephew, James. Which means he was at school when we received that letter. I owe Tessa an apology. But then again, she wasn't exactly nice to me. I worry as a weather report comes on the radio. Keep safe out there tonight in Whitby. We're expecting snow, and there have been several reports of fallen trees. Emergency services are attending to a major incident on Belmont Street. Stay tuned, because we'll have more details for you soon. Keep checking in for more updates on public transport and school closures. The traffic report is coming up next. My mind goes back to the letter which said new friends. Old friend. I'm more certain than ever that this is about me. Whoever is doing all this is out to get me. Not my children, not my husband. Me. The police think we're a joke, but I know things they don't. Things that are utterly terrifying. 28. Quinn. Mum! Harry calls up the stairs as Quinn sits on her bed. Yes, sweetheart. She throws the letter into her bedside drawer as Harry enters her room. What was that? He asks. She raises her brows and smiles. Nothing. I'm just tidying up a bit and having a rest. I'll be down soon. Cool. Morgan and I were going to walk Diggerty in a bit. Thought I'd let you know in case you wondered where I'd gone. Okay. No going into the woods, though. He nods. Can we have the leftover samosas from the fridge? Of course. I'll cook something better in a bit. Harry? Yes. Can I have a hug? He walks over and lies next to her like when he was a little kid. And she holds him close, taking in his smell. He's gone from baby powder to very masculine body spray. She misses him being little. He pulls away. What would you like to eat later? I don't want anything. I had a big lunch. He gets up off the bed and leaves as fast as he arrived. His footsteps thundering down the stairs leave her feeling hollow. Her boy is growing up so fast. And all she wants to do is keep him close and away from all the hate and negativity in the world. She lets out a frustrated laugh as she pulls a strip of her gel polish from her thumbnail. She didn't tell Gemma how much she also hates the neighbors, and indeed everyone. Ray has always had it in for Quinn. His views on having children out of wedlock never went unknown. Tessa. What a bitch. Always thinks she's better than everyone else. Her husband groped Quinn's butt when they attended a party at Sid's house. Then there are Zoe and Sid. They weren't too bad. As for Ruby, the IT nerd, Quinn was sure that she was aware that Quinn had caused her relationship to break up by having a one-night thing with her ex. Like Gemma, Quinn has finally had enough of Clover Lane. Very soon, she and Harry will be gone. She reaches into her bedside drawer and pulls the letter out. Black ink in Dorette's handwriting, capital letters. She holds the letter in her hand. Hello, friend and neighbor. I say hello, but really, I hate you. I hope you die a long, horrible death, because you deserve it. In fact, I will make sure of it, because everyone wants to see you and Harry dead. You might just slip off a balcony and end up cold on a slab, just like Dorette, and you loved Dorette so much. Die, bitch! Quinn's hands shake from all the adrenaline coursing through her veins. The paper flaps with each tremor as she reads it several times. It's time, so she creeps down the stairs hoping that no one will see her leave the house. The sound of the microwave humming seals her footsteps as she sneaks past the kids and quietly out of the door. Even Diggerty won't wonder why she's leaving the house while there's food around. She sneaks out into the snow, shaking as she holds the letter she's just written. Fresh and ready to enter a post box, her heart bangs while she lets out a long, slow breath. Before dropping the letter into the box, letting out a nervous laugh with her hand over her mouth, she gazes up and down the street. There's not a soul in sight. As she stands under a street lamp, she spots a smear of black ink on her hand. Die, bitch! 29. Morgan. Diggerty runs out of the room. Harry calls up to his mum, but there's no answer. I check my phone, hoping that Mai will have seen my message and missed call. But I don't think she has. I'm so annoyed about the Wi-Fi situation at home. I hate my stupid life right now. At least, I have Harry to hang with. The microwave pings. Harry runs back into the kitchen where he drops the steaming hot samosas onto a couple of plates. Splites. Mum must be out. He goes to pick up his samosa and burns his fingers, so he drops it again. Probably gossiping with the neighbors about the letters. I remember now, she said. She had to get something from the shop earlier. He licks the grease off his fingers. My mouth waters. I didn't have lunch today, as I didn't want to bump into James again. I sat on my own in the library, like some friendless loser, dweeb. My teeth sink into the warm yumminess, and I gobble it down. It barely touches the sides. Will you be all right for a sec? I'll just go and grab our stuff from the games room. He takes his samosa with him and leaves me in their giant kitchen full of gleaming marble surfaces. Light bounces off the worktops, and I can't help but have a nose around. Diggerty follows me. There's a long shelf spanning the whole wall that is stacked with the prettiest pots that look like they've never been used, all in a deep reddish color. One day, when I have my own house, I want a huge kitchen-cum-entertaining room like this to party in. I drop my empty plate in the sink full of murky washing up water and listen as it bangs and thuds before settling on another plate. Then I spot Quinn's handbag. Who goes anywhere without their bag, especially to a shop? It's a fancy pink bag with a huge clasp on the front. It's open. A purse and what looks like a tiny notebook stick out. There is a name written on the spine, Clara. I take the tiny leather-bound book, and it falls open on the first page. It smells musty and old. Almost like parts of Clover House. That place stinks of old pond, cigarette, and dust. All at the same time. There's a date written at the top of the page. August 2 years ago. I glance around to see if I'm really alone in the kitchen. And I am. A coldness runs along my spine, and that makes me check the corners of the room. I never feel alone at Clover House, and that's making me a bit paranoid. What if Quinn has cameras and can see me snooping? I don't even know why I'm snooping in some stupid, smelly notebook. I guess it's because we're all looking for answers, and I don't trust anyone except Harry. I read what comes next and frown. This book belongs to Dorette Newman. If found, please return to Clover House on Clover Lane, Whitby. A reward will be paid. Her home phone number is neatly written underneath. I figure the book must have been important to her if she was offering a reward for its return. So, why does Quinn have my great-aunt's notebook? I think back to what Mum and Dad have been saying. Quinn and Dorette were friends. Maybe Dorette gave it to her. But why would she? This is my great-aunt's work, but Quinn has it. After flicking through a couple of pages, I smile at the little drawings of a friendly dragon with a bow on her head. Another sketch of a little girl brandishing a sword and fighting some evil blob coming out of what looks like a volcano. That name again, Clara, is written in black ink, capital letters, above the drawing, and an arrow points from the name to the girl. Black ink, capital letters. The letters sent to the neighbors were written this way. I turn the page. There are more notes on the little dragon. A door crashes against the kitchen wall, and I almost jump back as Quinn comes in shaking the snow out of her hair. I throw the notebook back into her bag, and I start playing with the ends of my blue scarf. I force myself to smile at Quinn, but she doesn't smile back, not to begin with. I can't work out if she caught me snooping. It's like she's trying to read me. Her gaze darts to her bag. In my head, I say 4 words. I don't trust Quinn. 30. Morgan. Diggerty. Quinn ruffles his fur, then throws him a treat, and the dog runs after it. Her cheeks are red. Damp glistens in dots on her face, where snowflakes have melted on her warm skin. "Brr," she says as she takes her coat off but leaves her scarf on. If Quinn caught me snooping, she's not giving anything away. I need to get out of here. Where's Harry when I need him? It's hot here, not like Clover House. I still wonder why she never took her purse to the shop. She doesn't even have any shopping on her. It's obvious that Quinn didn't go to the shop. I can't really mention my thoughts on this to Harry, so I think I'll start keeping my own notes, separate to what we share at the den. I quickly record them in my phone. Quinn has Great Aunt Dorette's notebook. And she didn't go to the shop, and she might know that I looked at the book in her bag. Then again, it was only Harry who thought Quinn had gone to the shop. We have no idea where Quinn went. A sinking feeling washes through me. Harry and I are going back through the woods soon, in the dark to the den. That place creeped me out in daylight, and I know Mum is dead set against me, stepping foot in those woods. I must be mad, but it's something we have to do. We need some privacy, to talk about the letters without our parents hearing. What about the girl who went to the woods and was never seen again? Quinn walks over to her bag and nudges the notebook fully into the main pocket, and she closes it with a click. Where's Harry? He's in the games room looking for his hoodie, I think. I can't say he's gone to pack up our investigation, because we're taking it to the den. I could ask her some questions about the den and the missing girl. That might help, and I can share that information with Harry. Quinn might have lived here back then. She might have even known the girl. Harry mentioned a girl who went missing years ago in the woods. That must have been scary. Did you know her? Quinn looks like a rabbit in headlights. She opens and closes her mouth, like she doesn't know what to say. Her face twitches slightly, in a way that most people might not notice. I definitely feel I'll make a good detective one day. I'm getting sidetracked now, but I like the way that sounded. I look at Quinn and smile. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. I'm curious because we're going to the woods in a minute, and I want to feel safe. A sudden thought crosses my mind. What if James and his friends are there? I don't know when he stays at Tessa's house, but it must be a lot if he has his friends over. There is a small estate at the other side of a pond. Harry told me about it. He said it's where James's friends live, the same friends who upset me in the school dinner queue. It's okay. I didn't know Harry knew about her, but kids talk, so I'm not surprised. It was upsetting at the time, but it isn't a mystery. She ran away from home. I scrunch my brows. People don't up and run away from home for no reason. That's sad. That's sad. I can't imagine being out in the big wide world alone. It was, but she had a different upbringing to us. Jasmine. Quinn clicks her fingers like she's just remembered. Yes, her mother had a drug problem, and her dad, from what I recall, was a drinker. Her home life wasn't nice. At least, she wasn't murdered and buried in the woods, I think. If no one ever found her, she could be anywhere, and someone still leaves pink ribbons tied around a tree in her memory. Jasmine. We have a name. When was this? I can't quite remember. Over 20 years ago. She'd be about the same age as my mum and Quinn then. I wonder if Quinn hung out at the den. Did Jasmine live on Clover Lane? Quinn shakes her head. She lived on an estate close by. She used to come here to hang out with friends, but not often. Quinn frowns. She had this little Pekingese dog that she used to always bring with her. She looks out of the window at the bridge in her garden, like she's deep in thought. Then she brushes her lips gently with a finger and frowns. I'm looking at her reflection, but she's not looking at me. It's as if she's staring into thin air. I obviously won't share with Harry, friends, that I think there's something strange about his mum. She looks like she lives in her head, thinking and running past thoughts and conversations through it. See pain fine on her cyan. Etched on her face. But we know that Quinn didn't send the letters. Quinn received a letter. The one that my mum stole from her post box. It's like whatever spell Quinn is under breaks. She walks to the worktop and grabs a bottle of red wine and pours a glass. Then she goes back to the window. Harry bursts through the door, blinking, with his coat and rucksack on his back. Off to walk, Diggerty, then I'm going to hang out with Morgan for a bit. We'll stay close by. Quinn doesn't acknowledge what he said, so we leave. Is your mum okay? I ask. Yes, she gets like this. It's just the creative juices. That's what she calls it. She imagines the scenes in her head, has a couple of glasses of wine, and lets them play out. After that, she normally runs into her studio and starts to storyboard and write notes. I know it sounds mad. I was just asking her about the missing girl. We're walking down his drive and a snowflake lands on my nose. He turns to look at me as we reach the road, and she spoke about the girl? Yes. She told me her name was Jasmine, and she ran away because her mum had a drug problem and her dad drank a lot. Okay. I've asked her before, and she's always refused, saying it was an urban legend. Maybe she didn't want to scare me. I shrug my shoulders. There's not much I can say to that. As we reach the entrance to the woods, Harry lets Diggory off his lead, and the dog begins to run and sniff at tree trunks before peeing up as many as he can manage until he's all dried out. I glance back, knowing that I'm not meant to be here. My parents will never find out. I go to mention the notebook in Quinn's bag. It's odd that she had it. I can't see it being given as a gift, but what do I know? My stomach sinks a little. Maybe Dorette knew she was going to die or even take her own life. Either that notebook was a gift to Quinn or Quinn stole it. Street lamps lead the way through the woods, and we follow them until they run out. What looked like a beautiful snow-carpeted winter wonderland almost feels still and otherworldly. This is the last place that anyone ever saw Jasmine. A trace of her must lie here somewhere, but no one has ever found it. I'm picturing a girl about my age, never going home one day, and I gasp. Once again, I'm heading into the woods. Only this time, I'm keeping track of the twists and turns we make. There's a slight path, barely noticeable. As long as the snow doesn't fall too deeply, I should be able to follow it. I never want to feel lost again. "31. Gemma." As we pull up next to Robbie and Jake's work van, I try to phone Morgan again. The call isn't connecting. She must have turned her phone off. It looks like I'll have to go over to Quinn's to get her. A part of me hopes that Ethan will pipe up to say he'll get Morgan. And, in the process, say sorry to Quinn. My teeth almost itch at the thought as I mull over what was in Quinn's letter. Did something happen between them when he was fixing the apartment up? Maybe Quinn is threatening to tell me. I saw my husband lose himself on the street over the hamper the other day. Then again, with Quinn last night. I've never seen him like this before. Rather you than me. Ethan replies as he pulls the handbrake on. I don't know. It might have been a good opportunity to say sorry for going off on one last night. Still, allowing doubt to niggle away at me, I take in his reaction, but he gives me nothing to work with. Now I'm thinking he doesn't want to face her because something did go on between them. What do you say? I'm silently judging his body language now. Not going to happen. My arms and hands feel electric with nerves. Suspicions aside, I don't want to go over there. Ethan is obviously leaving the unpleasantries to me after he let his mouth run away with him. I feel like I apologized to Quinn enough last night. But I can't say sorry for Ethan. We live on the same lane, so it's inevitable that we're all going to bump into each other. However much I also hate that prospect.
You take Cora up and get her fed and settled, and I'll get Morgan.
Maybe I have drawn the long straw because Cora is tired and she's starting to cry as he lifts her out of her car seat. I know she's going to be a nightmare to settle after being at the police station for most of the afternoon. Okay, and I'll see how things are going inside. Robbie and Jake are pulling a late one to get on top of everything. With Cora in his arms, Ethan walks off, leaving me to do the deed. Cora's cries quieten the further away he gets from me. As I crunch through the snow to cross the lane, I see that Quinn has just emptied her postbox, and now she's heading back onto her drive. I call out, "Quinn!" She doesn't hear me, so I start running, but it's hard in the snow while wearing my useless boots. I really need to order some wellies. It's not like back home where the gritter lorries are out at the first sign of frost. Civilization doesn't extend to Clover Lane. I'm almost upon Quinn, but she seems to be in a world of her own. "Quinn," I shout. She enters her house and completely ignores me as she closes the front door. I thump the door like mad and ring the bell over and over again, but no one answers. It's a huge house, but surely Harry or Morgan can hear me. I'm still annoyed at Morgan for making me come over here, but after the day we've had, I just want to get her home and give her a big hug. If only she had waited in the cafe, like I asked her to. Light floods through the window at the far end of the building. Quinn's studio. I carefully step between her glass wall and the elongated fish pond feature until I'm at the end of the building. Then I watch her as she picks up a huge drawing of a smiley dragon with a bow on its head. She places it down and grabs a large glass of red wine and swigs greedily from it. She kicks off her boots and exposes her gray ribbed socks that just show under her long maroon pleather skirt. Her tiny waist is nipped in at the middle and a white as fresh snow polo. Top reaches up the length of her neck. She looks like the Quinn I know from back then, but a little more sophisticated. Then she takes out a cigarette and lights it. That takes me back. She used to steal the odd cigarette from her mum. Quinn encouraged me to try one once, and I nearly choked my guts up. I tap on the window with anticipation, and she still doesn't look. It's only then I realize she has earbuds in. She begins to dance, sliding across the floor and holding her hands above her head. Then she turns, and her gaze catches mine. I want to look away. It feels like I've intruded on her privacy, but I can't help wondering what she was listening to, so I smile and awkwardly wave while scrunching my nose up. She points to the patio doors at the opposite end of the room, so I run around the house until I reach her garden. She opens the door. Gemma. She blows a plume of smoke into the snowy air and offers me a drag. No thanks. I haven't touched one since we last lit up in the woods all those years ago. I can't help but smile. The look on Quinn's face tells me that she's not mad about last night. She still looks as warm and friendly as the other day, despite me wondering if she knew I tried to get into her bag. Well, you need to live a bit, Jem, and Quinny. That's what we called each other back then. Seeing her now makes me smile. It's like the worry of the recording device. The note, the necklace, and every other horrible thing that's going on around here has melted away. I'm assuming the kids are in the games room that Morgan spoke about. She grabs an almost empty bottle of wine from the side and pours what's left into her wine glass. It's only then I can tell she's slightly tipsy. She instructs her smart speaker to play her favorite song. Wuthering Heights by Kate Bush comes on. I was just listening to this, Jem. Remember when we used to play it back then in the den on my mum's little portable CD player? It was her CD, but we loved it, so we used to nick it. She laughs. I check my phone and see that Morgan hasn't read my message. I can only imagine that she's having a lovely time and that she's forgotten I even exist. Those were fun times, but I need to get back. I came over to get Morgan. I pause, knowing I sound a little abrupt. About last night again. I feel terrible, and Ethan does too. Shush, Jem. Don't ruin the atmosphere. The kids are fine. Sinai. They've gone to walk Diggerty, but it's okay. Harry knows he can't take him into the woods at night. They're just walking around the estate, or maybe by the pond and up that path. It's well lit up, and it's still early. I'm now angry. It might not be late, but it's pitch black out there. Morgan isn't here, and I can't contact her. With all that's going on, and Div could stand closer to home, but then again, at least she's with Harry and has the protection of a dog. If I'm to keep things as normal as possible for her, I need to give her space to hang out with friends, while Ethan and I deal with the shitstorm going on around us. Maybe I can share what's been happening with Quinn. She's half cut. Still, it's worth a try. Sit down, Jem. Let me get some nuts, or I don't know. She pulls out a bag of sweets from a drawer. I saw these earlier. You used to love them, so I bought them for you. She places the bag of cherry lip sweets on her coffee table and opens them. I stand straight, suddenly rigid from seeing them. They remind me of that necklace you always wore, the one with the lips. She lets out a laugh and eats a sweet before swilling it down with a huge gulp of red wine. Gosh, they taste nicer with wine. Have one. She pushes the bag my way then, licks a dark smear on her hand before rubbing it on her skirt. I nervously take one and then eat it. Do you still have that necklace? She begins to play with the knot pendant on the end of her own necklace as she smiles warmly. It's as if she knows I found it. How could she know? I only found it by chance. Could Quinn have sneaked in and taken the letter when we were all upstairs? Did Ethan leave the front door on the catch before he came up? We've been through this. Maybe he'd popped out to see Quinn. There, I did it. I suspected Quinn of trying to seduce my husband, or him, of sneaking out to see her. The way she eats those cherry lips is captivating, seductive. Had Ethan fallen for her charms? Is he now fighting those feelings and taking everything out on Quinn instead? I shake my head and mutter the word no. Sit! You look so uncomfortable. Kick your shoes off. Relax. All I can hear is her voice over Kate Bush's haunting wails. My senses are in a state of overwhelm, and the blast from my past is making my heart bang. It's like we're back in the past. In my mind, we're in the den, slightly drunk on chopped cider. The air is thick and smoky, and we're eating cherry lips while listening to this very song. I want to run out of here, but my legs have turned to stone. Okay, don't sit. Let's dance. Holding what's left of the cigarette, Quinn starts waving her arms around. I spot her phone on the coffee table, and it's lit up and open in an app. I used to use it when we lived in Bristol. Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm sure I catch sight of Jasmine's name before the light on her phone goes off, and I can't read what she was looking at last. She grabs my hand, drops the cigarette, and stamps on it, not caring one bit about her beautiful floor. Her rebelliousness always gave me a thrill, and I feel a shiver that I'm trying to dismiss. She slowly takes my bag and puts it on the table. Now she's spinning me around, laughing. I keep seeing the picture of the dragon, then the cherry lips, the patio doors, then I focus back on Quinn's face as she goes faster. The background is now a blur. Again, I think of the letters, the recording device, her dog in our house, the police, my children, and I'm scared. I'm going to lose everything. But for a snapshot in time, Quinn's childlike love of the past is sweeping me up, and I want to smile too before the reality of the situation kicks in again. I forgot what fun Quinn was to be around. The track ends. She instructs the smart speaker to stop, and the room is as silent as snowfall at 5 a.m. on Christmas morning. It's just me and her. No music, no chatter of other people, not even the distant sound of a barking dog. Quinn's hair has fallen from its grip. It hangs wildly over her shoulders, and it's as if the room has vanished and all I can see is her. I've fought the past, but it's upon me now. I can feel it crushing my chest. We both know what happened back then. What started everything off the day? Jasmine disappeared. And it's as if we're both thinking about it at the same time. Are you happy, Jem? With Ethan? Are you really happy? What is she going to tell me? I wait for her to confess to whatever's going on with Ethan. It has to be that. My heart races, and I can't seem to calm it down. Her perfume, Jasmine, it's intoxicating. Jasmine, that name again. Then I realize I know that exact look she has on her face. Her hand cups my chin, and her lips brush softly against mine. I remember back then how her lip gloss smudged onto my lips, and how her sweet perfume tickled my senses. No, no, no. What's happening here? I need to get out. It was a mistake back then in what she just did. That was a mistake too. I wrench my hands from Quinn's, grab my bag, and run out of her studio as fast as I can, staggering like I'm drunk. Gemma, she keeps calling. I'm dizzy from all the spinning, but I don't stop until I'm in the middle of the lane, gasping for breath or free, and wondering how the hell that happened. But I'm not alone. Ruby, my neighbor, stands on the path holding a piece of paper. Morgan! I shout, but I can't see my daughter or Harry. I look up. The world is still spinning, and I'm sure Ray is up there at his window, looking down on me. I can't see him, but I feel his presence, or it might even be my imagination. Something blue catches my eye and my heart races as I realize what it is. It's Morgan's scarf lying on the path that leads to the woods. 32. Morgan. We ran out of streetlights ages ago. The silence is eerie, but the crunch of our boots in the snow grounds me, reminding me that we're not in some sort of shared fever dream where monsters are about to jump out from behind the trees. The sound of a car close by is soon gone. There must be a road behind all these trees. Harry had led the way with his heavy-duty torch, and we finally made it to the den. We've managed to set up our investigation room in this 3-roomed wooden shack. He's inside, still working on the board, while I stand outside, once again checking that James or his friends aren't around. I flinch as I hear a cracking twig at feet level. I crunch towards the shrubs in darkness. Hello. Nothing. James, go home or I might just have to push you again. I swallow nervously. I don't think I could hurt James if he saw me coming. My heart is chugging as I take a few more steps towards the shrubs and part a few branches. A little moonlight dapples through the trees. There's no one there. I run back into the den to Harry and Diggerty, through the first 2 rooms, and crouch to get through the hole to the 3rd wooden room. When did anyone last come here? I wonder if other kids use the shack. If they do, they might be put out that we were here. I reach for my scarf and realize it's gone. Maybe I left it at Harari's. I can't even remember if I put it on when we left his house. Actually, I did. I was playing with it when Quinn came in. I was so nervous that she knew I'd been through her bag. I'd walked halfway here in a daze. He shrugs. I don't know. It's too far away from town for people to randomly turn up. And there aren't many people around here with kids. James prefers hanging out at the arcade in Whitby. I know. Maybe it was just an animal. I hate that Harry has to avoid places he loves less as a James. We should go there soon. You can show me the pier and the arcade, or we could do the Dracula experience. He raises his brows. Are you asking me out on a date, Detective Morgan? It's like he read my mind. Not with the date, with the detective title. I scrunch my nose and my cheeks start to burn. No. Detective Harry, I was just asking you to hang out, as in friends. He bursts out laughing and snorts at the same time. I know. I was kidding. I think I feel insulted now. Wouldn't he want to go on a date with me? I know my hair is a disaster with the orange streaks. I look around and shiver, telling my brain to drop the fear that's swelling within me. I'm scared, in the middle of the woods, and the only protection we have is a dog who does nothing but dry pee. Up, everything in sight. I steal a quick look at Harry. I find his blinking cute, and I think that makes me weird. So, I guess that's a no to hanging out then. No, it's not a no. It's just, James, I say. He nods. I'll sort it soon, then we can do all those things. He finishes, pinacing the last of our exhibits to the inside of the wooden walls that hold this weird contraption together. Despite wearing gloves, my fingers are freezing cold. Next time, I'll dress warmer, though I wasn't expecting my mum to tell me to wait in a cafe, and then for Quinn to offer to bring me home. How long do you think we've got here until your mum misses us? Or my mum knows we've been too long to be walking Diggerty? I check my phone. I don't have any messages. Maybe Mum and Dad got sidetracked when they got home. Actually, I don't have a signal. I'm sure it'll come back in a minute, he shrugs. My mum will get carried away with work in her studio. Sometimes I don't even see her before I go to bed. Can I see that letter? We can pin it up. I pull the letter from my pocket, so I have my own record. When Harry raises his brows again, I'm gripping the letter hard, and he can't take it from me. Whoever wrote it was extremely cruel to our parents and Harry. He can sense my reluctance to let it go. It's okay, Morgan. I can hack it. Thick skin and all that, he says again in his poor Morgan Freeman voice. He wants me to laugh, but I can't. Whoever is writing these letters is a nasty bully. I feel nauseous as I give it to him and wait for him to read it. I squirm when he clears his throat and starts reading it out loudly, so we both have to suffer through it.
Hello, friend. Actually, hello, Trollop.
That Barbie pink coat you've been wearing this past couple of days is pure trollop. I see you. We all see you. The way you flirt with Ray. And what's more, you invite the men around to your house when little Blinky Harry is at school. He pauses, then continues. I wonder if the newbie is safe from your many flirtations, but then, I remember he isn't. He has already tended to your bush, back when Mrs. Newbie was still at home. I wonder if your secrets are safe with me. He takes a moment to process the contents of the letter. Gross. I can tell he's picturing his mum and my dad. What if? He interrupts me by holding a hand up. Like I said, gross and totally not true. I heard Mum and your dad talking about your mum, and they were saying nice things. Mum wouldn't. And she doesn't even really like Ray. He frowns. And I can tell he's not fully convinced.
I think of my and her situation again.
Maybe I'm closer than I think to being a divorced child. In a flash, my new life hits me. I'll spend weekends at Harry's, and then I'll grow to hate him because he has my dad all the time. Whatever you're thinking, stop. Harry breaks my horrible thoughts. I shake my head, agree, and stopped. It didn't happen. Like you said, gross. I look at our board. A constant draft, runs through the den. We had some pushpins to keep our exhibits stuck to the board. The creaks and cracks with every gust make me flinch. Let's work this out. Who would send a letter like that? Do we still think it could be James? You know him better than I do. Harry blinks and shrugs. I think he could have tampered with your hamper. Damn, did that almost rhyme? Again, I don't laugh. None of this is funny. I badly want to mention seeing Great Aunt Durette's notebook in Quinn's bag and how some of the writing in it is in black ink capitals. But I really shouldn't have been snooping. Harry might never let me in his house again if I tell him what I did. So, I stick with the letter. I still don't know if Quinn saw me doing that. Okay, let's say anything to do with worms is down to James. So doesn't that put Tessa in the frame, big time? They have to be working together. Is there a motive? Harry sighs. Is there a reason Tessa could be insinuating that your mum and my dad were up to something? I mean, the letter she received mentioned her husband having a thing for my mum. I'm confused. So am I. Maybe Tessa is just losing it. People get my mum all wrong. She loves a party and she's giggly. which makes people think she's flirting, but she's not. She's just enjoying herself. But Tessa could be jealous of Mum. Something is niggling me, and it's bugged me since questioning Quinn. I'm acting like I'm a detective already. Do you think all this has something to do with the missing girl? Jasmine? Maybe one of us is going to go missing, especially if someone out there thinks we're onto something. What if that... He pulls out a thin black sheet from his bag and pins it up, covering our investigation. This should hide it for now. But really, no one comes here. People keep away like this is. Some kind of haunted shrine to the missing girl's memory. Kids are scared because they think they'll go missing next. But what if the person writing the letters gets wind of what we're doing? They won't if we don't tell anyone about our investigation. He raises his brows. But, going back to what you said, do I think that Jasmine going missing and the letters are connected? Nah, probably not. Your mum must have known Jasmine, and my mum stayed here a lot. Maybe they both knew her, and with Mum coming back, maybe that started the letters. They're really having a go at our mums. It's a long shot linking Jasmine with the letters, but I might be onto something. I'm not so sure that Harry looks convinced. Do we know anything about the woman who lives next door to us? Ruby, she does something with computers. Writing code, I think. She lives alone. She had a boyfriend, but they split up. That's all I know. I realize that we need to snoop around more. I need to also do some more private snooping outside of what I share with Harry. There's a loud bang like someone whacking the side of the den. There was someone out there earlier. And Diggory starts barking. My heart hammers in my ribcage, and Harry holds a finger up to his mouth. There's no way I'll make a noise. Like I said, we're in the middle of nowhere. We're going to go missing forever, like Jasmine did. No one will ever be able to find us again. They might keep us in a cellar forever, or worse, they might kill us. With shaking hands, I check my phone again, and I still have no signal. Someone knows we're getting closer to finding out who's behind all this. They must have followed us here, and I wonder if they'll do anything it takes to stop us. Harry turns the torch off and drags me carefully. We crouch as we enter the next part of the shack. I can't see a thing. All I can do is trust that Harry is helping me to get out of here. He pulls a couple of rotting wooden crates across the tiny doorway to the den in the hope that no one will move them and go into that tiny room. Diggory whines as Harry leads us to the door we came through. No, I don't want to go out there, I say in a whisper, pulling him back. We sit there shivering, in the dark for what seems like forever. Harry eventually turns the torch back on. Neither of us wants to speak in case whoever is out there is waiting for us to leave before grabbing us. We can't hide here forever, and Diggory is giving our presence away. Harry nudges the door open and stands back as if there might be a monster out there. But there isn't anyone. My mind goes back to Jasmine. If she didn't run away, maybe it was her ghost, warning us to leave and never come back. No one knows we're here and we're alone. Harry points his torch at the snow and I almost scream. There are fresh footprints everywhere, and with no way out, we're trapped. 33. Gemma. Ruby's voice booms out as I grab the scarf and run as fast as I can through the snow. I don't know what she's saying, and I don't care. Morgan needs me, so my shouty neighbor can wait. More snow keeps falling. The weather reports were right about the storm getting worse. As I reach the entrance to the woods, my legs go jelly-like. I don't want to go in. The past comes flooding back to me, and it's telling me to step away from the woods. My mouth is dry, and my heart feels as though it's begging to give out. I pull my phone out. I have to call Ethan. I need him. Damn, my signal's gone, but Morgan needs me. I can't leave her in those woods. On taking one step, then another, I know I can push through this for my daughter. I'm scared for Morgan and Harry. I keep following the path, trying my hardest not to slip, and then the streetlights run out. I'm now alone in the dark with only the sound of my fast, shallow breaths keeping me company. Every time I exhale, plumes of white mist fill the air. My chest tightens. The last time I ventured down this path, Jasmine disappeared. Is this history repeating itself, only with my daughter this time? Morgan. Please hear me, Morgan. On holding my phone out, I see that there are footprints in the snow. They've been snowed over, but they're still defined. The footsteps point in one direction, towards the den, and I can see dog paw prints, too. I'm not sure I even remember where the den is. My teeth chatter as I follow them. Morgan, please don't make me have to do this. I stop and listen, in the hope of hearing them or the dog. Then I look down at the footprints again. There are 3 sets, not 2, which means that someone else is out there with the kids. We, are not alone. The snap of a branch makes me stop dead. I quietly exhale. Who's there? Why did I even say that? Now whoever is out there knows I'm close. My knees shake with each step, and I worry that I'll fall over. A thrashing sound in the bushes makes me cry out automatically. I place a hand on my beating heart and listen. Someone whooshes behind me and they push me hard. I manage to keep my footing after doing a bit of a dance, to stand upright. Then I turn, but they're gone. Whoever tried to knock me over is running away from the path, taking the more treacherous route over a small brook towards the back end of Quinn's and Ray's gardens. Even though all of my senses are telling me to turn around and get help, I force myself to keep going forward for Morgan. Is this person running away because they've hurt the children? A dog barks in the distance. It has to be Diggerty. What? I follow the sound, and he emerges through a bramble bush, trailing his lead behind him. I grab the lead and the dog wags its tail. I want to carry on running to find Morgan and Harry, but my heart feels like it's about to stop. I can barely breathe at the thought of what could be ahead. I'm gasping, and the pain in my chest is intensifying. With my hand on my stomach, I fall to my knees in a dizzy heap, burying them in the snow. All I want is for Morgan to be okay, and for my baby to cling on. Tears stream down my face. If only I could force my stupid legs to work and make my panic attack subside. The woods are spinning around me. I close my eyes in the hope that it'll help. That's when I hear footsteps thundering through the woods. Diggerty. Harry calls. Here, I manage to croak. I'm relieved that he's okay, though I haven't heard Morgan's voice. I go to stand, but I stumble again. Morgan and Harry run towards me through the snow, and I gasp with relief. They're both okay. I want to shout at Morgan, ask her why she went into the woods, but I can't get my words out. Harry is on one side of me and Morgan is on the other. They help me up, and Harry takes the dog. She knows about the baby. I was on the floor, trembling. She thinks I fell. I shake my head. The spinning has slowed down to a mere wooziness now. I'm okay. I didn't fall. I kind of lost my footing, but I'm okay. What were you doing out here? Morgan glances at Harry, and it's as if they're communicating in facial expressions. Harry answers. We were just walking Diggerty. He likes to run around the woods. I know there's more to this story, and I also know we need to get out of these woods. As we return to the lit path that leads us back to Clover Lane, I can't help but question them further. There was someone else in the woods. I heard them before you found me. They bumped into me from behind. Morgan doesn't say a word, and Harry looks away. We didn't see anyone, Mum. I don't want you going there again. I told you to never go into the woods. Okay. Morgan presses her lips together. And keep your phone on. It is on. I don't have a signal. She pulls it out of her pocket to show me. Phone. Her phone is indeed on. It's not the time or place to give her a lecture, so I leave it at that. As we reach Clover Lane, Harry walks away with dignity. Bye. Morgan, I'll catch you tomorrow. Okay. See ya. He's gone in a flash. Ruby is standing outside my house waiting for me to return, and I can tell by the look on her face that it isn't a friendly visit. 30th hour. Gemma. Morgan, go inside. I'll be up in a minute. But, Mum. She can see that trouble is brewing, but she's been through enough. I need her safely out of the way. Please, she sighs and stomps all the way down the drive. Once she's past the bend, I listen for the bang of the main door. She's inside. My short, slim neighbor, Ruby, stomps towards me, her shiny black Doc Martens leaving huge prints in the snow. I try to think of who could have been out there in the woods. It wasn't her. It could have been Ray or Tessa as far as suspects go. Or could Ruby have arrived back from the woods before me? At least I've ruled James out. I'm thankful that Ruby had the decency to wait for Morgan to go inside before she starts. She pulls out a letter, grabs my hand, and slaps the piece of paper into it. What's this? I know it's a letter, but I'm going to force her to explain why she's given it to me. She folds her arms. Snowflakes rest on the top of her head. You tell me? No, I reply, not unfolding the piece of paper. You tell me. I press it into her chest and let go. I've had it with these people. Someone has been spying on us in our home, sneaking around our house, scaring us half to death, and here Ruby is, getting ready to accuse me, or us, of sending her a nasty letter. Go on, I say. She opens it and clears her throat. I'll read it then. Neighbor. One day, that gas fire you have in your main living space might just be leaking carbon monoxide. Have you checked to see if your batteries in your detector work? Also, your balcony looks like it needs tending to. And it would be so easy to... I'm just trying to be a helpful neighbor. Wouldn't want you to get hurt or wouldn't want you to go missing. Just like poor little Jasmine, a concerned friend. She folds the letter back up. I don't know how or when, but you've been in our house. Your aunt was batty, and you clearly are, too. I mean, this only started when you moved in. And mentioning the balcony, really. What's your game? Seriously, what is it with you people? I can't hide my shock at the letter, and especially the mention of the detector falling in Jasmine. It's all about her. It always has been, and me coming here has brought back her memory. The article flashes through my mind again, and then I think of the welcome to the neighborhood app that Quinn had opened. Jasmine is missing. I stare at Ruby, whose brows have now creased. Is she Jasmine? Is Jasmine here, somewhere, somehow? She's come back to get her revenge, and yes, I'm terrified. Well, say something. Ruby stares at me. I can barely look at her. When I catch a glimpse of her face, I can't tell if she's... I gasp and feel like choking on my words. My throat is closing up on me as I try to speak. Ruby's hair is heavily dyed black. She's wearing chunky black, thick-rimmed glasses. Again. Her coat is more gothic than the pretty and pink clothing that Jasmine used to wear. I can't make out if I know the person behind the glasses. I barely knew Jasmine. Jasmine, is that you? 35. Gemma. I'm standing in the lane, watching Ruby walk away from me. She didn't answer my question. She just looked at me as if I'm mad. The details of the letter whirl through my mind. The person who wrote it is fixated on balconies. I catch sight of Tessa and her husband. Ray is also standing in the lane. They all stare at me. Tessa's arms are folded and she's slowly shaking her head. She unfolds her arms and butts in. I have a letter too. Can I read it? What fun! Her face contorts into a fake smile. Lovely neighbor. Just watch your step. It's dark because I know you're up in the night. Creeping around with only your hands to guide. So you don't, hubby you. So you don't wake hubby up. It's easy to fall down the stairs when you can't see. But then again, you could never see, could you?
Seeing back then, and you don't see anything now.
Actually, don't turn the lights on because hubby doesn't want to see you. He might even be the one who gives you the nudge. It wouldn't be the first time someone has been murdered with a nudge. What if Aunt Dorette was actually pushed? It's something I've considered. One of the people on this lane could be a murderer. I reach for the street lamp and gasp for breath. The more I hear, the more I know this is all about Jasmine and my aunt's fall or murder. Is Tessa genuine, or is she writing these letters? Maybe she wrote some to herself to keep the heat off her. I realize this theory could apply to anyone. With something wrapped in a sheet, these were in our bed, and it's you who keeps staring up at our bedroom all the time. Of course I do, because he is always watching us. I am not looking at him. It's the other way around. But these people won't be convinced. One of them is behind all this, and it's not me. Ray opens the sheet up to show me 4 razor blades. I'm shaking now. I would never do that. I couldn't even get into his house if I wanted. Came in through my side window. Didn't you? You may have broken my glass, but you won't break me. His eyes are wide. I bet you think you're so clever too for smashing my cameras with stones. Good shot, by the way, and that's not a compliment. It's like when you were a kid, sneaking around, playing pranks, and your stupid aunt never disciplined you once. Tears fill my eyes as they start to talk over each other, having a go at me. Stop! I yell. I have had a day from hell, and all I want to do is go inside and be with my family. You lot are looking to blame me because I'm new here, and Ray. I know we don't see eye to eye over your parking, and you knew me when I was a kid, and I wasn't always on my best behavior. I've grown up since. I'm not a kid now. I didn't write the letters, and I didn't break into your house. I swallow nervously. Because last night, one of you, I point to each of them in turn with my trembling index finger then. I swallow again. Anna, you broke into our house and you took Quinn's dog. That poor dog nearly fell from our balcony while the intruder escaped. Today, we found that someone had been recording us. Last night, they broke in to swap the hard drive, but don't worry. The police have it all. Someone also left us a horrible letter. I yell. Which one of you assholes is behind this? I snatch the letter from Tessa, throw it to the ground, and I stamp all over it before picking it up again and throwing it at her. If they want something to be angry about,
I'm going to give them something. Which one of you?
Small-minded tossers was in the woods watching our kids while they walked a dog. Who crashed into me and knocked me flying? You're sick, you know that. Watching kids. I want to threaten them with the police, but I doubt the police have much time for us at the moment. I hate this place. But Tessa speaks up. These letters are written in your aunt's writing. She used to send us cards, always strangely written in black ink capitals. It has to be you. You'd know her writing. I snort out a laugh. You all had cards from Aunt Dorette, written in black ink capital letters, and it has to be me. Seriously? That's an easy one to replicate. It could be any of you. My mind goes back to Jasmine. I want to ask them if they'd ever heard anything else regarding her disappearance, but I daren't. I'll only get the blame for that too. It was risky accusing Ruby of being Jasmine. I need to speak to Quinn. She's the only person I trust enough to ask. Shouting comes from everywhere. You always were trouble. Tessa points at me. I knew it was you who killed my fish. Ray throws the razor blades next to where I stand. Stay away from us, or God help you. Tessa shouts. They all stare. I feel as though I'm the final victim in a horror film, and I'm not getting out of this alive. The world is spinning again. I am so dehydrated, I could pass out right now. I almost topple. Stop! Zoe pushes the crowd out of the way. I thought I heard a commotion going on. Get lost. Go home. All of you. How dare you do this to her? She's as much of a victim as all of you. Scram. She pushes Ray, and Tessa is already heading back to her house. Are you all right, love? I hold on to her until I can steady myself. I didn't send any of those letters. Why won't they believe me? It's okay. They've gone now. They'll be back, I say. Then I notice she has a letter too. I didn't send that. I didn't. My bottom lip quivers, and I wipe my eyes with the sleeve of my coat. I know there's no way you'd threaten my dog, Sausage. I swallow down the bile in my throat. What does it say? It doesn't matter. Please, I need to know. Okay, but I know you didn't send it. She starts reading. Lovely neighbor, Sausage is greedy. He will eat anything. Be careful, because people can be mean. Please take this as a warning. There are some bad people around here who need to pay for what they've done. Look after your dog, because loved ones get hurt and go missing around here, then no one looks for them. Remember Jasmine? Poor girl, alone. It was a foggy day, and there was the log that she sat on. Keep your loved ones close, because they will disappear. History will repeat itself. I remember everything, and now it's time for everyone else to wake up. Again, Jasmine has cropped up. I am in no doubt now that this is about her, and the writer is trying to warn Zoe about me. Zoe continues. Yesterday, I caught Sausage eating a pile of sausages in the back garden. Someone must have thrown them over my fence, and they chose sausages on purpose because of his name. I don't answer. Here, let me help you into your house. You don't look so good. Are you feeling okay? I'm woozy. Her voice sounds like it's coming from underwater. That letter has sent me sick. Zoe might not know what that was all about, but I do. Quinn, Jasmine and I used to sit together on a log at the den. Gemma, I don't know what to do. Do you need an ambulance? She pulls her phone from her pocket. No, I mutter. I'm okay. I'm not. I'm as far away from okay as I can be. My fear, anguish, and absolute terror is boiling up that hard. I feel like a pressure cooker about to blow. Given that it's cold out here, I'm really warm, so I undo my coat, leaving it to flap open in the breeze. I am in no doubt that Jasmine is the root of all of this. Has she come back to make Quinn and me pay? I glance up at Ruby's house, and she's there, at her window, wearing that same stony stare, and I shiver. 36. Quinn. From her garden after sneaking from the front to the back of her own house. The kitchen's warmth hits her like a wall. Mum. Harry takes his coat off. and places it on the back of a kitchen chair. Diggerty shakes the snow off his fur and runs over to his food. Have you been out? She shakes her head. No. I thought I heard a noise in the garden. Did you hear anything out there? He pauses. No. Morgan and I walked Diggerty and we bumped into Morgan's mum, but that was it. I've been back a few minutes. I thought you were in your studio. The lights were on. I must have left them on when I was in there earlier. She pauses, knowing that Harry isn't telling her the truth. He's blinking a lot, which means he's more anxious than usual. Where did you take Diggerty? By the lake. Why do you have your rucksack? It has my scarf in it. She runs over to hug her boy. Hearing what had gone down on the lane from behind her hedge had sent her heart banging. Then she kept thinking about that kiss. She'd been a little drunk, and her emotions had got the better of her. She's still a little drunk. The taste of stale red wine coats her throat, making her feel yuck. What did she think might happen? Did she think that Gemma would leave Ethan to be with her? Hardly likely. She thinks about all the little relationships she's had over the years, none of them meaning anything, because she denied herself of the one person she really loved, the one night. Stan's had meant zero. She'd denied her own wants all these years, and that hurt even more than being rejected by Gemma. She holds Harry closely, and he holds her back. We're going to move from here soon, I've decided. We need a lovely fresh start. She strokes her boy's hair and takes in his smell. Mum, are you all right? She smiles and looks him in the eye. I am, and I always will be, because I have you. We have each other.
He's looking at her like she's lost the plot.
Why don't you sit down, Mum? I'll make you a cup of tea. She nods, knowing she relies on Harry far too much. 1 minute, she's up, and other, she's down. Her mood is all over the place, because she feels impotent. However much she draws and writes, nothing makes sense or flows anymore, not since Durette's death. The only thing that flows is the wine. Ernest Hemingway once said, write drunk, edit sober. Durette said she swore by that advice.
They'd spent nights feeling the burn of brandy slipping down their throats before following that by swilling
down some absinthe. For Durette, she came up with ideas like she had a superpower. Quinn had been envious. Nothing is as good as what she once had with Mika's magical except Clara and her dragon, Mindy. She swallows her shame down. Durette had come up with Mika especially for Quinn. She gifted Mika to her, but she'd never gifted Clara and Mindy to her. Harry places a cup of mint tea on the table. She had to preserve her secrets forever. If she didn't, her life and career would blow up and it would be the end. She had done a terrible thing, a big, terrible thing, and she was dicing with danger now. No other option existed but to preserve her deepest, darkest secrets, and there was no going back. The cogs were in motion. She had to see this to the end, whatever the cost. 37. Morgan. I hate the neighbors so much. They were so mean to Mum, and I couldn't do a thing because I'm meant to be inside. I'm shaking with anger after hearing all that, and I'm worried for her. She sounds a little better now that Zoe is talking to her. I enter the house for real this time. Jasmine was mentioned again, and I really think this is all about her. Mum knew her. Quinn knew her. I'm going to get to the bottom of all this. As I kick my snowy boots off in the hallway, I hear Robbie and Jake talking in the main family room, but I can't hear Dad. He must be in the apartment with Cora. I glance through the letterbox. Mum is still out there with Zoe, so I creep upstairs and head towards Durette's office, using the torch on my phone to light the way. we're all missing something big. Mom hasn't really been in there, and Dad wasn't going to touch the room until Mom had cleared it out. I need to work out why Dorette's notebook was in Quinn's bag. I hurry along the landing towards the office. With each step, I listen carefully, just in case anyone is lurking around. On the way, I open each door as I pass. Most are filled with boxes that Dad has packed, and there's lots of really big old furniture that smells damp and woody. The smell from the old family bathroom makes me recoil as I pass it. With all that's been happening, people in our house, the dog, the general madness, I've learned to expect anything. The people around here are crazy. The last door off the hall is the one to Dorette's office. I glance to my right at the balcony door. It's closed this time. I press the handle down to check that Dad locked it. At the very least, if it wasn't locked, I could fess up to Dad that I'd been looking around the house and discovered that the door was open. He could then lock it before Mum found out. Phew, the balcony room door is locked. I open the office door and step in. Robbie and Jake have been using Dad's generator for power. I continue using the torch on my phone to light the way, and I sit at the desk. The chair lets a poof sound out as the air escapes it, and blasts up a cloud of dust. I catch a sneeze in my elbow crevice. There are loads of notebooks, the same as the one Quinn had in her bag. The spines are labeled with names. I open one of them and see that the name on the spine is the same as the main character in the notebook. These are Great Aunt Dorette's character Bibles. All illustrations are described using Dorette's black pen capital letter writing, but her notes are written normally. The notebook in Quinn's bag definitely came from this pile. This is something I need to tell Mum about, but not tonight. She's upset about the letters, and I worry for the baby. I feel a twinge of guilt because I really don't want another sibling. I don't think Mum and Dad will be able to cope at the moment, but I don't want the alternative either. Mum is really happy about the baby, and I want to try to be grown up about it and support her. I read the spines on the notebooks again, and there aren't any names that stand out. There aren't any more books labeled up with the name Clara on them either, so maybe Quinn has the only one. I leave the desk and wander over to the large bookcase, where I poke my fingers between the old encyclopedias, thick dictionaries, and books of quotes. That's when I spot another notebook right in the corner of the bottom shelf. Only this one doesn't have a label on the spine. On my hands and knees, I open it and flash my phone at the first page. It's marked up Jasmine, that name again, the missing girl. There's only half a book here. The rest has been torn out. I go to flick the pages, but instead, I almost jump out of my skin as I feel a hand as cold as an iceberg touch my neck. 38. Morgan. Mog! Cora giggles as she grabs my arm. Mog! My heart races again, like when Harry and I heard that bang coming from the outside of the den. Cora, you scared me. I stand. My voice pull my little sis towards me and hug her. Dad must be close by. I need to keep hold of this notebook. So I nudge what's left of it into the back of my waistband and hope that I don't have to sit down or I'll be busted for snooping in the dangerous part of the house. Dad. I call out, but he doesn't reply. Thank goodness. Drink. Come on then. Let's go and get you one. I stand and pick her up. I don't know how she got out of the apartment. The door is meant to be locked at all times. But Cora is getting to be quite the wanderer now. She's getting faster on her feet every day. Mum is still outside as far as I know. So where is Dad? I'm suddenly overwhelmed and I can't hear a sound. I'm overwhelmed because I worry about Cora. Why is no one looking out for her? It has to be me again, and for that I'm totally peed off. As I carry her back along the hallway, I see that the apartment door is wide open, and all I hear are the loud sounds of a children's program, and it's one I recognize from when I was little. It's the theme tune to Mika's Magical Bicycle. Dad. Again, no reply. My hands shake with anger. Cora could have tumbled down the hard wooden stairs to her death. I hurry through the apartment door. Dad is nowhere to be seen. After slamming it closed and making sure it's locked, I scan the room. Dad! I'm yelling now. I grab the remote and turn the TV down, and I hear the shower raining down from behind the bathroom door. Banging as hard as I can. I wait for Dad to reply. The shower goes off, and Dad opens the door with a towel wrapped around his waist. Squidge. I was taking a shower. Can this wait for 5? No, Dad. I'm so upset. I'm shaking. It has been a horrible night, and Dad has no idea what's been happening downstairs either. And to top it off, he took his eye off the game with Cora. She half wriggles out of my arms, so I place her down so she can dance to the Mika songs. He steps out of the bathroom. Brr! He says as he grabs his jumper and pulls it over his head. Even though he's looking at me, it's like he can't read what's on my face, that he doesn't see a problem. You left the door open, and Cora wandered out. She was asleep. I needed a shower. The door was closed when I got in. Was it locked? Even I know I meant to lock the door. I wouldn't be happy in this house with that door left open, not after everything that has happened. No. It's no excuse here for not locking the door, though. Mum has a key. Cora can't open the door. Did your mum come back? I shake my head. No, she's outside upset. And Cora did open the door. There have been more letters, but it's okay. She's talking to Zoe. He presses his fingers into his temple as if massaging a headache. I don't tell him that I was in Durette's office. There is no need. I was coming upstairs, and I saw Cora on the landing. She could have fallen down the stairs, Dad. He frowns. I know this is a big ask, but please don't tell your mum. She's got enough to worry about. I want to shout about how much Mum would worry if she knew she couldn't leave Dad for 5 minutes alone with Cora. It would stress her no end. It's stressing me. It was just a slip up, love. It won't happen again. He pulls his jeans from the back of the settee and starts dressing under his towel. It's as if he has only just taken in what I said a moment ago. Did you say there have been more letters? I shouldn't have said that. I wasn't meant to be out there spying on Mum. What did they say? I bite my bottom lip. Morgan, I wasn't meant to be there, okay? Mum told me to go up, but I stayed on the drive listening, and I couldn't hear everything. He lets out a long breath. Okay, we're both having a bad day. I was wrong to leave Cora alone while I had a shower. Please know that it won't happen again. I know you're doing so much already to help with your sister, and I know this has stressed you out. And he picks Cora up and kisses her on the head. I don't know what we'd have done if anything had happened to her. Thank you for being there, Morgan. And if you have to tell Mum, I get it. But I need to know what was in those letters. I clear my throat before answering. I think whoever's writing them has been in everyone's houses. They seem to know what makes them vulnerable. I pause, impressed with how I'm sounding here. Detective Morgan is in the room. I can help Mum and Dad, and I want to, so I'll carry on investigating until we catch whoever's behind them. The woman next door, Ruby. There was a threat to her with her balcony, and the letter mentioned that her gas fire might be something to do with carbon monoxide poisoning. I've heard Dad talk about that before when he's taken over a new property. He always arranges a gas inspection on new places. Then there's Tessa. The writer knows. She walks around in the dark so as not to wake her husband, and how easy it might be to fall down the stairs. They also threw stones at a camera belonging to Ray, breaking it. Then they went into his house and put razor blades in his bed. My jaw trembles. Is someone going to hurt us? Dad? I just want to know who it is, and I can't get Quinn out of my mind. I glance at the door.
Are we getting more locks fitted?
I'm scared, Dad. As soon as this weather clears, I'll go get some and fit them. But we are safe in this apartment. No one can get in. Dad stares into space. I know he has something else running through his mind. He looks up, then his gaze comes back to me before he clears his throat. Can Jake or Robbie get them? He shakes his head.
They're going back to Bristol for a few days because the weather is set to guests.
If they don't head back now, they'll have to stay here and they have to get home. He grabs his coat and puts it on. Stay with Cora. Dad, don't go down there, please. Mom is with Zoe. She's okay. I don't want my dad to lose his temper and end up being arrested again. He passes Cora to me, and before I get to say another word, he's gone. I place Cora on the settee and kick the door several times. I'm once again trapped in this apartment with Cora, and I can't leave. I don't want this. Tears start to meander down my face. All I want is for us to go back home to Bristol. Cora tugs my jumper. Mog, drink! I let out a roar, stomp towards the fridge, and pour her a sippy cup full of filtered water. She takes it from me, throws it across the room, and sobs her heart out. She's as sad as I am. I lift her up, angry with myself for losing my temper in front of her. As I go to sit, I'm reminded of the notebook stuffed down the back of my waistband. I pull it out and hide it under a cushion in case Dad bursts back in. Then I sit and comfort Cora while we both watch Mika. As I stroke her head, she nestles into my chest and rests. She's exhausted, and so am I. A moment later, I'm able to edge her next to me. I pick the notebook up and open the Jasmine book. I didn't mention Jasmine or what was in Zoe's letter to Dad because I really wanted to read the book first. There isn't much in this book, but there are a few drawings. My breaths quicken as I see an illustration of a girl sitting on a log with a bag in the shape of a dog. On the next page, she is being sucked up into the forest by the fog that takes her with it. I heard what Zoe said to Mum, what was in her letter. It's like all my senses are alight. I know all that's happening has something to do with Jasmine. Cora begins to snore lightly, so I grab the remote and turn the TV off. That's when I hear Mum's screams coming from outside. 39. Gemma. I knew from Zoe's horrified look that something was wrong, but I could never have guessed what. I can't believe I didn't feel the blood seeping through my jeans. I'd been running the content of those letters through my mind. My internal dialogue had and is still running rife, but now it's telling me not to panic because I don't want to stress Beanie out. Hurry, Ethan. He runs towards the house to bundle the kids up. There's no way I'm leaving them alone in the apartment after last night's break-in, and I need a hospital urgently. I'm losing my baby, and I'm angry that I've ignored my body telling me that something is wrong. The lower back pain that has niggled away.
I didn't get that with my other two.
The slight burning when I peed recently. I have an infection. It's this place. It's trying to ruin us. Terror rips through me. For so many years, we struggled to conceive Cora. We'd badly wanted 3 children. The little bean inside me might be my last chance, my little miracle. He or she can't leave me. Snow falls heavy. It's beautiful, but there's nothing beautiful about the experience I'm having now. Those intricate flakes are a potential trap. So we need to get out of Clover Lane immediately before we're snowed in. I'm cold, so I sit on the ground shivering as Zoe crouches and puts her arms around me to keep me warm. I look up and see Ray at his bedroom window. He closes his curtains on me in my pain, and then I remember no one even knows I'm pregnant except the person who's been writing the letters. But I suspect Zoe knows now. I glance up at Ruby's window, and she's still there. And this time, there's a lamp backlighting her face. Her brows are furrowed, and for a moment I think I see worry etched on her face. I tear my gaze from her. My baby! I'm losing my baby! I say while weeping and placing a hand on my tummy. Hang on, Beanie. How far gone are you? Zoe gently asks as she hugs me. Almost 12 weeks. I'm speaking through chattering teeth now. She holds my cold hand. It's going to be okay, lovely. You hang in there. You'll be at the hospital before you know it. I can tell she's panicking, too. Her calm exterior is for my benefit. I try to think happy thoughts, which is hard after the day we've had. When I was carrying Morgan and Cora, I'd blossomed and loved every minute of being pregnant. Those thoughts are now sending my eyes watery. If only I could have had that one more time. Ethan runs out with Morgan and Cora. Cora cries at the top of her voice as Morgan jogs down the drive with her. Mum, I'm no use to Cora. I can't risk taking her and making things worse, even though her arms reach out for my warm, reassuring embrace. Zoe helps me up, and Ethan hurries around to my other side. One steady step at a time, I make my way to the pickup and get inside. Cora won't stop crying. Her cheeks are red. She's been snatched from the comfort of the apartment, and now we're about to take her to accident and emergency. I think of Quinn and what happened earlier. She would have been my go-to in an emergency. Being an old friend, but not tonight. Quinn had drunk a lot. The whole bottle of wine, I suspect. I also don't know if I can face her yet. If we were back in Bristol, I'd have friends who would help. I look at Zoe, and I know I'll be asking a lot of her. I don't even know her, but she's the only person who seems sane and trustworthy around here. Zoe? I wince as Ethan leans across and puts my seatbelt on for me, because I'm scared to move. I place my hand back on my tummy, willing Beanie to not leave me. I don't want to shift around any more than I have to. And I need to get to the hospital. Yes? She places my bag on the back seat between Cora and Morgan. Cora grabs it and throws it into the footwell, and then she resists, Ethan trying to strap her in. Her back arches and Morgan holds her hands over her ears like it's all too much. She doesn't even know about the camera we found in the apartment. I can't let her stay there alone. My thoughts go back to Quinn. No way am I leaving my baby girl with her tonight. Through my tears, I speak. Please, can you look after them? Morgan is good with Cora. She knows what to do. Zoe places a hand over her mouth. I've just asked a lot of her, but as soon as I'm seen to, I can send Ethan home to be with the girls. She nods. Yes. I'll take them to mine. You just take care of yourself. Lovely. I'll look after them. Ethan takes her number, passes Cora in her chair to Zoe, and Morgan gets out of the car. He then gives Morgan the door keys so she can get Cora's things. I'll be as quick as I can. He hugs Morgan. Her chin trembles, and she wipes a few tears away. I want to make everything stop so I can hug Morgan. She's scared and needs me, but I can't make this stop. I'm bleeding, and I need to get to the hospital now before I lose our baby, if I haven't already lost our baby. Ethan gets back into the pickup. I should have stayed down there with you. I. Worry lines form across his forehead. I place my hand on his knee. We have each other. We always have each other, and I know that Ethan and I can get through this together. He starts reversing out, and we drive off, leaving our children with Zoe. I love you, I say to him, needing his strength. I love you so much. Everything's going to be fine. We just have to hurry. He's concentrating on the road as we drive through a flurry of snow. Hold on in there, Beanie. 40. Morgan. Zoe helps me gather up everything we needed for Cora, and finally, my little sister has calmed down. We sit in Zoe's cozy snug as she makes me a hot chocolate in the kitchen. I carry Cora in my arms and bob her up and down. On a normal day, I'd be checking out Zoe's books. Some of them look really old. I might even have relaxed on the cozy couch facing the massive fireplace, but all I can think about is Mum. I have my phone in my pocket, and I can't call her or Dad. All I can do is wait. There's an old-looking carved chessboard set up on a sideboard under the window. My chin wobbles again. Mum taught me to play chess. What if something happens to Mum too? What if I never see her again? The velour, burgundy curtains make me feel like I'm cocooned. It's stuffy in here. The fire's warmth is making my nose hot. I flinch as Zoe barges through the door. Here you go, my lovely.
Long wooden table.
Would you like me to take her for a minute so you can sit down and have a drink? I nod and pass Cora over to her. Then I sit on her marshmallow dark green couch and sink into the cushions. I'm so tired from all that has happened this evening. Zoe sits down with Cora and, surprisingly, Cora doesn't moan at all. Her breathing deepens and she lies in Zoe's arms, hypnotized by the flickering fire. Then she closes her eyes. What a little angel she is, aren't you? Zoe strokes Cora's hair. I wipe my damp eyes. Will my mum be okay? I shouldn't have asked that because how would Zoe know?
Your mum is in the best.
She presses her lips together. I glance around the room and see a few photos on the mantelpiece, mostly of Sausage and Zoe and her husband in their wedding clothes. Where's Sausage? I left him in the kitchen. He gets a bit bouncy with young children, so I thought it would be best. He loves kids, but I thought that Cora might want to rest. Do you have children? No, it's just me and Sid and Sausage. How long have you lived here? I should be thinking about Mum, but I'm stuck here, and I want to try to make the time pass so we can be with Mum and Dad again. This whole place sucks. Mum and Dad have to be thinking about getting away from this hellhole. We should never have come here. Only a few months. I moved in with Sid when we got married. Do you like it here? I like the house and the people. I don't like the people here. I only like Harry. She shrugs. Meh. She then laughs a little and sips her hot chocolate. I want to know more. She doesn't like the neighbors either. I wonder if she's had a problem with them. What does May mean? I'm officially being nosy, but I need to get to the bottom of what's happening to us. For Mum. She laughs uncomfortably and stares into the fire. The flames dance orange in the middle of her blue eyes. The only lamp in the room gives out a cozy glow. They're not welcoming to newcomers. Quinn's okay and Dorette was nice. But Ray, Tessa, and her husband, they've lived here forever. I don't have much to do with Ruby. She pauses. This house used to belong to Ray's son, but it was repossessed because he couldn't afford it. My husband, Sid, bought it at a bargain price, which upset Ray. Anyway, you don't want to know all this. Just know that it takes time to be accepted onto this lane. The stalwarts have lived here for years, and they don't like change. Ray gets particularly wound up over Southerners coming up north and buying the houses in the area. As for me, I'm really glad your family have moved here. You're all a breath of fresh air, just what this old lane needs. I rerun the letter. Zoe got through my head, and what it said about Jasmine, a log and some fog. It mentioned Zoe's dog. I think of the Jasmine book that I now have hidden in my cupboard. When you and Mum were outside talking, I overheard everything, the neighbors, letters, and the one you had. I've just confessed to earwigging. Bad move or not, I've said it now, so there's no going back. I'm sorry you had to hear all that. It must have been scary. I nod. Do you have any ideas who might be writing them? I've been trying to work that one out. I'm sure we all have. I haven't lived here as long, so it's harder. I do have a little secret, though. I raise my brows. I clean and do jobs for all the neighbors, so I try to listen out and... What? She shakes her head. I shouldn't have said anything. If it gets out, I'll lose my work, and I need to work. Sid's a darling in that he'd look after me if I lost my jobs, but I'm proud. Do you understand? I like to be able to look after myself. I try to guess how old Zoe might be. Her skin is quite weathered. Red threads run through her nose and cheeks. Her hair is quite frizzy mass tonight. I feel less self-conscious about my orange streaks. I think Zoe is around 60. Though I thought my mate's mum was about 50 and she turned out to only be 39. I was mortified when she was talking about her mum's big birthday and assumed it was a 50th. If I want to be a detective, I have to get better at this. I look for lines on her face. She has them on her head and around her eyes. They're not too deep. I get that, but if you know something, it could really help my parents. Mum's suffering because of all this, and now she's in hospital. It hits me again that Mum might lose the baby. Zoe lets out a long breath. Please don't say you heard this from me. I won't. I sit up rigid, hoping that this nugget of information will make everything fall into place. I promise. I heard Ray talking about a hamper, and I know your family received a hamper. I'd stay away from Ray. My heart begins to boom. It's him. Why would he be writing all those letters to the other neighbors? He wants to get everyone to hate your family. As to why, I gather his son is in a better financial position now, and he was hoping that he'd be able to make an offer on Durette's house. Then you all moved in. I think he's trying to get you to sell up so he can buy your house. My fists are clenched, and the other letters are just to make out that we're trouble. And everyone thinks we're writing them to ourselves. Too, she shrugs. Maybe. I haven't been able to stop thinking about all this. When the police came and took your dad for pushing Ray, I knew I had to call them to tell them the truth. Ray fell. And your dad was trying to help him, but Ray would happily have let your dad get charged with assault. He's not a nice person. Tessa, also. I picture Ray lurking outside the den tonight, then scaring Mum, and I hate him more than ever. He was watching Harry and me, lurking around stalking us. What a creepo. It makes sense. He came out of his house with razor blades wrapped in a sheet because he put them there. My mind is making links, and although angry, I'm excited because I want to be the one to solve this mystery. His camera had conveniently been smashed, and he lied about the razor blades. Nothing else was left in anyone's house. Ray has probably been inside all the houses at some point, which is why he knows so much about them and the people who live in them. I think of Harry's dog on our balcony. Someone came into ours last night and brought Quinn's dog with them. Quinn's dog is always digging under the fence. It escapes every week. Diggerty must have followed Ray. Zoe pauses and sits there looking into the fireplace before continuing. Ray is a strange man, and I know he's given Quinn's dog scraps before. She sips her hot chocolate, and I have a gulp of mine. When I first moved in, there were scratches on his car, and he blamed me because I was new. That's when he got his cameras fitted. I didn't scratch it. Then Tessa's car got scratched too, and she also blamed me. Dorette knew it wasn't me, though, and eventually the silliness stopped. And they just accepted that I lived here too. I think Ray scratched both of the cars. They're just small-minded people with an agenda. It's getting dangerous with what they're doing to my mum. She might lose the baby. The lump in my throat threatens to choke me. I'm willing Mum to be okay. I wasn't super pleased about having another baby in our family, but it's what my parents have always wanted. What do you think the letter to you meant? You haven't lived here as long as the others. She scrunches her nose. I haven't the foggiest. Zoe is the only adult I feel I can talk to about all this. She's been open and honest, so I get my detective hat on and quiz her more. I will push her as far as I can because I have to get to the bottom of this. Time is running out. Time is running out. Ray, if it's him, is getting more dangerous. I remember watching some crime documentaries with my parents, and the term is escalating. He's escalating. Do you know who Jasmine is? She scrunches up her nose and shakes her head. Not really. I know the name. Your aunt mentioned her to me. She told me of the teen girl who ran away from home years ago. As for that letter I got, the mention of a log and fog, I'm lost. It means absolutely nothing to me. As I said, I haven't lived here as long as everyone else. I link Great Aunt Dorette's notebook, marked up Jasmine in my head, to the letters, and it's like she wrote it herself. I'm scared now that Great Aunt Dorette knew something no one else did, but I can't think what it might be. Did my great aunt know Jasmine well? Not as far as I know. I think she knew of her, but she never said she knew her personally. Did my mum know her? I wouldn't know. I've only just met your mum. Do you think your mum knew her? I shrug. That was a stupid question. Anyway, it's getting a bit late, and this little one is fast asleep. She reaches to her side and pulls out a huge patchwork quilt and tosses it my way. There's a footstool there. Pull it in and get warm. Her husband peers around the door. You okay, Zoe? Anyone need anything before I pop out? No. Love. We're okay. Tell everyone I'll see him at the weekend. Will do. Sid leaves. Did you have plans tonight? It's nothing. We were meeting friends in Whitby for a drink. I told Sid to go without me. I guess we messed up your evening. Nonsense. I'm glad to help. As I say, the neighbors here aren't very welcoming, so I'm going to make sure your family is okay. You shouldn't have to wait in A&E all night. I check my phone and raise my brows with excitement. Zoe has Wi-Fi. I hope you don't mind me asking, but could I use your Wi-Fi? Of course. Lovely. Pass me your phone, and I'll put the password in. It can be hit and miss in this weather, though. I pass it over, ready to connect. Zoe taps away with Cora sleeping across her. Then she passes it back to me. I'm connected. So I WhatsApp Dad, desperate to know how Mum is doing. Then I message Mai, but she isn't online. Disappointment City. If ever I needed a friend, it's now. It's like Mai has forgotten about me now that I've left Bristol. Dad messages back. Mum in with doctor now. I don't know what's happening yet. I'll be home as soon as I can. Are you and Cora okay? I reassure him that Zoe is looking after us, and not to rush. It's time for me to step up and be grown up in this situation and not moan about having to look out for Cora. And it's an emergency, and I'm going to take the pressure off my parents as much as possible. I don't want him to leave Mum alone. She needs him. Another message pings up. It's Harry. It's Mum. She's got really drunk, and I don't know what to do with her. She mumbled something about Jasmine, and then said that they are coming for her next. I asked her who they are, and she shut herself in her studio, and she won't come out. I'm worried, Morgan. What if someone is going to hurt her? "41. Morgan. Zoe has popped upstairs to get changed, leaving me alone in her snug, with only the sound of the roaring fire to break the silence. She comes back down in a pair of thick joggers and a sweater. I quickly reply to Harry. I'm at Zoe's. Mum been rushed to hospital. Can we meet? I'll see if Zoe can watch Cora for 10 minutes. I need to fill him in on what Zoe told me about Ray and his son wanting our house. We now have a motive for Ray being the culprit. I also need to come clean to Harry and tell him that I've seen the Clara notebook that his mum has in her bag, and that I have a notebook that is marked up with Jasmine's name. I'm sure Great Aunt Dorette knew what happened to Jasmine, and that drawing of the character sitting on a log ties in with the letter that Zoe received. I wonder if I can trust Harry with this information. Then I think I don't have a choice. I need to trust someone, or I'll lose my mind in this sad, claustrophobic cul-de-sac. Why isn't he answering? I wait for my phone to beep while I smile at Zoe, hoping that she can't see all the thoughts running through my mind. I bite the skin on the inside of my mouth. Zoe could get into trouble if I say too much. She might lose her work, and she cleans for Quinn. Zoe gently tucks a blanket around Cora. I don't know what to do. Come on, Harry. Reply already, will you? I turn my phone on and check the blue ticks, but all I see is message not delivered. The Wi-Fi has gone down. I think of Harry alone in his house with his drunken mother. This is where I need to step up and be a friend. Zoe, Harry just messaged me. Do you mind sitting with Cora while I pop to see him quickly? I watch Cora's chest rise and fall as she sprawls on the smaller sofa. She won't wake up for ages. Of course, but be careful, okay? There are some oddballs on this lane. Go straight to Harry and Quinn's. Here's my front door key. She takes the key from the coffee table and hands it to me. I don't want to risk leaving Cora in case she falls off the sofa. Just let yourself back in. Thanks, Zoe. I put my coat back on and hurry along the hall and out of the front door, gripping the key between my fingers. I feel as though I need a weapon. As I step onto the freshly fallen snow, it crunches. I take big strides up Zoe's long, winding drive, and I glance across at Clover House, and makes me shiver. I wish my parents had at least gathered up the police tape that is wound around some of the broken spindles. Death happened on that balcony. I peer up at Ray's bedroom window, and for once he isn't spying on our every move. His house is in darkness. Halfway down Quinn's drive, I hear shouting coming from inside. I can't make out what's being said. Once I'm close enough, I open the letterbox and hope that Diggerty doesn't give me away by barking at the door. Is Harry crying? I go to knock, but they start talking. You have to tell me, Mum, he says, his sentence broken by his sobs. I don't have to tell you anything. Quinn is slurring. There's a bang, and I think my heart stopped for a second. Diggerty barks, but not at me. At them. Harry speaks. I know what I saw, and I'm not stupid. It's a relief that they're both still okay. You saw a stupid letter. Why were you hiding it from me, Mum? I was not hiding it. You were, and it mentions Jasmine. I know who Jasmine is. Why were you snooping through my things? It was the post. I was looking to see if I had anything. Who sends post to you, Harry? When have you ever had post? You were looking to see if there was a letter, weren't you? Please don't ever look at my things again. Again, silence fills the air. My hair is getting damp from the light snowflakes that keep landing in it and melting. Someone slams a door, and I jump. Mum, Harry calls. Not here, Zach, Harry. In her writing, did Clara belong to Dorette? This new contract of yours, is it Dorette's work? Did you steal it? I heard Mum talking to Dad about Dorette's book series being cancelled. Mum wondered if she might have thrown herself off the balcony because she loved her works so much. But now I know. Quinn stole Great Aunt Dorette's work. I realize I can't be here because Harry and Quinn will know I heard them. Rustling comes from the other side of Quinn's hedge. I hold my breath for a few seconds. I'm expecting someone to jump out at any moment, so I run until I reach the end of Quinn and Harry's drive. I slip on the lane as I go to make the turn towards Zoe's. There's a prickle at the nape of my neck. It's like I can feel someone's gaze on me. I can't see anyone around. That's when I look across to see that the front door to Clover House has blown wide open in the breeze. I locked it. Zoe was with me when I locked it, so she could back me up. I don't want to go there on my own, but it's our house, and I should at least close the door. I'm shaking, and not because I'm cold. Hurrying over, I see fresh footprints coming from Clover House to the path. Then they vanish when the path meets the slushy lane. My gaze darts everywhere. There are footprints on the path, some going up, some going down, some looking like the owner of the prints, cross the lane in 3 different places. Tessa reverses her car from her drive onto the lane. I step back so I don't get splashed with slush as she speeds past me. She was outside. It must have been her lurking around. She was probably listening to the argument at Quinn's house. I look up to see Ray, back at his bedroom window, standing there with his main light on, and he's wearing his coat, and I wonder if he's just come from our house. Ruby steps out onto the road, all dressed up in a long, shiny coat. She was having a go at my mum earlier. She barely even acknowledges me as she starts walking towards the main road, where the bus stop is. Did she break into our house before heading out for the night? As she nears the bend in the road, Ruby turns and looks over her shoulder at me. Her stare bores into me, so I turn away from her. Come on, Detective Morgan, think. What's going on here? Did Quinn go to ours earlier? I picture her rummaging through Dorette's office, trying to get rid of any trace of the character she stole. I realize I've been turning around in circles, gazing across at all the houses, trying to figure this all out. And now I'm dizzy. I creep towards Clover House. The main door creaks as I step into the hallway. I go to turn the light on, but then I remember there's no electric in the house apart from that in the apartment. Who's there? I've called the police. Fat chance. I wish I could make a phone call. I check my phone. I don't even have a signal, which is super pants, as I think calls to the police go through, even if a person has no credit. Who's there? I say, again, secretly hoping that maybe some kids come out. No one answers, which sends my neck prickling again. All I see is darkness ahead. There is no end to it, and I feel giddy looking into the black abyss as I visualize an axe murderer running at me. Then a worse thought strikes. What if the axe murderer comes from behind and pushes me into the house, closing me in? My parents might not be back for hours. Zoe would miss me, but she thinks I'm at Harry's. I turn around and dart out of the house, slamming the door behind me. That's when I see the note pinned to the door. Dearest neighbor, no more games. There is no hiding. There is no running and the burden of your past will almost certainly murder your future. That's if it isn't already doing so. Only the truth can set you free. Love from Jasmine. Jasmine isn't missing at all. She's alive, and she'll stop at nothing to ruin Mum and Quinn's lives. 40-2. Morgan. Shaking, I run as fast as I can back to Zoe's. Sausage barks from inside her house. As I reach her front door, I fumble in my pocket for the key, and I can't get it into the keyhole. I drop it in the snow, on my knees. I feel for the tiny piece of metal as damp seeps through my jeans. Footsteps crunch in the snow, and an owl hoots in the distance. Someone is heading towards me, so I frantically search harder for the key. My fingers are losing their feeling. It's too late. The footsteps are almost upon me. I glance up, frozen, at who is about to emerge through the hedge, and I gasp. The spot takes one look at me before darting back the way it came. I place a hand over my thudding heart before finally locating the key with my almost dead fingers. As I turn it in the lock, I hate myself for being some horror film cliché. Yes, it's been a scary night, but really, it was a fox. I slipped on the ice. I passed. I dropped the key. I'm such a douche. A part of me half expects James to pop out from behind the hedge with his phone in my face, ready to upload my fear. Face to TikTok for all the kids at school to see. I burst through the door, and the heat hits me like a wall, and I'm grateful because I really want to feel my fingers again. Zoe! It's just me. The door to the snug is slightly ajar. I accidentally stomp snow along her stone hallway, peer into the snug. Zoe isn't there. Cora has gone too. Sausage barks again, so I try to work out where he might be in the house. Zoe. Barks come from behind the closed kitchen door. I take a deep breath and open it to see Zoe standing by the back barn door with Cora in her arms. Sausage runs up to me, barking. Zoe? I say again. She ignores me. Zoe, I yell at the top of my voice. I don't know what's up with her. It is like she didn't notice me coming through the door. She slowly turns around and stares at me. Snowflakes sit on the top of her head. Cora is wrapped up and fast asleep, snuggled against her chest, but I can see that Zoe is trembling. I didn't want to leave her on her own in the snug. I heard a noise. There was someone in my kitchen. I go over to her and look outside. Her back gate is wide open onto the woods. I heard a bang. Sid must have let Sausage out for a pee earlier and left the back door unlocked. But he wouldn't have left the gate open. Someone must have reached over slow to slide the lock. When I came out, I saw this. She points at the kitchen chair that had fallen over. It wasn't like that earlier. It was tucked in under the table. Someone's been in my house. A chill runs through me as I picture someone out there watching Emily fumble for the key in the snow. They must have startled the fox. Zoe looks like she might cry. I pick the chair up for her and close the door on the snow. I turn the key in the lock, then regret touching anything. What if she was going to call the police? Detective Morgan, fail. There would be no point dusting for prints now. I was about to call Sid to see if he left the chair like that, but there was a bang. She furrows her brows. The door to Clover House was open when I popped out. I closed it, but I think someone must have been in there because we locked the door, didn't we? You saw me do it, she shrugs. I don't know. Your sister was crying and I was holding her. Cora half yawns, but falls back to sleep. Zoe begins slowly rocking her. I let out a long, slow breath. I saw Ray wearing his winter coat watching from his upstairs window then. Tessa left her house too. It could have been either of them. I recall Ruby's stare and missing girl, Jasmine, keeps whirring through my mind like a song on constant replay. Her name was at the end of the letter stuck to our door. Zoe shakes her head and passes Cora to me. I think Ray and I are going to have words tomorrow. This has to stop. A knock at the front door makes me crash into the table backwards, and Cora starts to whimper in my arms.
We look at each other, then Zoe checks her phone.
Ah, it's your dad. I didn't hear that message. It must have come through when I was in the garden. I leave her and hurry to open the front door. Dad steps in, out of the cold, and hugs me closely. I swallow down the lump in my throat. Is Mum with you? He loosens his embrace, takes Cora off me and kisses her head. She has to rest. They've kept her in. It looks like an infection. We'll know more in the morning. Where's Zoe? I need to thank her. She's in the kitchen. Something just happened, so she's a bit upset. What? I think someone came into her house. I pop to Harry's for a few minutes, and Thet. He frowns. You left Cora? Morgan. What were you thinking? She was asleep and Zoe was looking after her. But Mum and I needed you to look after her. Okay, I'm sorry. I fold my arms and look at my feet. I haven't even told him about the note stuck to our front door, or the fact that the door was wide open. Zoe and her dog come out from the kitchen. She's holding a note in her hands. Someone definitely came into my house. They left this on the worktop next to the bread bin. She reads it aloud as we read along with her. Hello, neighbor. Still here, and I thought it only polite to tell you that I will make you all pay for letting me down. When someone goes missing, people are mean to look for them, and the people around here didn't look far enough, which means they didn't care. No one cared for poor little Jasmine. Now, the people of Clover Lane must pay. Also, be wary of nice people. It's always the nicest people you have to watch out for. Morgan, love. I won't be angry, but I ask that you answer me honestly. I've been nothing but kind and understanding, haven't I? Please, I won't be mad at all. And you mentioned Jasmine earlier. You also knew that I wouldn't leave the snug because Cora was fast asleep on the sofa, and she looks at me and Dad. You both seem really nice. She glances at the note again. Did you come through my back gate and leave this note on my worktop? No, why would I? It's hard moving. You must miss your friends a lot. You don't have to do this, Morgan. Are you seriously accusing my daughter? Thanks, Dad, I want to say. I need someone to stick up for me now because I'd never say the horrible things in those letters. Well, she had opportunity, and I'm not blaming her. She's left all her friends behind. Your wife has had a traumatic evening, and Morgan has been upset. It's hard for her, so I won't go to the police. We'll forget this, okay?
We can just forget it. Okay, understand.
I understand, but please, it has to stop now, or I will have no option but to call them. Her stare moves from my dad to me. The letter vibrates as her hand shakes. I want to interrupt, but I stand there, stunned, unable to say another word. After shaking my muteness away, I speak. Zoe, I didn't do this. There was a note on our door, too. I was about to tell you before Dad knocked. What note? Dad looks worried now, and Cora's bottom lip is quivering. All my baby sister knows is that we're all shouting, and we're all upset. The door was open, and I know I locked it. When I went to close it, I saw a note stuck to the front door. It's still there. Zoe still looks unconvinced of my innocence. She knows as well as I do that I could have left it there when I went out, and that I could have lied about the door being open. Time-wise, I could have done all that she's accusing me of, and if I were the police, I'd suspect me. Veins bulge at Dad's temples. He's angry, but I hope he can keep his calm. If he gets arrested again, I don't know what I'll do. Zoe won't want me here. It'll be me and Cora. all alone at Clover House. I gently hold his arm and lead him towards the door. I think we should go, Dad. I'm grateful that he follows me. My family are not the problem here, he says in a raised voice as he stomps out of the door, leaving me with Zoe. I can't hide that I'm hurt. Zoe has turned on us just like all the others, and it's worse because I liked her. Sausage snuffles at my feet and wags his tail. I didn't do it. I leave, knowing that I can't make her believe me. Once I've caught up with Dad outside our house, he's standing there with the note in his hand.
Do you think Mum knew Jasmine, I ask?
He slowly nods. There's a bigger reason why your mum didn't want to come back here, and we need to find out what it is before whatever secret she's holding destroys us all, unless I've already destroyed us. 43. Morgan. I wake in darkness with tears running down my face. For a moment, I don't know what day it is. Then my mind clears. And I know it has to be Thursday. Now, I had a nightmare. I was in the den alone and there was a baby, but it wasn't crying or moving. A deep sadness fills me, and I'm scared something has happened to Mum while I was asleep. There are no windows in my cupboard. I'm disorientated. Cora. I'm meant to be looking after her with Dad, but I fell fast asleep. Dad wasn't in a good place last night, which means I should have been more alert. After grabbing my phone and selecting the torch, I run from my cupboard and see that Dad isn't on the couch anymore. I turn the main light on and check the time. It's 6 in the morning. And I still don't know if I'm going to school in a bit. I think I'd have a good excuse as Mum was admitted to hospital last night. Cora. I knock on Dad's bedroom door, wondering why he isn't dealing with her cries. He doesn't answer. Dad? I open the door to see Cora alone. She's flung herself out of her cot and is now sitting between the wooden structure and my parents' bed. She points to her arm. Mog hurts. I hurry over and pick her up, kissing it better. Dad wouldn't speak anymore about Mum and what happened at the hospital last night. As soon as we got in, he said he needed to be alone. He put Cora to bed, and eventually I managed to fall asleep. Something has happened between my parents, and I think it's bad. When I woke up in the night, I checked on Dad. He'd been fast asleep on the settee with an empty beer bottle clutched to his chest. Once again, I'm livid, and not just because I'm the one getting the blame for these letters now. I hate that Zoe could think it might be me, but I can see why. Anyway, where's Dad? First, he leaves the apartment door open, and Cora wanders out on her own, and now this. Again, I'm having to be the adult here, and it's not on. A loud bang comes from below. It sounds like half of the house has just been knocked down in one blow. What the hell? I grab a blanket to keep Cora warm, and I pop my feet into Mum's slippers before leaving the apartment. My pajamas are thin, so I'm shivering, but at least Cora is okay, despite being fussy. More loud bangs come from the ground floor. I keep following the noise down the sweeping staircase and past the front door. It almost appears to be locked from the inside. Thank goodness. I flinch as another loud bang comes from the back of the house. Cora wipes sleep from her eyes and glances ahead. I can't put her down to walk because she'll tread on sharp things, so, despite my arms feeling heavy from her weight, I keep a hold of her. Dad. With my phone balanced in my hand and Cora fidgeting in my arms, I somehow managed to lightway through the open plan downstairs at the back of the house. It's sparser now and looks ready to have the kitchen fitted. But it sounds like he's demolishing a part of the house. There's another bang. Light bleeds from under a door at the far end. Dad? The sound of china crashing to the floor, makes me jump. Dad. He opens the door and stares at me, his eyes wide. Dark circles frame them, and his normally long hair seems to be tangled up, like he hasn't combed it.
I couldn't sleep. What are you doing?
We need to get out of here. Mum's right. This place is destroying us. I need to finish this, and we need to go, but what? This wall, with the dresser in front of it, Mum said to leave it, but it's not right. I think someone made this room nice, so it's never been touched. I've looked at the plans. If you check out the other room next door, the recess goes back another meter. But not this one. It's not right. I stare at the mess he's made. The dresser has been dragged to the other side of the room, and half of the dishes and cups on it have toppled off and lie smashed on the floorboards. His sledgehammer stands upright next to the coffee table. Dad is right. Through the ragged wall that he's partially knocked down, there's a gap. The walls around it are covered in a busy patterned rose print, paper, that is giving me a bad head to look at, and it's full of dust bunnies and cobwebs. Cora reaches out for Dad. He takes her and cuddles her against his dusty sweatshirt. She lets out a dainty sneeze. He exhales, and a plume of white coils above him. I shiver at how cold it is down here. It's not looking good around here, Morgan. There are things you don't know. He glances. What has he been hiding? I think back to the note I read, the one that Mum stole from Quinn's postbox. Did my dad do something bad when he came up here, alone, to fix the apartment up? He continues speaking. It looks like we both have our secrets and they're all coming out. I don't know what to do. He places one arm around Cora and a hand over his ear and lets out a bit of a sob that he quickly controls. I've ruined everything, Morgan, and I don't know what to do. Our lives are about to come crashing down. 4-4. Gemma. I stand in the cold, waiting for Quinn. I can't believe that it took until after 3 this afternoon to get my discharge papers. After 2 nights in hospital and most of today, I'm finally getting out of here. I called Morgan, and she misses me. She also sounded worried, but she kept telling me that everything was okay. I miss my children so much it hurts. Although I was only away from them for 2 nights, it felt like forever. Ethan wanted to visit yesterday, but I told him I didn't want to see him. Everything is still too raw. I place my hand over my stomach. We're going to be okay, Beanie, I whisper under my breath. I've been lucky, no thanks to Ethan. All I want to do is cry. I'm wearing my crusty jeans that I bled in. I feel dirty and I want to be home in my own bed. Home? Where is home? The home I know and love is gone forever. I swallow the huge lump in my throat. A picture enters my mind, one of the neighbors all, watching as I pull up later. I can't do this anymore. We've lost money, but I don't care if we leave with nothing as long as we can escape Clover Lane. My children are worth more than money, and we're not safe at Clover House, which is why, as soon as I'm back, I'll be researching short-term rentals until I can find us something back in Bristol. I check my phone. There's a message from Quinn telling me she's on her way. I also have 12 messages and 2 missed calls from Ethan, which I continue to ignore. I should have booked a taxi. Calling Quinn was a bad idea given the mood I'm in. I go to message her to tell her to turn around, but it's too late because she's already pulling up. I open the passenger door, get in, and put my seatbelt on. I keep my bag on my lap, ready to jump out of her car and run into the house as soon as we're back. Gemma, you look awful. What happened? I can't speak. My bottom lip trembles, and if I say anything, I might cry or say something I'll regret. We used to be close, but I can't even look in her direction. I force myself to turn towards her. She's wearing sunglasses in the middle of winter, and there's not even a hint of winter sun in the sky. I take a deep breath. I could ask you the same thing. Huh? She starts driving away from the hospital and joins the slow-moving Friday afternoon traffic. I'm trying to fathom what she's thinking, but she's not giving anything away. The sunglasses? We'll start with an easy one, Quinn. Oh, those. I polished off a bit too much wine last night. Last night, the night before also. Quinn has a problem. My head kills. She pauses. About what I did. I'm on high alert now. Is she going to confess? That kiss. I'm sorry. It's just. Okay, that's not what I was expecting, but I guess we need to unpack that too. It's a start. Just what? I can't say. She shakes her head rapidly and pulls a face. My head is banging. God, I feel sick. We have to talk about it.
You're not going to want to hear it. You're happy, Gemma. You have a family and
I'm the same confused mess I've always been, though there's one thing I'm not confused about. Go on. It's always been you, Gemma. I know you don't feel the same. But that day in the woods, all those years ago, when we kissed, I never stopped thinking about you. And when you didn't write to me, I thought maybe I crossed a line and you hated me. But you kissed me too. I wasn't the only one who felt it, was I? I shake my head and bite my bottom lip. I'm straight, but there was something intoxicating about Quinn. I liked her in that moment, as a person, not as a girl or a boy. When we kissed, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. But I look at her now, and I don't want that at all. It was a coming-of-age thing for me, but obviously it meant more to Quinn. She interrupts my thoughts. I've had a lot of short-term relationships. 1,000,000 one-night stands. That's an exaggeration. Obviously. But I could never stop thinking about that kiss in you. Then she lets out a little laugh. I thought I'd never see you again. Over the years, I gave up hope completely. But then I heard you were coming back. When your husband came over and said he was preparing a part of the house for you all to live in, I got excited to see you again. I dared to hope. She tuts and sighs. I feel so stupid now. My mind is a whirl, and I don't know what to say. I don't feel the same, but I was happy to see you again. Was? She pauses. Was it the memories? I nod. I can't get Jasmine out of my mind. She went missing after she caught us kissing in the woods. Quinn got upset because Jasmine had been sitting on that log, gripping her little handbag with a dog on the front. And we didn't even see her. I remember that day like it was yesterday. One of the neighbors had a fire on the go, and the smoke had reached the den. As it dispersed, I saw Jasmine staring in our direction. She came over to us and started teasing, and I don't want to think about that day, but I can't ignore the past anymore. Zoe had a letter, and it mentioned the log and the fog, or smoke as it was. The only people there that day were me, Jasmine, and Quinn. I don't trust her, but there is something much bigger at play than a few letters and a break-in. This is all because of Jasmine. Forget them. It was a long time ago. It's easy for Quinn to say that. No one is blaming her for sending those letters. In fact, she has remained nicely tucked away in the background, away from all of the drama. How convenient. I have something a bit more pressing to say before we leave Clover Lane forever. She mentioned her one-night stands. I'm sure that she's hurt a lot of people, but I never thought she'd hurt me. I think back to that kiss, the one from our past, and also the more recent one in her studio. Then, I recall the letter I stole from her postbox. You wanted me. You had Ethan. Why stop at one when you could have both of us? You're nothing but a tramp, Quinn. I can't believe I used that word, but I'm livid. Gemma, Why are you saying that? We're only about half a mile away from Clover Lane now. I can't do this. Stop the car. But it's cold. We're nearly back and you shouldn't be alone. You haven't even told me why you were in hospital, and I'm not going to either. Stop the car. I bang my hand on the dashboard. You just take what you want to take. If you were such a good friend and you loved me so much, why would you break my family up like this? I know everything, Quinn. She slams the brakes on, and we both jerk forward a little. I unclip my belt and step out with my bag. Was my husband just another one of your conquests? You make me sick. I'm not saying any more on the matter. She knows what she's done. I turn my back on her and step into the woods. I glance back. She wipes tears from her face as she pulls away. As I enter the woods, my breath is almost taken away. The sense of panic I can feel building up is something I have to face. Breathe, Gemma, I tell myself as I keep stepping forward. I have to walk through these woods to get back to my children. They need me. Quinn slept with Ethan, and there's no way she can deny it. I have absolute proof, and I'm sure she's behind all the bad things that are happening to us. Because she wants to destroy us. Either she wants him all to herself, or she wants me to split up with him. Not because she wants me. She wants to break us up. I have news for her. She can have him. They're welcome to each other. 45. Gemma. I follow the edge of a smaller road, one that traffic rarely goes down because it tails off and leads to nothing more than a field of sheep. As I reach the end of the road, the den comes into view. My heart palpitates at the sight of it. The snow has thawed slightly, but from what I heard, we're heading into the mother of all storms tonight, so I need to hurry back. Morgan, Cora, and I are leaving. Whatever Ethan chooses to do is no longer my business because I'll never forgive him. I gasp as I stare at the den. I can't move. It's like the snowy carpet underneath my feet is made of glue. My heart bangs until it's beating in my throat. I'm putting stress on Beanie. The doctor said light walking was fine, but here I am, trudging through woods that terrify me. I throw my bag over my shoulder and place a protective hand on my stomach. My cervix is inflamed, which led to the bleeding. I now know why it stings to pee and why my lower back has been aching. I take a few deep breaths and think of Beanie. Breathe in and breathe out. I stare ahead and tremble. The past haunting me isn't something I can breathe through. The den calls me. It wants me to go in and face my past, but my feet feel like lead. I stumble slightly as I spot several pink ribbons tied around a tree. Back then, Jasmine kept hanging around here, but it was our den, mine and Quinn's. It used to only be one shed, and it belonged to a man who died of alcohol poisoning. I notice that it has more parts to it now, and it creeps me out that Morgan was in the woods the other night. I need to go home. My arms ache to hold my children, and I have to pack before the storm takes hold, but my legs take me closer to the den. I open the first door. A gust builds up, and the wooden panels rattle. On stepping into the windowless plywood section, I'm plunged into darkness. Light-headedness sends me off balance. I place a hand on the wood to steady myself. How do I get into the main shed? I pull out my phone and shine my torch app around. I flinch as my arm gets caught in a huge web. There's a box on the floor. I know there's a third shed, so I move it out of the way. There's a gap in the wood that reaches my waist. I place my bag down and kneel onto the rotten floor. Then I shuffle through, careful not to catch my head on the jagged wood or exert myself too much. On standing, I see that there is nothing in the tiny end room but a dark curtain. I don't remember there being a window in the den, but maybe I was wrong. As I took the material, I gasp as it drops to the floor, exposing a whole wall full of clues. There are notes on some of the letters that have been sent to the neighbors, including the one that I took from Quinn's post box. Worst of all, I recognize some of the writing. It's Morgan's. The whole board is titled Detective Morgan and Detective Harry's investigation into the case of the Clover Lane poisoner. This is what Morgan has been up to when she's been at Harry's or walking the dog. Jasmine's name is scribbled in the bottom corner. How does my daughter know of Jasmine? I try to make sense of the board. All this time, I've been confused, my suspicions bouncing around between Ray and Tessa. But, looking at this, I feel it has to be Quinn. She knew when I left her house that day that I might check her post box, because why wouldn't I? Everyone had received horrible letters. It would be a natural thing to do. It could have been her way of telling me about her and Ethan. I run that scenario. She writes letters to everyone, making it look like I have it in for them. And she also writes letters to herself, so that we don't suspect her. She's trying to make me unstable so that everyone hates me. Why would she do that when she's meant to love me? I don't understand. I'm shaking, knowing that my daughter has been here. I told her she wasn't allowed to come into the woods, but she lied and came here regardless. This shed is closing in on me. I need to get out. I crouch, and as I do, the light catches another letter, stuck to wood, just above the hole. It's on the same type of paper, and the note is written in the same black ink capital letters.
Jasmine was her.
46. Gemma. Quinn is using Jasmine and her disappearance to scare me. I think she might be dangerous or seriously unwell. My children, I have to get back to them. I don't know what she's capable of. As I struggle with each step through the snow, all I can think about is getting Morgan and Cora away from here. I keep glancing around me. It's like Jasmine is here, judging and taunting. I don't know where to look or what to do, because I feel her eyes on me. All I can do is keep going and pray that my children are okay. Is Jasmine back, or is it all down to Quinn? Surely, Quinn wouldn't want to bring up the subject of Jasmine again after all this time, but I think Quinn's sick. I keep trudging even though I'm breathless. My mind goes back to that summer again. I don't know what happened to Jasmine. Quinn and I were the last ones to see her, and Quinn was upset with Jasmine. My heart aches for my girls, Cora and Morgan. If they vanished, I don't know if I could go on. I walk faster even though my muscles are stiffening. It was easy for everyone to think that Jasmine had run away from her drug-taking mother and alcoholic father. She'd been 16 at the time. I went home to my mum's the next day and forgot about her. Jasmine wasn't like us. She was more childlike, and the little jibes she made towards us were silly, rather than spiteful when I look back now. I can't get Quinn out of my mind. Quinn's knuckles were white from those jibes. It hits me. Quinn must have gone back to the woods and hurt Jasmine, and she's trying to blame everything on me now that I'm back. Morgan has got too close. My heart ramps up with the threat of impending danger. I need to get my children away from here as far away as possible. I finally reach the footpath. Snow falls around me, and it's getting thicker by the minute. As I reach the entrance to the woods, I check back one last time to make sure no one has followed me. Quinn's car is parked at the end of her drive. Ray is looking down on me, always looking down like I'm dirt on his shoe. Ruby stares at me as she walks towards her drive and vanishes behind the trees. Tessa pulls out, so I wait for her to drive past. She doesn't glance my way once, despite me looking disheveled. I have to stop blaming Ravi for hating me. I shake as I think back to then. Quinn spray painted his pond ornament. We played knock, door, run, and. I can barely think this, as I didn't want to touch a worm, but I laughed as Quinn dug one up and posted it through Ray's postbox. I let out a long, slow breath as I remember Quinn doing something similar to Jasmine. She thought when she threw a worm at her on a rainy day, but Jasmine had shrieked and had some sort of panic attack. Worms, how could I not see it was Quinn all along? I dart towards the lane, my legs shaking. I wasn't a good kid. It's time I faced up to my wrongs, but if it wasn't for Quinn, I wouldn't have done any of those things. She brought out the worst in me. And the worst in me failed to see Quinn as the person who left the original hamper with worms in it. As I go to step onto our drive, Zoe walks up the path. Her full-length puffer coat brushes against me as she passes with a caddy full of cleaning products. She must be heading to Quinn's or Ray's. Zoe, I just want to thank you for everything you did for us the other night. I don't know what I would have done without her. There's a cold look on her face. I only did what anyone would do. She keeps walking, her back to me. No, it was more, I say. You don't know us well, and I'm really grateful that you looked after Morgan and Cora. She turns and glances at my stomach, her mouth downturned. Like I said, I was just being neighborly. She looks at her watch. I have to go. She a sec away from me. She didn't even ask me how I was. Something has happened in my absence, and it worries me that the only person who seemed to care has gone cold on me. Zoe, please wait. Have I upset you? I have to go. She's about to step onto Quinn's drive. Zoe, stop! Something happened while I was in the hospital, and I have no idea what. Huh? Quinn. She said something to Zoe that has made her hate me. This is all a part of some sick plan of Quinn's. Once again, she turns around. Her eyes widen. It was you, wasn't it? All you? I thought you believed me. What have I done? You know what you've done. You and your family, you're poison. Just go, Gemma. I can't swallow. Poison. She thinks we're behind all the letters. I can't breathe. It's like the world is closing in on me. Ray still looks down on me, but this time he's smirking and all I want is to be anywhere but here. My baby. I place a hand over my stomach. My whole world has fallen apart. I have no one anymore, and I haven't done anything. Or have I? No. I can't let my mind wander. That day, Jasmine, no. 47. Gemma. I take a few breaths while trying to ignore Ray, staring at the back of my head. Beanie is the only thing I should think about. Breathe in and then out. As I regain a little bit of control, I step carefully across the lane, not wanting to slip. Just a few more hours, and Beanie, the kids and I will be safe. Stuff Zoe. Stuff them all. I'm done with making myself ill over these people. Being here is too hard. But then again, when someone is out there laying the poison down, no one is going to be on my side.
Ruby steps off her drive onto the path.
Her gaze fixes on mine to the point I feel uncomfortable. Then she checks her postbox and walks up the path towards the lake. My feet are buried in the snow. Cora cries from inside, and my heart skips a beat because all I want is to hold my baby girl close and tell her that everything will be okay. I've missed my children while in hospital. As for Morgan, I'll have to speak to her about the den, but not until I've hugged her too. It's my fault. I allowed Ethan to convince me to bring them here, and now I regret not fighting harder against this move. I turn my key in the lock. It clicks as it releases, then I step in. Clover House doesn't, and never has felt like home. It has this vibe that screams, "You are unwelcome. Go home. Leave now while you still can." All the hope I had in me when stepping through the door, the dreams of making a shed load of money from this place, they're all gone. All I have is this burning desire to escape before my family meets the same fate as Aunt Dorette, along with Cora's shrieks echoing through the stairwell. I hear Morgan humming the theme tune to Mika's magical bicycle. Cora's cries turn into whimpers, then they stop. What I don't hear is Ethan. I need to tell Morgan how proud I am of her, but that's after I've told Ethan how disappointed I am in him. He should be up there looking after Cora, not leaving it all to Morgan. He's failed as a husband and a father. I hear that tune coming from upstairs again, and I shiver. Even when we've left, I'll never be able to forget Quinn. Memories of her will be carried in that song. Every time my children sing it, I don't see any light from the generator, and come to think of it, I don't hear it either. A cough comes from the back of the house. I'm not sure if I want to alert Ethan to my presence yet, so I creep closer to where the cough came from. I walk across the main living space, then I take a left towards Aunt Dorette's snug. Light shines through the gap underneath the door. I nudge it open, and it creaks. Ethan sits in a chair, but he doesn't turn around. He's staring at a big gap in the wall where the dresser used to be. All the cups, teapots, and plates lie on the floor, smashed. He's slumped back, mouth open, with a half-drunk bottle of cider in his lap. He snorts and opens his sticky eyes. "Gemma, why didn't you call me to pick you up?" Really, he couldn't have picked me up in this state. I want to snatch the cider off him. He can sleep on his parents' couch in Cornwall, for all I care. I'm going to find somewhere to stay tonight, and I'm leaving you, Ethan. I choke up as I say those words. I've only ever loved Ethan, and I'm in pieces. Tears run down his cheeks. "I screwed up. You mean the world to me, Gemma. We can work this out for the children. Please, I can't lose you." "I'll do anything." My anxiety has given way to rage, and I can't keep it contained. Anything. Huh? All you had to do was keep it in your pants, but no, you didn't, and how do I find out? He doesn't answer, obviously too ashamed.
We could have lost Beanie.
I got the confirmation this morning, but as soon as it was mentioned, I saw your face. I didn't need the test results. I pause. She's welcome to you. She can have you. In fact, go now. Pack and move in with her, because I don't want you anywhere near me. He stands, then stumbles towards me for a drunken hug. I don't want anyone else. I love you, Gemma. It was one stupid mistake. I can't live without you. I push him away. You should have thought about that. Before you cheated on me. Lost all our money. When you knew I didn't want to ever come back. He shakes his head. And why didn't you want to come back, Gemma? Why did you want to keep this dresser? I glance again at what he's done. I have no idea what he's talking about, but it looks like there's a slip of a secret room that he's exposed. That dresser wasn't there when I came during that last summer all those years ago. I barely came into this room. It was where my aunt percolated all her ideas. I was never allowed in for long. She'd have bits of paper laid out everywhere and sketches tacked to the walls. All I now see is a gap and floorboards. I just liked it and didn't see any point in working on the only room that looked great. Unlike you, I wanted to get out of this place as fast as possible. I thought we'd be out of here quicker by not making more work for ourselves. And you had to go and tear it down. I can't stop staring into the void. Why is it there? Actually, I don't care about some stupid empty void. I just want to avoid becoming one. Sit here and drink yourself to oblivion for all I care. Is the baby okay? I thought that would have been the first thing you asked. I know the doctor filled him in the night before last. but he doesn't know if anything happened since. I would have if you hadn't come in here shouting at me, or if you answered my calls. Don't turn this on to me. I pause. He has a right to know. The baby will be okay, but I shouldn't get stressed. I should be taking it easy. And, thanks to you, I have to take antibiotics and go back to hospital to be retested in 4 weeks. My vision catches a piece of leather with a dog's face printed on it, and I can't breathe. In the clasp, there's a piece of torn blue plastic. Where did you get that? I managed to huff out. It was caught in the floorboard. We have to go. I have to go. The kids, they need to pack right this second. Why was nothing but a piece of Jasmine's bag in a tiny hidden room in my late aunt's house? I turned to leave. Gemma, wait. Please don't walk out like this. I love you. I can't do this without you. I need you. This is harder than I ever thought it would be. I want to believe that he loves me, and it would be easy to sink into his arms. But I'm hurting badly. Why, Ethan? I thought it was you and me against the world. Tears start streaming down my face. It still is. I'll do anything. Gemma, anything. But please don't leave me. I need answers. Tell me how we went so wrong? We didn't. I went wrong. His cheeks start to redden. That night, I called you from here while I was working on the apartment. You were so angry with me. Thought I hated me, and I still hate me. I did something stupid, and I've never done anything like that before. This place made me feel so alone, and I was so damn depressed, Gemma. He runs his shaky fingers through his hair. Ethan has never before tried to manipulate my feelings, so I believe him. I just don't think I can forgive him. I need some space. I lean over and kiss his head. Whatever happens, I can't easily turn my feelings off. You weren't there for me. I tried to call you back, but you didn't answer. I look away, trying not to catch sight of Jasmine's bag again. All I can think about is her and the children, and I need to leave. Ethan waits for me to answer. I remember that night well. I was still upset with him for losing all our money. You weren't there, Gemma. I don't appreciate him blaming me. I have always been there for him. I wipe my teary face, and I can't help the words that come out of my mouth. We're leaving. Go. Be with Quinn. I have to get away from Ethan, Quinn, and Jasmine's bag now. The blue plastic catches my eye again, sending waves of nausea through me. She's haunting me at every turn, and I'm scared she's about to catch up with me. As I go to leave, he's out of his chair. He stumbles towards me, yapels, and clamps his hand on my wrist. He's hurting me, and I know he won't let go. I shiver because I see the fire within him. Ethan has never hurt me before, but he starts dragging me through the house as I try to dig my heels in. I can't stop him. I no longer know the man in front of me or what he's capable of. 48. Quinn. She lies in the middle of the floor of her studio, with the letters thrown around her, staring at all the storyboards she's drawn for the Clara project. That contract was going to change her and Harry's life. Everything in life she does is for her precious boy. If he's turned against her, nothing matters anymore. It's dark. With only the light from her computer screen, she already sees too much. She sees her lies, her crimes, and everything bad she's ever done. Her wrongs surround her, reminding her of what a bad person she is. She thinks of Dorette and what she did. The only person who ever believed in her was that woman, and look how she ruined that. She thinks back to the car accident that took her mother, and she shivers. If Dorette had never helped her, Dorette would be here too. She's poison to everyone around her, and now she's hurt Gemma. The way Gemma spoke to her in the car has run through her mind since she got back. She needs to talk to Gemma, but she can't face her yet. Mum, Harry calls from behind her locked door. Diggerty lets out a half-hearted bark. Zoe has turned the vacuum off, and Quinn hears her saying bye. Her son knocks, but she can't answer him. He's the only good thing left in her life, and it's only a matter of time before the darkness within her takes him too. She drags the bottle along the floor and holds it to her lips. Another swig of vodka slips down her throat. Mum, I'm really worried now. I'm sorry for the things I said last night, but we have to deal with them. You can't run away from this. She can, and she will. She can stay in this room forever and never come out. Maybe if she drinks herself to death, she won't have to face what is outside that door. Harry's disappointment in her, and the fact that what he knows is only the tip of the iceberg. What he doesn't know is that on the night Dorette fell to her death, Quinn had been in Dorette's office arguing with her mentor. Dorette found out that Quinn had stolen her ideas because her darling son, Harry, had told her. She couldn't blame him. He'd been excited, especially as Quinn had received so many offers to produce it as an animation. Quinn begged Dorette not to tell anyone and offered to share the money with her. Dorette's publisher had already dropped her. They weren't interested in what she had to offer. But Quinn had worked on Clara, built the world in a more colorful way with her amazing illustrations. Dorette should have been grateful, but the woman had shouted, telling her that she couldn't have Clara because that character was hers. That, even if she failed in that project, she didn't want Quinn stealing her ideas. Mum! Harry knocks again. And, once again, she ignores him. She's in too much pain to face what she did. Where they continue to argue, but Dorette was a woman who couldn't be reasoned with. A flash to seeing Dorette lying dead on the slabs hits her, and she feels her stomach lurch slightly. She stole that notebook from Dorette's office, and she knows there will be more evidence in that house, evidence of all her wrongs. She also knows that Gemma suspects her because Gemma caught her stealing that notebook. Morgan saw it in her bag. As for Gemma, none of this changes how Quinn feels about her. She has always loved her, but she knows Gemma will never want her. She's even lost the right to be her friend now. It's over, Harry, she says, with tears slipping down her face. Very soon, everyone is going to know what she did, and Harry will never have anything to do with her ever again. 49. Gemma. Ethan, let me go. You're stressing the baby. As we leave Clover House, he finally stops gripping my wrist, and he's walking away from me like he's on a mission. He glances back. Come on, Gemma. Keep up. You want the truth. You're going to get the truth. Let's start with Quinn. I hurry to the end of the drive, and he's walking so much faster than I can. He's forcing me to face Quinn, which is unforgivable, but regardless, I can't turn back. I'm hungry for a huge dose of truth, and I want it straight from their mouths. I'm more cautious than Ethan with my tiny steps across the lane. Zoe must have passed Ethan on Quinn's drive because she's once again on the path, with her cleaning supplies ignoring me again as she charges past. I flinch as I catch sight of Ray staring at me. He shakes his head slowly. Go home, Gemma. Ethan. I call as I ignore Ray and continue down Quinn's drive. My legs are like jelly because all I can hear is Ethan pounding at her front door, shouting over and over again. Open up, you lying bitch. He kicks her door, and Diggerty barks. I don't need this. Ethan, stop it. You have to calm down. I don't have to do anything. You're leaving me. Remember? I owe you the truth.
I know that. His pupils are dilated.
I don't know why he couldn't have told me the truth back at Clover House. I feel sick at what Ethan has done, but I feel sicker from seeing the scrap of Jasmine's bag. What the hell was the bag Jasmine was wearing on the day she vanished, doing behind my aunt's fake wall? I'm lightheaded as my head fills with thoughts. The girls, I need to get them out of here. I'm hoping that Morgan and Cora are snuggled up watching TV, oblivious to what's going on out here. Ethan sways a little and leans on the door. He's a mess. This place has ruined us, and I don't think we can go back. I miss past Ethan, and I don't recognize the version of him in front of me. Ethan almost topples onto Harry as Harry opens the door. Diggory runs out. Hello. Harry scrunches his brow. I grab Ethan's arm and draw him towards me. Thankfully, Ethan doesn't fight me doing this. I'm so sorry, Harry. We should leave. This quest to show me the truth that Ethan has dragged me on isn't worth upsetting poor Harry over. The best thing I can do is leave. The snow falls heavier now, which worries me. I don't know how long I have to safely leave Clover Lane. Diggory jumps and barks before eating snow. Harry, where's your mum? Please. His tone is softened. It's as if Ethan realizes he's talking to a child. That's past Ethan, the one I love or loved. He scratches his head. She's in her studio. She won't come out, and I'm worried about her. I've been calling her and she's not answering. Her door's locked. His eyes start to tear up. I'm scared she's hurt herself. The last thing she said was, "It's over. I step into Quinn's house." However angry I am, I don't want Quinn to be hurt. I glance back at Ethan. He's done enough damage. Quinn. I call her name as I hurry down the corridor towards her studio. Ethan is on my tail, and he seems to have sobered at speed as he overtakes me. He tries the handle and bangs on the door. There's no answer. Do something. You have to help her. Harry's hands are gripping the hair on the sides of his head. Ethan steps back and bashes his body against the door. It won't budge. He tries again, and it creaks. One more time, so Schlade, and the door breaks open. He falls through and almost stumbles to the floor. Quinn is lying in the middle of the dark room, lit up only by her computer screen. All around her are illustrations of her new character. An empty bottle of vodka has slipped from her hands. Ethan's mouth is wide open, and Harry has started to cry. I hurry over and kneel beside Quinn. That's when I spot the note with a pen on top of it. It's written in familiar black ink capital letters. It's over. 50. Gemma. It was Quinn all this time. Why? I ask her. She claims to love me, but she puts me through this. She turned the neighbors against me, brought up the past, and now I need to do something. I take her wrist, and I'm relieved to feel that she has a pulse, and it's a strong one. She snorts, so I gesture for Ethan to help me get her into the recovery position. Now on her side, she prizes an eye open. Gemma, I'm sorry. Her eyes, damp pen. She wipes her face, smearing eyeliner and lipstick everywhere. Diggory licks her cheek, and she holds a hand up. It's not the right time to say anything. Ethan shouldn't have charged in like this, regardless of what they did. I have my children to think of, so I'm going to be the grown-up here. Harry, maybe you could make your mum a coffee while we try to get her into a chair. He nods, and is almost relieved to get out of the room. Ethan follows him, calling Diggory out of the way as he leaves. It's like my husband suddenly doesn't know what to say after racing around here, ready for a fight and being confronted by Quinn lying on the floor. Why did you run away from me, Gem? Because I know, Quinn. I know everything, and I was hurt. I'm still hurt. I'm going to make it right, Gemma. I don't know how. I wonder if she even knows she's the one who infected me. The doctor told me that quite often, people don't know they have chlamydia. The letters, Jasmine's bag and my fear over losing Beanie all run through my mind. There's no way you can ever make it right. You wrote all those letters. You slept with my husband, and I will never forgive you. I glance up at her computer and see a notebook labeled up with Clara on the spine. It's just like the ones that my aunt used to write in. I stand and walk over to it. On turning the page, I can see my aunt's name in it. This is what she stole on the day we were in my aunt's office. The drawings are all around us. It hits me. She stole all my aunt's work and claimed it as her own. The perfect motive to kill Aunt Dorette. Her brows crease. She squints as she struggles to sit up. Eventually, she's on her bottom, with both hands straight behind her, pressing into the floor to stay upright. You've got it all wrong, Gemma. What's this? I hold the notebook up. Quinn looks into her lap. Okay, not that bit. I did use your aunt's character, and we argued. You stole her work? She was going to tell. Wasn't she? So you pushed her. No, I didn't. I would never do that. We argued, and I left. Then she was dead. I didn't hurt her. The letters? I pick up the letter from the floor and throw it at her. The hamper, the worms, the article. I never told her about the article, but Quinn is a good liar. She starts slurring an explanation out. No, I saw the neighbors out there with letters, and I didn't have one. Ray showed me his, and I took a look at Tess's. I knew it looked just like your aunt's writing. It was even her notepaper, and I had some of the same paper. I thought I'd get the blame because, guess what? The neighbors don't like me either. I wrote letters, as to myself, that's all. I left one sticking out of my post box, so you'd find it. What I put in that letter wasn't true. It was just malicious, like the one Tessa got. I didn't think you'd meant to believe it. But I needed you to believe I received letters too. If the neighbors thought I sent them, I feared they'd also wonder, I wonder what else I was capable of. Why should I believe any of this? The whole story sounds ridiculous. But then again, I remind myself, Quinn makes stuff up for a living. Looking around, I can see she lives in a fantasy world, surrounded by her pictures and characters, and she clearly has a drink problem. You don't have to, but it's true. I never sent you or anyone else any letters. She hiccups. But you slept with my husband. She shakes her head. You know I only ever wanted you. Why did you do it, Quinn? I didn't. Ethan enters with a coffee. That's the truth, Gemma. I have never slept with Quinn. But I know who he slept with. Quinn stares at him. From the look on Ethan's face, he wasn't expecting that. I'm sick to the back teeth of all this. I head towards the door. It was Ruby. I'm sorry, Gemma. I'm sorry that Ethan cheated on you, and I'm even sorrier that you thought it was me. She takes the coffee from Ethan. I hate this place and everyone in it. My fists are now balled up, and I'm trying hard not to explode. My children are my world. It's time to leave, so I step out of the studio and along the corridor. Gemma, wait! Ethan follows me. He places a hand on my shoulder and steps in front of me. Get out of my way. We shouldn't leave Quinn until Harry is with her. I thought she was your friend. Move, I yell. I don't want to see his face. All I can picture is him and Ruby together. He holds his hands up and steps aside. My hands go down to my stomach. Beanie and I don't need any of this drama. We need to leave.
Quick, tell Harry that Quinn will be fine.
Then I'm getting the children and leaving. Harry. I step into the kitchen area, but Diggerty is still there, eating out of his food bowl. Harry. The front door is wide open, but Harry isn't anywhere to be seen. However worried I am, I know Harry is 14, that he's probably just taking some time out, or he's gone to see Morgan. I hurry up the path. Someone is shoveling snow on Ray's drive. That's where Harry must be. As I go to cross the lane, Ray turns up to check his postbox with a shovel in his hand. Tessa is walking from the entrance to the lane. "Where's your car?" "Tessa," Ray says to her. "Got stuck in the snow on the main road. I've had to leave it there." My heart starts banging. I'm trapped. I feel sick. I have to try to get away. Our pickup might still get us out. Tessa stares at me as she passes. Ruby is now walking down the lane with a shopping bag, clanking a couple of bottles with each step. I cross over and stand right in the entrance to her drive. I'm shaking from the cold now, despite having a coat on. My feet are damp and my toes are dead. Ruby frowns and goes to step to the side of me, but I step in her way. "What are you doing?" She frowns. "I know what you did. Nice of you to share something extra special with my husband." Then me and my unborn child. My clenched fists are itching to hit her, but I won't sink that low. Looking at her face, I know I can walk away after dropping that bomb. She doesn't deny it. She doesn't even try. And that's how I know Quinn has told me nothing but the truth. With shaking knees, I hurry to the house. Ethan catches me up. "Gemma, wait." I can't help but let all my frustration out on him. My fists batter into his chest. And then I stop dead as I think of Jasmine's bag that Ethan unearthed in the snug. Jasmine has never been seen since Quinn and I were with her all those years ago. My blood runs cold. That bag, the snug, it's time to go. "Gemma, I deserve all of this. I'm going to help you pack, and I'm going to get you and the kids out of here. I'll just get my phone and things from the snug." I drop my fists, relieved that he's going to help. That's when I hear Cora shriek. I've left her with Morgan all this time, and something's happened. I can sense that was no normal shriek. 51. Morgan. I can't stop Cora from crying, so I hug her closely and hope it will pass. I didn't mean to turn my back on her, but I had to go to the toilet, and she slipped off the settee. I don't know what to do with her. She misses Mum, and Dad is in his own world. He's been staring at that hole in the wall for hours. I want him to come back up here so I can go to Harry's because I need to speak to him. Cora's cries are giving me a bad head. She isn't even hurt from that little fall, but she's overtired. I've fed her. I've played with her. We've watched Mika's Magical Bicycle on repeat, and that song is now making me want to cry along with Cora. A loud crash at the door makes me jump back into the draining board. The stacked up plates and pans rattle. Even Cora stops crying as we wait for whoever is out there to unlock the door. My heart pounds as a key enters the lock, and Mum bursts in. Her skin is normally a light, warm olive color, but now she's pale, and her eyes are red and bruised looking, like she's had no sleep, but she comes in like a storm, with the zest of someone who's downed 10 cans of energy soda. "Mum, are you okay? We missed you. I missed you both too." More than anything. She gives me a quick hug. "Pack your things. We're leaving." That's music to my ears. I don't want to stay here any longer. She gets her laptop out and uses the Wi-Fi on her phone to log on to the internet. "Can you have Cora?" I go to put my little sister next to her on the settee. "No, I need a minute. I have to find somewhere for us to stay, and it can't wait." "Where are we going?" "I don't know," she shouts, more out of frustration than at me. Cora yanks my hair because she wants to go down, so I let her wander around the apartment. Mika comes on the TV again. She toddles over and stands in front of the screen laughing. Mum turns it off, and Cora cries again. Mika! Mum! What's going on?" "I can't talk about this now. You just have to trust me, Morgan, okay? Can you do that? She's treating me like I'm a baby now. It's okay when they want me to look after Cora, but when it comes to what the hell is going on with our family, I'm suddenly not grown up. I've been stuck here for 2 days worried sick, Mum. You were in hospital, and now you're saying we're leaving. For what it's worth, I'm happy we're leaving. I never wanted to move from Bristol, but no one asked me what I wanted. You and Dad decided, and we come here and I miss Mai and my school, and now you. Won't tell me what's going on. It's the letters, isn't it? I know it is. It's also Dad. He's going through something, probably losing his shit. Morgan, stop it with the language. Really, all she cares about is me using the word shit. I fold my arms and stand in front of her with a downturned mouth. I'm not packing or moving until she tells me what's going on. What are you waiting for? She carries on tapping away on her keyboard. I lean over and see that she's looking for a holiday rental. You've been in hospital. I thought you were going to lose the baby, and I was scared. I can't hold my emotions back now, however silly I feel. If I could be anything, I'd choose brave. But I'm so far away from brave. Tears prick at my eyes. I was scared that something would happen to you, she gasps and stumps her laptop on the settee. Her arms wrap around me. This is what I need. I've missed my mum, and I want her to hug me and tell me that everything's going to work out. But I know it isn't. We're leaving Dad. I love you so much, Morgan, and I'm fine. All I have is a little infection. Why are you blaming Dad? I know he's down there and he's been drinking, but we can't leave him here. Not with these people. She holds me close. I'm sorry to tell you this, but he cheated on me, Morgan. Which is why we need to leave. He'll always be your dad, and he's not a bad person. We'll work something out. But for now, I need some space to think. Mum swallows hard. She hates Dad, and I think I hate him too. How could he cheat on Mum? Who is she? Mum ignores my question. I burst into tears. Mum needs to know about Clara and what Quinn did to Great Aunt Dorette. Mum, I don't trust Quinn. I wipe my eyes. Cora cries, so Mum turns Micah's magical bicycle on again. We are both tolerating this tune at the moment for an easy time of it with Cora. I saw the den and all your notes on the wall. My eyes widen. She was never meant to see all that, but it's too late now. She's seen the note that was to Quinn, the one I took and hid from her. She now knows everything I know, except for the Clara thing. Because I haven't told another living person what I heard Harry and Quinn talking about last night. Harry and I thought we could work out who wrote the letters. And did you? I shrug. What do you think? I can tell. What I have to say is important to Mum, and for once, I feel like I'm seen and heard. Not just someone to throw Cora at. Up until last night, I thought it was Ray or Tessa, but now I think it's Quinn.
It's Quinn!
Mum sits and takes a couple of deep breaths. It's not Quinn. I furrow my brows. It has to be. When you went to the hospital, Cora fell asleep. I asked Zoe if I could pop to Harry's quickly, and she said it was okay. When I got there, I heard shouting, and Harry was accusing Quinn of stealing a character that Great Aunt Dorette created, and she had a big contract. She had a reason to get Dorette out of the picture. Mum. I also saw the notebook. When I was at Harry's, I saw a little book sticking out of Quinn's bag. When she went out of the room, the writing in the book was the same writing that was used on the letters that everyone received. Black ink capitals.
I believe that Quinn wrote the letters to try to get rid of us, because she didn't want you to ever find out
that she stole Great Aunt Dorette's work, and to stop her talking, she pushed her off the balcony. I know all this, but Quinn didn't write the letters. Well, who did? This is stuffing my mind up. Now I think of it. How would Quinn have had the time to leave a note on the door of Clover House the other night? And how could she have broken into Zoe's kitchen? She'd been shouting at Harry at the time. I'm a terrible detective. I was so sure I'd solve the mystery. I don't know, but whoever did is trying to ruin us, and I'm scared they'll hurt us. This is serious, Morgan. Hurry, grab your things. We have to leave. 52. Gemma. We need to get out of this house. Knowing what the poisoner is capable of sends my mind into overdrive. I believe they pushed Aunt Dorette. And I don't just believe they're out to expose me. My children are in danger. The word fall underlined in the first letter makes my spine tingle. I look out of the window. The snow is heavy now, so we can't waste any more time. I can't find a holiday letting at such short notice. No one is getting back to me, but there are plenty of hotels in Whitby. We can grab our bags and leave, but we need to hurry before we're trapped on Clover Lane. We might already be trapped for all I know because Tessa's car was stuck. Our vehicle is heftier and bigger. I keep telling myself that. I don't care if Ethan has to dig us out of here. Mom, I love you. I love you too. Sweetheart, let's pack. Just essentials. Dad can bring us more things tomorrow. What about Dad? Morgan asks. We only have the pickup. Dad will be stranded here, I shrug. We can't leave him. I know you're angry with him, and what he did was wrong, but it's too dangerous. Morgan's right. Despite what I think, he's still her father. He's a liar, but I don't want to put him in harm's way. We all have to leave together. Okay, get packing, and I'll go and get Dad. Can you throw mine and Cora's things into a bag too? Just essentials. She nods and gets straight to it. I'm so proud of Morgan. As soon as we're in a warm, cozy room away from Clover Lane, I'm going to tell her exactly how proud I am. I should be her rock, but she's being my rock. I hurry out of the apartment, and as soon as I reach the top of the stairs, I feel an icy breeze traveling from the broken stained glass window. It sounds like the missing birds chirping. I imagine my own baby birds going missing, and it sends a huge chill through me. A hint of light from the moon catches the mirror on the landing, but that's not what's grabbing my attention. Small pockets of light dapple everywhere, because the glass has been smashed. I point my phone at it, then I hear a sound coming from the balcony room. It's the damn door banging. Ethan has left it open again, and the storm is whipping up. Phone in hand, lighting the way ahead, I hurry downstairs, angry because I couldn't trust Ethan to do the one simple thing I really needed him to do: lock that door. He keeps on letting me down. I hurry past the main entrance and enter the living space. All of it is in eerie silence, with only the light bleed again coming from Aunt Dorette's, snug. My chest tightens as I approach. First I think of my necklace, the one I found under the floorboard, and I'm back to that day in the woods when I was 14. The smoke dispersed, and Jasmine stood up from the log, holding her dog bag as she mocked me and Quinn for that kiss. I'd been wearing that necklace. That was until Jasmine snatched it from around my neck. Ethan found Jasmine's bag. The bit of caught blue plastic that I know was from Jasmine's raincoat. And then there was the note in the den. Jasmine woes, "Ear, we have to get out of here before the weather traps us." "Ethan," I call out. A grunt comes from behind the door, followed by a crash. I burst through to find my husband on his knees, pulling floorboards up. We stare at the rolled-up rug. Ethan is letting it spin open. And I scream as bones, and the rest of Jasmine's blue raincoat are revealed. Ethan gives the rug one last shake, and several bones clatter to the floor. Jasmine's bones. I retch and step back. My heart thumps, so I place a hand over it. Ethan stares wide-eyed at the scene before us. We've found Jasmine. I let out a cry and step out of the room. Ethan holds me, and I let him. We need to get the kids ready to leave and call the police. He whispers as if he senses someone is listening. Cora screams from above, loud, blood-curdling screams. I run to the bottom of the stairs and the front door crashes on its hinges. We're not alone. I dart up the stairs with Ethan right behind me. The door to the apartment is open. In a rush, I left it unlocked. The lights have gone out. "Morgan!" Cora shrieks, but this time more playfully. I freeze. Her shrieks come from the balcony room. 53. Gemma. As Ethan and I run towards the banging door, I feel like my heart might give out. It's like the night that Diggerty was in there, but a million times worse, because I know my baby girl is in danger. I can hear her laughing and cooing. We enter the room quietly. Using my phone for light, I follow Ethan towards the voile. Morgan is standing on the balcony in the snow, wearing nothing but her slippers. Track bottoms, and a sweatshirt. She's shivering as she holds her hands out. Then I see Cora laughing on the edge of the balcony. Come to Mog. Please, Cora. I take a step closer to them, but Ethan drags me back by the coat. We can't startle her. I flinch as a small chunk of concrete crashes onto the slabs below. I think of Aunt Dorette lying dead only a few months before, and it will kill me if that happens to Cora too. I think about Jasmine's body downstairs. The house isn't taking Cora too. I'd give my life for Cora, but all I can do is stand here and hope. My baby girl chuckles as she feeds herself a mouthful of snow from the edge of the balcony. Then she goes to stand. Cora. Morgan takes a step closer, but the balcony starts to creak, and a brick drops to the ground. Light. It's disintegrating more with each second. Ethan takes a step closer, and I follow. Between us, we have no choice but to make a grab for Cora, because our little one can't see the danger she's in. I'm crying now, and Morgan is holding back her tears and forcing a smile as she holds her hand out for Cora to come to her. Morgan can't step any closer, because if she does, that part of the balcony will drop to the tiles below. I picture my little girl dead in the snow. I knew this place was sick and bad, and I failed to trust my instincts. We should never have come, and I will never stop resenting Ethan for giving us no choice. I also realize now, we always have, but we chased the money. He chased the money, and I went along with it. We should have accepted our losses, sold this place as a project, and got on with our lives. We should have bought a smaller house out of the city and started again. It's too late now. There's no going back on the decision that will have led to the end of my baby's life. I've never felt so powerless. The front door was open again.
As a key.
The person who killed Aunt Dorette has been playing us from the start. They knew we'd find Jasmine's body, and I can't believe my lovely aunt killed Jasmine. Whoever is doing all this has to be Jasmine's killer. My heart won't stop pounding. The world sways a little, and snow lands on us, but I'm no longer cold. I'm numb. Mog. Cora holds out her hands to grab Morgan. Morgan leans in as much as she can. Then there's a huge crunch. Morgan and I scream as Cora drops off the balcony. The last thing I see is the look of shock on my tiny girl's face, and my heart stops. My baby, she's gone. I scream like never before. 54. Morgan. I can't breathe. I turned my back for a minute to grab a holdall. Cora was watching Mika on the TV. I heard her singing and chuckling, but then she must have stopped, and I got carried away, throwing all our things into the bag. Like with Dad the other day, I didn't hear her leave. Dad stands there staring, with his mouth open, leaning against the French door, like he's about to keel over. It's like everything is happening in slow motion. I run over to Mum. She's collapsed. And she's wailing. I go to hold her because I need her. I need her to tell me it wasn't my fault. But it was. I left Cora alone knowing she could open the apartment door. I go to hug Mum, but she pushes me away. Mum, I'm scared. My teeth chatter. I tried to grab her. I tried. I'm speaking through snotty tears that I can't control. She pushes me away, and Dad is looking at me like he blames me. They blame me. Now I know they hate me. I killed my sister. I hyperventilate until I see stars. There's no way I can be here. I need to get away. Harry, I need Harry. He's the only person I have left. He won't hate me. I crash through the voile and across the balcony room. Morgan. Dad calls. I ignore him. Whatever he has to say, I'm not ready to hear it. I will never be ready to hear how it's my fault that Cora is dead. I don't think I can ever go home. Now, I know what it feels like to want to run away from it all. Just like Jasmine did. Morgan! Mum's calling now, but I'm not going back to them. As I crunch over the broken mirror, then past the stained glass window, it's like the missing baby birds are chirping for me to save them.
I grab my boots from outside the apartment door.
The stairs look longer than ever, like they're swaying underfoot. With each step, it feels like I'm not getting any closer to the bottom. I'm living in a horror film where the main door seems like it's in sight, but I'll never reach it. He's catching me up. I brace myself for the moment he grabs the back of my sweater, and I ping backwards into him, but it doesn't happen. He passes me with a whoosh, beating me to the front door. Mum is catching up. I hear her cries. I burst outside a second after Dad, and what I see almost makes me buckle to my knees. Cora is giggling in Quinn's arms, and Quinn is getting herself up off the ground. Dad runs up to her and takes my sister, kissing her head and holding her tightly. Mum passes me and joins him. I gasp and try to stop myself from passing out. Quinn must have been there to catch Cora. I roll over and lie in the snow, facing the stars above, thanking the universe that my baby sister is alive. I glance at Mum and Dad. They don't look my way, and neither does Quinn. I get up and stumble over to them. My legs shake. Dad turns away from me. And she looks a wreck. Her hair is all across her face, and her smudged makeup makes her look like she's just woken up. Dad kisses Cora's head over Mum's cries, and he mumbles, "She could have died, Morgan. She could have died." I know then that they blame me for definite. It's all my fault. I run as fast as I can, leaving my family behind. I need Harry now. I dart across the lane and knock at Quinn's door. Harry. I thump it over and over again. He's not in. I can't even hear the dog barking. Quinn's at ours. He must be walking Diggerty in the woods. It's dark everywhere. I've just noticed there are no lights. Then I remember the lights going off at the apartment. There must be a power cut. No street lamps. No lights coming from houses. No cars on the lane. The only sounds of life are those coming from my family. And they haven't even noticed me missing. How long did it take for anyone to notice that Jasmine was missing? As I stand in the lane, I look up. I can't see if anyone is watching me from their upstairs windows. I jog towards the entrance to the woods, knowing this time I'll find the den with ease. I step over some sort of smashed up ornament which seems out of place, but I don't care. I have to find Harry, and I need to get away. Something's wrong. The lights through the woods are also out. My heart starts crashing into my rib cage, and my every instinct is telling me to turn around. But I don't listen. I'm not in any more danger because it's dark. It's just a power cut, Morgan. Keep going. Find Harry. Harry! Diggerty! I listen for dog barks, but I don't hear a thing. As I jog deeper into the woods, pushing through the snow, it gets darker. I'm off the main path now. Snow starts to come down heavy. Then I hear a crunch behind me. I stop and listen, hoping that it was an animal. I reach for my phone in my pocket, the same phone that is only useful as a torch, but it's not there. I left it in the apartment. Then again, what use is it? I can't call or message anyone. I fixate on that noise and tremble. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I exhale as Diggerty appears in front of me, wagging his tail. So Harry must be the person crunching in the snow behind me. I was calling you, Harry. Why didn't you shout back? I'm angry. He could have responded. As I turn to face him, to tell him what happened and how upset I am, I realize it's not Harry. I hold my chest, unable to catch my breath. I glance back at Diggerty, then to the person beside me, and I want to run, but I can't. 55. Gemma. I wipe my teary face and hug Quinn hard. Whatever I thought of her, however angry I've been, in this moment, I love her more than anything. She saved Cora, and I will forever be indebted to her. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! I can't stop repeating those words. I don't know why she came over at that exact moment, but had she not, my baby girl would be lying dead on the tiles we stand upon. Ethan can't stop hugging Cora. I came over to say how sorry I was. What I did was unforgivable, and I know everything I touch turns to shit. She looks down. I pull away and hold a hand up. I don't want to hear it. She saved my child's life. My family is safe because of her. Nevertheless, we need to leave Clover Lane and not come back because someone killed Jasmine. Her bones are in our house, and I don't know what Aunt Dorette had to do with it all. All I know is we're in danger and we need the police here. Morgan, I can't see her. She was here a minute ago. I glance up at the apartment. The power still hasn't come on because the whole lane remains in darkness. I didn't mean to hurt you or Dorette. Quinn slurs. Though she's slurring, she seems a lot more sober than when she was lying in the middle of her studio floor. Ethan seems to have sobered up too. Quinn, it doesn't matter now. Proper talk. All I want to do is find Morgan and go. But it looks like Quinn came for a heart-to-heart. She has no idea that we found bones in the snug. Ethan clears his throat. Cora's cold. I'm going to take her upstairs to get changed. I'll pack, and I won't let her out of my sight, will I? Chubby cheeks? He blows a raspberry on Cora's cheek, and she laughs. I'll talk to Morgan. Poor Morgan. I know she'll be up there blaming herself. It wasn't her fault, and I need to make sure she knows that. Ethan starts walking back into the house. Quinn sobs, so I hug her. Quinn, it's okay. We'll talk about everything next week. I did it for Harry. I needed a new character, and your aunt had struggled to flesh hers out. We spent nights on class together, and she said it was something her publisher wasn't interested in. But I began to love that character. She continues to waffle at speed. We drank together. We worked on her together, and one night we'd had far too much gin in her snug. I spotted something. It was your necklace in one of those cups on the dresser, the one with the lip pendant. I don't know if I openly gasped, but in my mind I did. I asked her about it because I couldn't work out how she got hold of it. My stomach squirms. Quinn doesn't know about the bones we found rolled up in that rug. Jasmine's body is in my house, and my aunt hid her. What did she say? My voice quivers as I speak. She said it was you had to. I asked if you had too, then she sobered up fast and told me to leave. Dorette had never been that sharp with me. So I knew I was onto something. She stormed out of the room, telling me to close the door on my way out, taking the necklace with her. Instead of leaving, I ran after her and grabbed the necklace. We fought for it, and it ended up on the floor somewhere. I chased after her up the stairs, and I followed her into her office, then the balcony room. She grabbed her packet of cigarillos and went outside. I told her I knew that she had something to do with Jasmine's disappearance, and that if she let me have Clover, I'd keep it to myself. All this time, Quinn knew my aunt was involved in what happened to Jasmine, and she didn't tell me because she blackmailed her. I can't stop thinking about Jasmine. Quinn continues while I tremble in the cold. I can't move. I have to hear more. I told her about that day. Well, about you pushing Jasmine. Jasmine grabbed your necklace as she fell backwards into that rock. I said that she was unconscious when we left her. Which means your aunt must have killed her. I frown. I went back to see if she was okay, but she was gone. I called her. I looked for her, and I thought she'd gone home. I swallowed down bile. There's something I have to tell you. We found something in the house. Nods. Quinn nods. What? Bones. Remains. They're behind the dresser in the snug. I know they're Jasmine's because her bag and coat were there too. Ethan knocked the wall down earlier today. I'm scared for my family, which is why we have to leave. I think whoever hurt Jasmine's net is coming for us. I pull the necklace out of my pocket. Since finding it, I've kept it close. I found this under another floorboard. Quinn stares.
Her mouth open as she processes what I said then. She frowns before continuing.
That's where it must have landed when I threw it. Quinn looks up and then back at me. I also bought those cherry lips just to see how you'd react. I wondered if you had something to do with what happened to Jasmine, you and Dorette. You really thought that? I had no idea that her body was in my aunt's house. She runs her fingers through her hair. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm not having her suspicious of me when I've done nothing but be upfront with her. You were on the balcony arguing with Aunt Dorette. Is that why you killed her? I didn't kill her. She was angry when I left, and as I walked up her drive, I saw the coils of her smoke reaching into the air. She was very much alive then. She was drunk, she was angry, and I know she was upset that her career seemed to be going down the pan. But she wasn't suicidal. Someone had to have pushed her. You had a lot to lose. I'm not a killer. What happened in the car with your mum, Quinn? 2 people have died within moments of Quinn being with them. My aunt and her mum, she told me herself. Don't do this, Jem. What happened? I shout. Quinn's jaw starts to wobble. I was arguing in the car with Mum. Always arguing, that's me. She was never happy about the way I brought Harry up, and her nitpicking got to me, so I exploded on her. She lost concentration. It was raining. We crashed, hit a tree, and I tried to get her out, and I couldn't. She's crying now. I don't try to comfort her because I don't know what to believe anymore. I turn my back and head towards the house to get Ethan and the kids. Snow starts coming down again in chunky flakes. He runs out with Cora. I've searched the whole house. Morgan is gone. Call her. He pulls her phone from his pocket. She left this. 56. Gemma. No. Why is this happening to us? First Cora and now Morgan. I stare at Quinn. Where is she? She shrugs. I've been with you the whole time. Maybe she's with Harry. He wasn't home when I came out. Your house, I glance back at Ethan. Stay here with Cora and call the police. Tell them about the bones and tell them that Morgan is missing. She might be hurt. Call an ambulance, too. This feeling in the pit of my stomach is telling me that Morgan being missing is more than a coincidence. I carefully step across the lane, aware that Beanie doesn't need me to fall. Quinn, race it ahead. Once I catch up, I step inside her pitch-black house while I listen to her running through the rooms, opening and closing all the doors. Morgan, Harry, she shouts. She comes downstairs, flashing her torch in my face. I hold a hand over my eyes to shield them from the glare. The back door was open. Diggerty is gone, too. Maybe they're out walking him. And they left the back door open? She bites her bottom lip in thought. The dog must have escaped, and they're looking for him. They're in the woods. I know Morgan doesn't listen to me, and she was so upset. She thinks I blame her, and she's run off to the den with Harry. My heart rate picks up as I think of someone coming and going through our house. All this time. I lean on the door, feeling woozy. First Cora, now Morgan. What if there's a bigger plan at work here? I stare at Quinn and wonder if she's working with someone else. I don't understand who it could be. She's just confessed to everything she's done. I don't trust my husband. I don't trust Quinn, and I don't trust any of the neighbors. My heart feels as though it's going to beat its way out of my mouth. Turning my back on Quinn, I dart out of her house. I need to find my daughter before it's too late. If I'm right, whoever sent all the letters is behind what's happening tonight. The poisoner is trying to take from me what they think I took from them. My mind whirs back to Ruby. I know Jasmine had a half-sister who was a little younger, more like Ruby's age. Now, how could I not see what was right in front of me? It has to be Ruby. I hurry to Ruby's house and hammer on her door. She slept with Ethan to hurt me. That was only the start. Maybe she has Morgan. No one answers. I peer through the windows, but it looks like no one is in.
Did she look familiar?
Or am I clutching at straws? I cross the road and head towards the woods. Quinn calls me. It's Harry. It's Harry. He's back. Harry runs over towards me with Quinn. I can't find Diggerty. He escaped. I've checked the pond because I spotted his lead over there. He points and blinks rapidly. Where's Morgan? All I want is for her to run around the corner so I can take her in my arms and tell her how much I love her. I haven't seen Morgan tonight. I run towards the woods. There's a strip of path, shielded by the arching trees above. Something has been smashed on it. I edge closer, wondering if it's what I think it is, and it is. I place a hand across my heart. Quinn and Harry catch up. Quinn points. It's the 4-leaf clover plaque that used to be outside your aunt's house. Someone left it here, on purpose, and I know it wasn't Morgan. Go back, wait for the police, and bring them to the den. I'm not leaving you out here alone, Jem. Quinn turns to Harry. I'm going with Gemma. Go back and stay with Ethan. Harry nods and runs back up the path. I don't know what's going on here, Gemma. I do know this. Started with us. And now we have to finish it. I am not running away like I did that day when you pushed Jasmine. I should never have run away. I am not the enemy here. Let's end this. The letter we first received and the word fall whirl around my mind. Cora nearly fell. Then there was the note on the den wall. Jasmine woes Whoever is behind all this has Morgan, and they're at the den. The plaque was a breadcrumb, and they want me to follow it. I'm coming, and God help them if they've hurt my daughter, because I will kill them. 57. Morgan. Diggerty sniffs around. I'm glad he followed me to the den because it's even creepier without a torch. Harry. I was told he was here waiting for me. I get onto my knees and shuffle into the room that Harry and I set up our investigation in. I bump into something and reach down to grab it. It's a torch. Harry? Harry isn't here. As I shine the torch at our wall, I gasp. Everything we pinned up has gone, replaced by what looks like Great Aunt Durette's work. The pages are filled with notes and drawings. I light up each one in turn. Jasmine walking a little dog through the woods. Jasmine gets sucked into an abyss, and then she comes out into the dark woods. A woman, holding a basket, befriends her. Jasmine is then later dressed like an angel. A woman comes and ties a pink ribbon around a tree. This isn't a story, it's real. It's the rest of the Jasmine book that had been torn out. I fell into a trap by coming here. The den is closing in on me. The torch flickers, so I hit it. The story continues. Jasmine becomes everyone's angel protector. Then she's in a small room where she sits in a chair with her little dog, her newly earned halo hovering above her long hair. I know who's behind this, and I need to warn Mum and Dad. The angel of the forest, a woman's voice from the other section of the den, makes me jump. I'm trapped with no way out. As I turn towards the exit hole, I stare at the note. Jasmine was. Jasmine is all around. I feel her presence. She died here. She didn't run away. Great Aunt Durette knew everything. She died with her secrets, but she left her book behind. I shuffle back through the hole and into the next wooden structure, knowing I'm coming face to face with the woman who is behind everything. I inhale sharply as her figure blocks me. She's holding a pink ribbon in one hand and a knife in the other. Can't go yet, Morgan. There's still so much to learn.
She stuffs the ribbon in her pocket.
Your mum needs to know what this feels like. How someone you love can be there 1 minute and gone the next. She spits as she speaks. Someone needs to feel my pain, and your great aunt is dead, so... She clenches her fist around the knife. Everyone lied that day, everyone. No more lies. Today, we all get the truth. She drops a pile of treats next to Diggerty, and he wags his tail. That dog loves her, I can tell. He followed her into our house, onto the balcony. It was definitely her in our house. You're related to Jasmine? I swallow the lump in my throat. She nods. I could push past her, knock her over like I did to James, but one strike with that knife. I'm dead. Where is she? Where's Jasmine? The woman screams. I don't know. I just want the truth. Where's the rest of the notebook? At home. She lets out a long breath. You sent the letters. I now know she had the rest of the notebook. She could have mimicked Durette's writing. The capital letters would have been even easier. She ignores me. Sit. Now we wait for Mummy. I don't sit. She needs me. I'm no use to her dead. Sit. Again. I don't. She steps forward and prods the knife at my neck, then she lets out an angry roar as she pushes it into my flesh. I should have sat. 58. Gemma. My stomach twinges as I run through the woods with Quinn. All around us, more snow falls. I'm dizzy from all the twists and turns. Morgan. She doesn't answer. Diggerty, Quinn calls. He might bark if he hears me. I don't hear Morgan or a barking dog. We're nearly at the den. Every step is hard because the snow is getting deeper. My sides hurt, and I'm out of breath as we plow through, but I don't stop. I won't stop until I've found Morgan. My eyes start tearing up. She must have run off into the woods, upset and alone. An image of the past comes to my mind. Jasmine lying unconscious in the woods. I gasp as I imagine it's Morgan. Whoever is playing us left that smashed plaque. They've been sneaking around spying on us, all because they think I know what happened to Jasmine. They posted on the neighborhood app, and they put the article in the hamper for me to find. I have to save my daughter. The truth has to come out. Somehow my aunt killed Jasmine and buried her in Clover House. Thinking about the bones again makes my stomach churn. All the time we've been in that house, Jasmine has been there, silently haunting us in more ways than one. I can't get Ruby out of my mind. I knew there was something off about her. She has this look. It's intense, and then there's what happened with Ethan. She chose to hurt me. As I trudge through even deeper snow, I think back to when I returned to check on Jasmine. The shock of not seeing her there hits me now. Somehow, she'd got up and walked away. So what happened after that? I can't reconcile how Jasmine ended up behind a wall in Aunt Durette's house. Why? We're here. The door to the first shed is slightly ajar and light bleeds through the gap. My stomach twinges again, so I place my hands over it, hoping that Beanie is okay, but knowing I must save Morgan. Quinn steps in front of me. She's spotted me holding my stomach. I'll go. I'm right behind her. She nudges the door open. That's when I see my daughter being held at knife point. Zoe? I'm taken aback. I know Zoe was off with us, but I trusted her. She called the police and told them the truth about Ethan. She looked after our children while I was in hospital. But then she had the nerve to blame us and Morgan for the letters when it was now so obviously her. The knife is pressing into Morgan's neck, and my shivering daughter looks a little blue. Diggerty sits in the corner munching on a huge pile of treats like nothing's going on. Diggerty out, Quinn orders, but Diggerty remains where he is and wags his tail. Good boy, Zoe shrugs. I guess he likes me better than you. Where do you think he is every time you let him escape? Zoe, what's going on? Quinn takes a deep breath. All I can do is keep eye contact with Morgan and mouth how much I love her. I clear my throat and find my voice. Zoe, you're hurting Morgan. Please let her go. We can talk about this. Too right, we can talk. Both of you, start talking. We're not leaving until I know exactly what happened to my daughter. She pauses and lets out a tiny laugh. I found your aunt's notebook. It told me that she's dead. She's an angel. Zoe presses her lips together. I can feel her pain. Really, I can. I can feel Morgan's pain, too, like nothing I've ever felt before. What happened back then? Quinn, you first. If I even sense a lie, Gemma will get to know exactly how I felt when Jasmine never came home. Quinn starts to mumble incoherently. She stops a couple of times, takes a deep breath, and starts again. Come on, Quinn, you can do it. You're normally so full of confidence. Quinn starts talking. Her voice quivers. We were hanging out here that summer. We didn't see Jasmine. She made us jump. She said something mean. She stares at me. I have to be the one to tell the next bit. I pushed her, then we ran away. You left her to die. Zoe presses the knife again, and Morgan shrieks. No, I say, hoping that she stops. We don't have time to overpower her. By the time we're upon her, Morgan could be killed. Why did you do that? Zoe's brows furrow, and her hands shake. She scores a tiny dot on Morgan's neck, and Morgan flinches. Quinn speaks fast. Gemma and I kissed. Jasmine was sitting on a log fat. Skip that bit. I've seen the pictures in the stupid notebook. I saw it on Durette's worktop one day, open at that page. I couldn't grab the thing in time. Stupid woman had no idea who I was. After the log, fog, dog, bit. Go on. We didn't know she was there. She laughed, telling Gemma and me that she'd tell everyone at school. And I got upset. Jasmine stood up and started mocking us. I pushed her and she fell backwards, I say. Then we ran away. Zoe shakes her head slowly, and neither of you checked on her. You left her to die and what? You asked your aunt to cover everything up. To save you? Tears streamed down Morgan's face. It's breaking my heart for her to hear all this. No. I went back a while later, but Jasmine wasn't there. I thought she'd gone home. I went back home to my mum's the next day and didn't think about her again. Zoe shrugs and raises her brows. You never thought about her again. How about you? Quinn? You live here. I came looking for Jasmine, and I knocked at the houses on Clover Lane, including your house. Your mum answered. She watched as I fell to the ground. I also lost my baby that day. Did you know that? I'm so sorry, Zoe. Quinn goes to reach out, but Zoe's hand is rigid around the knife again, so she steps back with her hands raised. No, you're not. My ex-husband wasn't sorry. You're not sorry, and neither was your mum. And you, Gemma, you should have stayed and helped Jasmine. Quinn, I ran to your mum's that night because one of the kids said they saw Jasmine at the den, and you two were always hanging out there. I called the police, and it was all you again. Jasmine has run away before and weren't social services involved. That was their favorite one. Still on the drugs, are you? Then they dismissed me with, she'll come back. She's 16. Maybe she's cooling off somewhere with friends. We'll inform social services. Zoe frowns and sniffs. I wasn't perfect, I know that. I'd been off the drugs for a month, but no one believed me. The withdrawal was a killer, but not being taken seriously when Jasmine was missing hurt more. We were just another problem family with a problem child. I tried and tried to get the police to look into Jasmine's disappearance. And they did when she failed to turn up after about a week. They found her diaries, and she'd written how she was going to leave home and never come back. Zoe starts, tearing up. She wanted to leave, but I knew she still loved me. I still loved her. She never would have gone this long without contacting me. So, you only came back here to find out what happened. Quinn seems calm now, unlike me. I'm shaking uncontrollably, and Morgan is too scared to make the tiniest of sounds. Sid fell for me, and I knew that would be my opportunity to come back to Clover Lane. I'd been watching you all. I knew where he drank and what he liked. I knew I couldn't just hang around the streets, watching everyone on Clover Lane. The best thing for me to do after that was to become a part of the community. Moving in was the next step. It was so many years on, and I'd changed a lot so no one recognized me. Your mum had died too, Quinn. That surprised me. She raises her brows. I then had to work out how to access your lives. Being a cleaner and a cheap one at that gave me your keys. She looks my way. When Quinn recommended me to your aunt, I knew I was totally in with the locals. It was my chance to start digging. See who knew what. I found nothing at yours, Quinn, and I knew you and Dorette were close. I started decluttering for Dorette. I was never allowed in the office or her snug. She only gave me a front door key. You put the recording device in our home. You were listening to us? I can't help but mention all this. She's loosened her grip on Morgan. I can see we're getting through to her. Zoe shrugs. Yes, I had to know if you were talking about Jasmine. I installed that when Dorette was there, but it was a waste of time because not many people ever visited. When you all moved in, I carried on listening. You wrote the letters. She nods. I sent the hamper too, with added worms and the article. The worms lums were for Jasmine, for when you and Quinn sent her home in tears after throwing a worm at her, I see the pain etched across Zoe's face. That note, I knew I slipped up by using my own writing. I didn't let that happen again. The note I asked Ethan to throw away.
You managed to get into the office?
She nods.
Souse.
Your husband isn't careful with keys. He left them in the hallway when you moved in. I sneaked in, took them, went all the way to Whitby to get a set cut. When he came back, I saw him looking for them in his pickup. When he went back inside, I threw them back on the hall tiles and left. I could come and go throughout the whole house then. He kept those separate. My fists ball up, but I speak calmly. She still has. The knife pointed at Morgan. You could have killed Cora. You deserved everything, Gemma, after what you and your aunt put me through. I knew you'd reach her in time. I only left her in the balcony room to scare you. She fell off. Zoe's mouth opens and she frowns. I didn't mean for that to happen. Is she? She's alive. The last thing I want her to think is that all is lost, and that killing Morgan and us wouldn't make a difference now. Quinn caught her. I don't know if the actual truth will help, but if I tell her what I know, then she might let Morgan go. She will have closure. I know where Jasmine is. Zoe stares. Where Morgan's eyes are wide now, like she wants to know too. Let Morgan go, and I'll tell you.
Zoe scrunches her brows as if she's thinking.
Quinn has started nervously biting her painted nails. You're lying. She looks at Quinn. What aren't you telling me? Nothing. Quinn places a hand over her mouth and mumbles something. This isn't the time for lies, Quinny. Yes.
I know what you both called each other, because Jasmine used to talk about you.
I could never work out why you were both so mean to her. She probably did pick on you the day she saw you kissing. But it was only because of what you were both like with her. She liked you, Quinny, and you used to hang out with her when Gemma wasn't around. But you'd ditch her like a rock as soon as the holidays started and Gemma visited. It's not my fault. We were kids having kid arguments. That's all. I know my mother upset you with her words when you collapsed on our doorstep. Looking for Jasmine, Quinn says. Then she repeats what she mumbled before, but clearer. Mum said the same to me. It's all your fault. You were a bad mother. You bad mother. Tears run down Quinn's face. My mum said that while I struggled to cope alone when Harry was a newborn, I freaked out at her the next day, went mad, shouting and crying. She crashed her car and died because she was shouting back at me. Quinn stares at Zoe. You killed Dorette, didn't you? You saw me leave. You? How could you? Quinn, please stop. Zoe is feeling the pain of Quinn's words. Her hands are shaking, and I'm scared that Quinn will say too much, and Morgan will get hurt. Morgan's eyes are now closed. Quinn dismisses me, and I want to hit her. We can talk about this later, when I have Morgan safely away from Zoe. Zoe continues. I had the front door key. I went up to the balcony room, and she was standing there, angry and drunk. She had several pages of her notebook in her hand. She was about to put her lighter to them, and I snatched them off her. Once I saw Jasmine's name on the paper, asked her.
I asked her for the rest of the notebook, but she just laughed at me.
I'd spent all day psyching myself up to talk to her about Jasmine, and when I got there, she swore at me and told me to get lost out of her house, and how dare I just come in. She was struggling to stand, she'd drunk so much. I couldn't hold back any longer, so I told her who I was, and she lashed out. I dodged her when she came at me. I didn't mean for her to fall. I only wanted to talk to her and get the notebook so I could take it to the police. My stomach twinges again. Zoe drops the knife to her side and looks away. I can tell she's fighting back the tears. I dart forward and knock Zoe sideways. Quinn leans in to help, and our hands are grappling everywhere. Quinn steps on the torch, breaking it, and we're in darkness. Diggerty whimpers as I accidentally tread on his tail. I manage to pull who I think is Morgan out of the way. Then I take my phone out of my pocket with the other hand. My fingers quiver as I light the way. I see blood, so much blood. 59. Quinn. All she can think about is her darling Harry, and that she'll never see her boy again. Pain sears through her side as she gasps for breath. Diggerty licks her. Now he's decided that he's her dog. She falls to the ground. There is so much commotion going on around her. She can't make out what's being said. Things sound strange, like she's bobbing under the surface of a lake. Zoe yelps, and the light from Jem's cell phone is pointing everywhere, but on what's happening in front of them. Diggerty stops licking her, then he barks frantically. She sees the back end of Morgan as she runs towards the exit of the den. Gemma stares at Quinn, her mouth agape. Just like back then with Jasmine, she wonders if Gemma will do nothing and run off, leaving her bleeding to death in the den. Silence falls upon all of them. Quinn doesn't blame Gemma because she ran too. They were scared kids back then, but they're not scared kids now. Ouch. Her side hurts more than anything, and she's lightheaded. The quietness is deafening now. Gemma has upped and left the building. What a surprise. Quinn flinches. There's shouting and arguing, but she can't make out a single word. She spends her last few moments sort of reflecting on how much of it was her fault. She wrote letters to herself, really mean letters that mentioned her son. She wanted them to look real. She lied to Gemma so that Gemma wouldn't suspect her. They knew each other. Quinn would have been on the top of her list. Instead of helping Gemma at the beginning, she'd covered her own ass because she knew that the neighbors were an unforgiving type. She spent her life trying to fit in, never quite being good enough. Her mother had spoken to her like she was trash, and, despite all her amazing achievements, no one truly respected her. Pain sears through her again. Quinn does not respect herself anymore. She sank low when she stole from Dorette and then blackmailed her. It has all come out now, and it doesn't even matter. Because she isn't going to see tomorrow. Hell. She isn't going to see midnight at this rate. It's cold, so shivery cold. This is what dying must feel like. The shouting stops again. She feels nauseous. Gemma must have been stabbed too. And Morgan. Maybe there is no one left apart from Zoe. She can't hear them or Diggerty. Her vision prickles and the cold is almost burning her fingers. She can't move them. Only now she wishes she revealed what Dorette told her on the night she fell from the balcony. Quinn knows she will die, taking the whole truth with her. Love is a powerful thing, and Quinn can't say that she hasn't truly loved. Her love for Harry is as pure as the snow on the ground. She was working her way up to telling Gemma everything. That's why she drank so much. But Gemma had been upset with her. Then she'd come charging in with Ethan, accusing Quinn of sleeping with him. She should have made the time to tell her everything. Now, she'd take her secrets to the grave. Her eyes get heavier, so she closes them. Dangerous because she might never wake up again. Tell Harry I love him is all she can murmur, but there is no one there. 60. Gemma. Morgan, run back to the house. See if the police and ambulance have arrived. She starts to jog away from Zoe and me. Diggerty follows close behind, barking with excitement. She stops and turns around. I can't leave you with her. It's okay. I wave my hand, not letting on that I'm twinging because I need my daughter to be away from all this and safe. Please hang on, Beanie. She nods as she takes in what Zoe is doing. Zoe has collapsed in front of the den, where she silently rocks back and forth. Morgan snatched the knife off her and flung it into a bush, so at least I'm safe from that. The truth has now hit Zoe. She knows about Jasmine's bones, which is what she came for. The police can take it from here. Quinn, she's been stabbed, and I can't help her by myself. Zoe! She ignores me. Zoe! I yell that loud. She recoils. I drag her up onto her feet and pull her back into the den. My phone lights up the structure again, and I let out a gasp as I see Quinn slumped on the ground. She's breathing in short, sharp breaths. Her eyes are closed. I kneel down and whisper, Quinn, we have to get you out of here. Help is on its way. Hold on, okay. Zoe shakes and screams. Pass me your scarf. Zoe is in no fit state to help, so I snatch the scarf that falls over her shoulders, and I nudge it under Quinn's light frame, looping it around her wound. I tear the bottom of my sweater and push the material against Quinn's wound to stem the bleeding. Then I tighten the scarf over it. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but I've seen this done in films. I try to lift Quinn, but I can't. Zoe stares. You're going to have to help me. Quinn isn't heavy, but it will take both of us. Quinn groans. Zoe, grab her under the other arm. I wasn't going to hurt anyone. I didn't mean to. Her teeth chatter. I remember what the police officer told me when he saw that I'd taken a knife to the balcony. Never bring knives into a situation. It's not worth it. Now I know why. This whole situation got out of hand. Jasmine deserves justice, and only now is she going to get it. For reasons unknown, Aunt Dorette decided to bury Jasmine in her house. We might never know the truth. Zoe claims that she only dodged Aunt Dorette on the balcony. Quinn didn't kill her mother. Again, all I have is their words for what they say. Both of them could be murderers. We only have our own truths, and the pieces we're willing to share. Zoe, grab her and help me get her out. Zoe snaps out of her daze because I shouted as loud as I could this time. She hooks her arm under Quinn's, and we drag Quinn out onto the snowy ground and lay her down. What seems like forever passes, and I keep whispering to Quinn to hold on. Then I hear shouting coming from the other side of the woods. Help is on its way. Quinn's fingers get caught in my hair. She pulls me close and coughs as she tries to speak. I place my ear closer. Dorette made me promise. Zoe is sitting away from us crying in her lap, so I whisper back in the hope that Quinn can hear me. Promise what? She found Jasmine, and she ended her life to protect you. She buried Jasmine. That's all she told me. Quinn coughs hard and continues in a spluttery whisper. I can just about make out her words. Jasmine's head was bleeding. Dorette was foraging. She saw and heard everything. She got her car, parked on the road, dragged her. I would tell her to stop speaking because I can see it's hurting her, but I don't stop her from talking. I need to know what she has to say next. Your aunt said you hurting Jasmine would ruin your life. Quinn starts coughing violently and gasping for breath. As she finishes her sentence, I start trembling. A police officer runs down the path, followed by 2 paramedics, so I step back and leave to take over. I hear them saying that they couldn't drive down our lane, that the ambulance is on the main road. Zoe stands, her eyes almost stony. I stabbed her, and my daughter's bones are in Clover house. I didn't mean to stab Quinn. It was an accident. It happened so fast. She wears a confused expression, like she's questioning how it all happened. I exhale, knowing my family can put all this behind them because we are leaving. It's over. Then I feel another twinge, and I yelp in pain. A paramedic hurries over to me, and the police officer radios for more assistance. I want to check Quinn and see if she's okay. She's not moving, but I'm in no fit state to be going anywhere. I hold on to my stomach, willing Beanie to be okay, but I'm scared that they're too late. I had my warning, but I had to protect Morgan, my firstborn, and it breaks my heart that I had to choose between her and my unborn baby. I think of what Zoe said about the past when she ran around frantically looking for Jasmine. She lost her baby, and I think of how cruel Quinn's mom had been with her words. Then I think of the words my aunt said to Quinn before she died. Words that make me tremble harder the more I run them through my mind. Aunt Dorette seemed cold, drunk, and angry. Nothing like the warm woman I remember from my stays with her as a teenager. All I keep asking is why. 61. Gemma. The journey from the woods, all the way to the main road where the emergency services had parked, had been torturous through the snow, but thankfully, the lights had come back on by then. Beanie is the toughest little bean in the world. She wants to live, and I want her to. I say she, but I'm not sure what I'm having, and I don't mind either way. I place my hand on my stomach, knowing how lucky I've been. Ethan left the hospital with Cora first thing, and he's called me twice. He's found an out-of-season static caravan that we can immediately move into. It's not ideal, but I couldn't be happier about never having to set foot in Clover House again. Morgan yawns in the large, upright chair. Against the wishes of the nurses, she and Ethan slept there last night, and Cora snuggled with me. The nurses weren't happy, but I couldn't bear to be parted from my girls after what happened. Seeing Cora fall over the edge of the balcony makes me shudder. Ethan's whole body was numb in the morning from our teen daughter lying over him, but still, he was up and out at first light. I told him to stay in a hotel, but he wouldn't leave me and the girls. Morgan rubs her eyes and walks over to me. "You okay, Mum?" I nod. I'm feeling much better. I'm not. But I have to put on a brave face for the children. They need me to keep it together. After all this is over, we'll get to start again. I don't know where Ethan fits into everything, because he cheated on me. But I'm being practical. He's their father, and he has nowhere to go either. They'd never forgive me if I turned him out and set on the streets. And sleep on the sofa until we get a grip on our finances, and I've sold the house. Morgan sits on my hospital bed, in my private little side room, and she lies next to me. I turn over and hug her, then I play with her hair like I used to do when she was a little girl. We've been through so much over this last 24 hours, and Morgan knows everything. She knows about my past. She knows that Aunt Dorette killed Jasmine. Yes. She knows about the apartment being kitted out with a recording device, and that freaked her out more than the letters. "What do you think will happen to Zoe?" Morgan asks. "She's been arrested for stabbing Quinn. She's pleaded guilty, so we won't have to go to court. The police are also investigating Aunt Dorette's death. I don't know if they've charged her with anything yet. I'm grateful that Zoe isn't putting us through a trial. She seemed deeply upset that she'd injured Quinn, and I believe her when she said she didn't intend to hurt anyone. But I can't forgive her for holding a knife to Morgan. In that moment, I believed that she was capable of killing my child. She also made Morgan feel terrible when she accused her of breaking into her kitchen and leaving a nasty letter there. It was Zoe all along, trying to put us off the scent. She read the first letter she wrote to herself out loud for me to hear. She was trying to see how I'd react to her mentioning Jasmine. I picture her sneaking around our house, searching through all Aunt Dorette's belongings, looking for clues as to what happened to Jasmine. I don't blame her for that. If something happened to Morgan, I would never give up looking for her, ever. It's sad, really, isn't it? I feel sorry for Zoe, my caring daughter. After all she's been through, she's thinking of Zoe. It is, but I'm hoping she'll also get closure and the help she needs. She can now lay Jasmine to rest. There is a knock at the door and a nurse walks in. She starts us making notes on the chart that has been clipped to the end of my bed. Morgan heads back to the chair, and I sit up. Is my friend Quinn okay? She came in at the same time as me last night. She's on Ward 7, and she's been asking for you. It's the one opposite this ward. It's the one opposite her. Can I see her? She checks my notes again. Your daughter can wheel you over. We need you to take it easy for now. Morgan hurries out, and she's soon back with a clunky hospital wheelchair. The nightdress the hospital put me in flaps at the back, so she tucks me in. Then she wheels me backwards past the nurse's station to Ward 7. We're buzzed in, and a nurse leads me to Quinn's side room. I inhale sharply as I see all the tubes that are connected to her. She's hooked up to a machine but appears stable. Jim, she murmurs with a forced smile. How are you? Morgan wheels me closer, and I look up at her. Would you like to grab yourself some lunch from the cafe? Morgan is hungry, and she needs a break. She nods and leaves me. Look at us, I say to Quinn. I can think of better ways to spend a Saturday. She huffs out a laugh, then flinches. It bloody well hurts to laugh. I lost a lot of blood, but it wasn't too deep and nothing was punctured. The stitches were gross. Harry popped home, but he might be in the cafe by now, so hopefully he'll catch up with Morgan. He's a darling. He stayed with me all night. I scared him half to death. I let out a long, slow breath. I still can't believe what Aunt Dorette did. Me, neither, and I can't believe what I did. I'm so ashamed, Gemma. I've been thinking a lot, and I want to be a better person. Really, I do. She flinches as she tries to move. I'm declining the Clara contract because it's the right thing to do. I worked on her, but she's not mine. It's time for a fresh start. I realize that Clover Lane turned me into a person I don't want to be. I've spent years trying to get that bunch of arseholes to like me, and guess what? I no longer care. I'm putting the house on the market and getting out of there. How are you, Gemma? I laugh for the first time in ages. Glad for it all to be over. She drops her pained smile. And how's the baby? Thankfully good. One tough cookie is residing in my womb. Quinn bites her bottom lip. Thank you for saving my life. I would have understood if you'd left me there to bleed out. I ran from you that day you pushed Jasmine. Had I stayed, one of us could have called an ambulance and she might still be alive. I've been a bad friend. She pauses. You came back for me. I went back for Jasmine, and we know what happened after, but we'll never know why. Are the police still at your house? I nod. I think they'll be there forever. I'm selling it as a project when I get the all clear to do so. Good move. New starts and all that. Are you going back to Bristol? Eventually, but for now we'll be living in a caravan close to the seafront in Whitby. So, we can meet up for that drink when I get out of this joint? I'm banking on it. She reaches out and places a hand on mine. There will always be a part of me that thinks of you as more than a friend, Gemma, but I know we can only ever be friends, and I want us to be friends. Does that make sense? I nod, relieved, because that's all I want from her. I don't want to walk away from what we have here, because I'm not sure who I am or what I want anymore. I know I need to put my children first. I still love Ethan. He will always be my first love, but he's hurt me. I'll take as much time as I like to think about the future. All I know is Quinn and I share a past that will bond us forever. We've both made mistakes, but we are better people for them, aren't we? I trust that Quinn has changed. She's done the right thing when it comes to turning down the contract. It's her new start just like moving is mine. It's time to embrace the future. 60 Woe. Morgan. I hate hospitals, and I hate this stupid canteen with its stupid sandwiches. I mean, why don't they sell poke bowls? I'm starving. Dad won't be back for hours. And who knows how long Mum will have to stay in hospital. I rub my neck, and I'm slightly sore where Zoe kept prodding the knife in me. I leave the queue, then I run out of the hospital. Gasping. I bend over and try to gain control of my breaths, but nothing is working. I nearly last night. The police interview gave me the chills. They took photos of my neck, asked me lots of questions, and I can barely remember much, and I cried. I can't believe I broke down. One day I want to be a detective like them, but I acted like such a victim. Detective Morgan. I flinch and look up. Harry? He offers me a chocolate bar, so I take it. You, here with your mum? I nod. Been here all night. Same. Mum is going to be okay, but I thought I was going to lose her. I place my hand on his shoulder, and he leans in for a hug. We sit on the bench in the cold, staring out at the snowy bits of grass dividing the grounds and car park. We talk about everything that happened. Harry is as surprised as me to hear that Zoe was behind the letters and that she tried to kill me. I told him how, after she startled me in the woods, she told me that Harry was at the den and that he had something to tell me. Then I tell him about Jasmine's bones. I wondered why there were police sauce in your house earlier. You went back? He nods and blinks a couple of times. Mum forced me to call a taxi and go feed and walk Diggerty. To be fair, he was desperate to pee. Oh, he picks up a bag from next to him and pulls out a huge box of chocolates with a little note on the front. From the neighbors. Word has got round. Sid told Tessa and then she told Ray. I saw the police heading to Ruby's. It looks like they're questioning all the neighbors. Anyway, some of them had a collection and got these for our mums. He pauses. I was just heading back to Mum. My mum is with yours. I'll come with you, I say, glad to have my friend back with me. As we walk, he turns to me and smiles. Morgan, do you know if you'll be sticking around? We're staying in Whitby for now. I'll have Wi-Fi too, so I'll be able to call you. Great. How would you like to go to the arcade one day? When your mum is better, up is better, up zess. I bite my bottom lip. I'd love that, I frown. What about James? He shrugs. I'm done with worrying about him. I'll face whatever comes. He raises his brows. And I'll deal with him myself. Okay, Morgan. Okay. We hurry back towards 7, and Harry leads the way to Quinn's room. She smiles as we both enter, and Mum leans back in the wheelchair. Detective Morgan and Detective Harry, Quinn says with a smile. Although I feel for her. She looks so weak and is awkwardly hunched up with pillows. Harry takes the chocolates out, giving a box to my mum and a box to his mum. Who are these off? Quinn asks. The neighbors. Ray said to get well soon. Quinn looks at my mum, and they both raise their brows. She grabs the card on the box and reads it out. Quinn, we are sad to hear what happened to you. Please get better soon. Sending all our love. Tessa, Ray, Ruby, and families. Mum reads hers. Gemma, please, can we start again? Or, we're saddened to hear what happened, and we're sorry for thinking you could have done all those things we accused you of. Please get well soon. Take care. Tessa, Ray, Ruby, and families. These people fed into what Zoe was doing. They fueled the paranoia until it became an inferno, and Harry's mum could have died. Quinn throws her chocolates onto the bottom of the bed, and Mum throws hers on top. Quinn throws the little card in the bin, and Mum does the same. Mum raises her brows. I don't think we need them in our lives, and they can shove their chocolates where the sun doesn't shine. The nurse walks back in, and Quinn passes the chocolates to her and tells her to take them to the nurse's station to share. Normally, I'd play my face at giving chocolate away, especially as I'll be plagued by crappy marmalade and health food for months, but good riddance to those chocolates and Clover Lane. All the secrets are out there. There will be no more lies. One day, I'll become a detective, and all will be good with the world. And I'll have a cool being held at knife point story to tell Cora's grandkids. I'm not having any kids. It's over, and I'm looking forward to our new start and, of course, Wi-Fi. Epilogue. Gemma. It's been a month now, and spring has started to break. The caravan has been cozy, but it's time to move on. We found a flat in Whitby on a short-term lease, so we'll be staying here until Morgan breaks up for the summer. It has a bedroom for Ethan to use for the time being. I should be able to put Clover House up for sale soon. The police have lingered longer than I thought they would, but they're nearly done. Ethan has been going back and forth, packing our belongings and taking them to a storage unit until we need them. I pull on my new top, the one with a little more room, because Beanie is starting to show more now. I lock the caravan up and get into the car. As we pass the office, I pop out and dash to reception. The owners of the site have been kind enough to allow us to use their address. They also know what we've been through. We made the local news and got a mention on the national news.
I checked my phone.
I'm running late to meet Quinn at that cafe she told me about. I have to park, then I have a bit of a walk. I pop the letter in my bag, and before I know it, I'm hurrying with Cora up that cobbled street. Whose silly idea was it not to bring the pushchair? I say to her as she dawdles yet again and flashes me a smile showing her baby teeth. Book, she says as she spots a bookshop. Chegwin and his magic kangaroo adorns the front window. Aunt Dorette's name hasn't been released yet in connection with Jasmine's murder, but I know it will be soon. Once that happens, I'm pretty sure I'll never see any of her books in a shop window again. I check the time. We run into the shop and I purchase the book. I don't know why I want it, but I do. I pop it in my bag and hurry to the cafe. Quinn waves at me. She's sitting at a table by the window and already has a drink. I quickly order some marmalade on toast, milk for Cora, and a mint tea for me before sitting opposite her. Cora happily accepts being placed in a high chair, and I put her drawing crayons and coloring book down to occupy her. I've got a viewing tonight, Quinn says. Congratulations. You'll be moving out before you know it. She crosses her fingers. How are you holding up in the caravan? She sips her coffee. Better than I thought we would.
I feel safe there. We're close to the sea.
I actually like it. Good. Quinn pauses. I've enjoyed having you around. Do you think you and the kids might stay? I shake my head. We're going back to Bristol in the summer. I'll be sad to see you go. She looks out of the window, then back at me. She beams a huge smile. I've been dating someone and she's really nice. I'm happy for you, Quinn. That's great news. How's Harry? I know he and Morgan keep meeting up in Whitby. She lets out a laugh. They're working on a new case. Someone graffitied a long swear word in red on Ray's wheelie bin. It starts with a W and rhymes with banker. I almost spit my tea out. What horrible neighbors I have. She laughs. That's the old Quinn I know. And although she got me into trouble here and there as a kid, I do love her. We'll keep in touch, won't we, Jem? You'll write to me this time when you move? Hell no. I am never writing a letter in my life. Letters are nothing but trouble. Her eyes widen, and she looks serious. I'll FaceTime you, though, and you and Harry can come and stay when we're settled. She smiles again. How are you and Ethan? We talk. We want what's best for the kids and Beanie. I haven't forgiven him, and I don't know if I can or will. We'll be looking for separate places in Bristol. He's found work down there and stays there during the week. So that's good. He's back working for someone else, but it's a good job and he likes it. I pause, wondering if Ethan and I might still have a future. But I need space and intend to discover myself. Ethan's dreams had taken over any dreams I once had. I fell into property developing, but my heart wasn't truly in it. I've decided to start studying again, home study for the first year. What are you studying? Maths. I am not going to be able to go back to how we were. I need to rely on myself, and I always fancied teaching. I can live off the money from Clover House, rent something smallish, and get my degree. It was always meant to be, Jem. You're the brains. How about you, Quinny? Well, I came up with this brand new character, and my agent loves it. So we're preparing a pitch deck and sending it to the same producer I worked on Mika with. That's brilliant. I look forward to seeing that one hit our screens soon. It's like we both have our futures sorted, and I'm happy. We chat for another hour. I have no idea where the time went, but Quinn excuses herself because she has to go home to get ready for a date. I have to take Cora back soon because she's getting bored. Morgan will be home from school in about an hour, and I'll happily be doing normal things like cleaning up, making tea, doing a little bit of math study. And I couldn't be happier. I finish my mint tea and push the cup aside. I remember the letter in my bag. A part of me wants to ignore it. I haven't been good with receiving posts since Clover Lane. My hands shake as I pull it out. It's from my solicitor in Bristol. I open it up, and he's asking me to call him, saying that my aunt left me another letter to open several weeks after taking over Clover House. It was specified in her will that they told me about the letter only then. I leave the cafe and call him. Gemma, I'm glad you called. The letter is here when you want it. I know you're staying at a caravan park, and wasn't sure if I should send it there. What would you like me to do with it? I swallow nervously. I can't wait. Can you open it and read it to me? I hear him rustling the envelope, then he clears his throat. Dear Gemma, I know you must have a lot of questions about the house, but all I can tell you is, Quinn has all the answers. Ask her. He pauses. I already know what Aunt Dorette did with Jasmine, so it's no longer a surprise. I wait for him to carry on. You might be wondering why, he continues. You're everything to me, Gemma. When you were born, I remember thinking what a little miracle you were, but I wasn't doing well at that time. I had a breakdown, got into all sorts of trouble, and ended up sectioned at one point. Anyway, you don't need to know the ins and outs. Your mother was a wonderful person who put you first, so I had to prove myself just to have you stay with me during the summers. We came to an agreement that I would never tell, and she would let me have you stay over. Never tell. Never tell what? He carries on reading. I recovered, cleaned up my act, and became the person I always wanted to be. But something was missing, and it was you. My daughter. I gave birth to you, Gemma. But your mum was always your mum because she took you in when I wasn't able to look after you. As your birth mum, I promised myself that I would do absolutely anything to protect you. If you're reading this, you must go on with your life and be the best you can be. Don't let your past kill your future. Be there. Love your children. Make the most of every day, and I love you. I have always loved you. Take care, my lovely daughter, Gemma. She was my mother, I mutter. I'm stunned. Cora starts pulling at my coat, trying to drag me into a sweet shop. The solicitor asks me if there's anything else I need. I tell him no, and we end the call. I can't stop my eyes from watering. I now know why. Quinn ran away on the day I pushed Jasmine. I waited a while before I checked her, and she had no pulse. I left, but went back in the hope that I was wrong. When I found that she was gone, I kidded myself that I'd imagined her being dead. But Aunt Dorette had hid Jasmine's body for me, so that I'd have a future because she was as my mother, and she loved me. I looked down at my smiling little girl, and I lean on a wall to stop myself crumpling into a heap. I'd put it out of my mind, went along with the story that she ran away. I started a family of my own, but the truth is I killed Jasmine. Me. I pushed her, and she died. That is something I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. The end.